that sun, dude, because it's stupid, man.
They will literally ad hoc anything in. Dark energy, dark matter, the ionosphere. I mean,
Expanding
fucking
universe,
whatever.
yeah, expanding universe, fucking refraction.
Well, refraction's real though, but
yeah, but not fucking infinite over 6R. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's just dude. He made that shit
over 6R refraction.
Yeah, he made that shit up, bro. How much is light bending like that? Infinite? What number are you putting there? You're gonna do a math form. You're about to do a formula with an infinite in it.
Yeah, right.
He made that shit up, bro. You can't even do that.
He ain't the only one who repeats it, though. I mean, they repeat it. Like, I think I've heard Ruhif. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I heard Ruhif and a couple other people saying that that agreeing that you'd on a day like Black Swan, if you could see far enough, you'd see your own ass in a telescope. That's for goddamn ridiculous.
So that's infinite over 6R, where you can just keep seeing. So you would see yourself multiple times, or like, what do you think you're gonna see? Next time they say infinite over 6R, say, all right, do that math for me.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's just a term because you can't never see your own ass. I mean, I guess you could if you expanded it big enough, but no, I mean, it doesn't make sense in my head, dude.
You can't do the math. You
can't do the math. Visual when you mentioned the watching yourself 6 times. Have you ever look at yourself and like, no, not well in the mirror too, or in the TV while you casting it, and it happens to look like you're infinite.
Like when OBS.
Here's what you'd have to for the math. You'd have to expand the Earth where the 24,000 miles would basically be part of a straight line, basically, within the limits of.
But here's
do the infinite over 6 part. But there's one point over 6 part, and let me know what.
If you make a circle big enough, 24,000 miles would be basically a straight line. You know, if you made it was like a fucking enormous, like the size of the solar. You know, maybe not quite that big, but.
Okay, do the infinite. I'll go next. Go ahead.
Sorry, Jeremy. Go on. Sorry.
Infinite over 6 part, and let me know what number you get.
Well. Yeah, you ain't gonna get no number with infinity. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's fucking. It's dead on its face. Right?
The math is done. The math.
The only part of it that makes sense to me though is that if 24,000 25,000 miles is the length of the land, then we're measuring above the land, so it would be a bigger circle. So that's the
that's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous on its face because, like I said, the way they don't explain it like this, but if you broke it down, that's how they'd have to try and explain. They'd have to make the ball big enough where, you know, like if you make 100,000 little teeny straight lines, that it would look like a circle. Well, they have to make, like that guy just said, it'd have to be within the confines of your viewer height and all the other shit. It's stupid. It's ridiculous to even think about, man. It's a retarded claim, man. We just never really broke it down that far until now.
Yeah, but because we've already proved that the radius needs to be like 250,000 miles, isn't it? So what the fuck's going on there? You know?
Okay, next time somebody says infinite over 6R, just ask them to do the math and just say, I'll wait for the number. Just give me what that number equals. Because these guys are all about math.
Oh, we've done that many times. They go, 8 inches per mile isn't the right formula. And we go, all right, what's the right formula then?
Dude, that reminded me.
That's not a globe.
Not the right formula. It's not the right formula for sure.
Did you hear Code Show the other day when I was talking about the... go ahead, sorry.
So I was just going to say it's not, but it's accurate up to what? Nearly 1,000 miles. So come on.
For anything we're doing. We'd be doing, it's accurate enough.
Yeah, we can't see far enough to break that formula. That's a good point. But I was talking to Coach Show the other day, and I got to thinking about his answer. I don't know if any of y'all heard this. It was, I think, yesterday or the day before. I was talking about the ISS, like the gyroscope, the little spinning top that levitates, how they put that in a vacuum, and it didn't really spin much longer at all than in air. And then so I asked him, that so shouldn't
how much
the
longer
ISS...
did it spin?
just a few seconds, bro. It was a little tiny bit. It was something, but it just wasn't much. And they said that it was the downward force. It's applying the friction on the on the magnet or whatever. I'm like, that's fine, but that would be the same thing for the ISS. It would be the same force, so it's not going to just keep free falling. And they were talking about adjusting orbits, but then I was like, I asked him about, this is the main point, is I asked him about how it's always looking down at the Earth like it's tightly locked, and he said there's a special gyroscope, and it got me thinking, like, so first off, a gyroscope is supposed to maintain its position in space, not make it turn. But then if they were to make it turn, he said they have a specialized gyroscope, but if they had a specialized gyroscope, then they'd have to power it to make it fucking keep facing Earth. It would take constant power. So that would be the same energy toward keeping it. It'd be constant energy used to keep the thing facing straight down, even if they do have a gyroscopic mechanism, because they'd be defying the gyroscope, right? Like, in other words, once you get the gyroscope going, to turn it takes energy. Like, you feel it trying to press against you and shit. And so even that answer is non-sufficient. So hopefully he's listening to this, and when he comes back, he can address that. But it's supposed to, any gyroscope, I was like, yeah, it's a special gyroscope, one that fucking's broke, because it's supposed to maintain rigidity in space, not rotate once per day or once per 90 minutes, whatever they want to call it. That'd be a lot of energy, though, working against the gyroscope every second of the day. It's something that big, too, is ISS, with that much momentum to keep it turning every minute of every day. That'd take an enormous amount of energy, man, on a cumulative factor, man. So I don't accept their answers for that. Impressive. I like hearing them bullshit about shit they don't know about. Like, when you ask them questions then they'll act like they know and give you a would-be answer. I call it squirming, dude. But you can't get them to do it on every subject. But some subjects that they don't really know, they're just kind of guessing, they'll squirm.
Osho was squirming earlier, trying to give me a mechanism for time dilation.
He's probably having a conversation with the boys just to get the story straight, Jeremy.
Yeah, in there, I think there was another Glober in here, and he was saying the opposite shit. I was trying to get down to it, but, I mean, tough. You guys be playing games. I'll take.
I got to go back and listen. Yeah. How long ago was that, Jeremy?
The time dial? Oh, we had some good fucking conversations. You might just want to run this whole day back.
Yeah, I will. Because, like I said, like the interferometer, there's supposedly no dilation except for the direction of the fucking orbit or whatever. So it doesn't make sense of something just constantly changing directions. I could find a few problems in that. I would have liked to have been here for that. But the time dilation formula is just to fucking, to squash the null results, basically, and to keep us in motion. Basically, the problem is we're not getting in
your
interaction.
Your mic's roboting, bro.
Yeah, but you sound like shit. I find it a little funny how accepting we are of the potential of these people to be agents. It's like we're just like, hey man, look at Kosho, our neighborhood agent. Look at
what's that?
Look at Zanuck, our resident agent and shit. I think we're a little too comfortable with the idea of these people being actual agents.
They're second shift agents. They got first shift, second shift, and third shift agents. They rotate. I don't.
You guys are too paranoid with some shit, and not as paranoid as you should be with other shit. Sitting here worrying about Zanuck's an agent, you should be watching other shit.
Bro, if Zanuck is if any of these motherfuckers we talk to are agents, then God help us, bro. If that's our agents. No, there ain't no fucking agents. There ain't no fucking way. There's too many of these knuckleheads. Why would they pay anything?
You think there's any controlled op in this Discord arena? No controlled opposition here?
Man, why would they want to pay when they got dunces doing it for free? It's the same thing about when you were talking about going to NASA. Like, Like if you want, like NASA, if you're listening, hire me. I'm like, dude, they ain't got to hire or pay you. We're fucking pointing out all the problems for free.
Maybe not, bro.
Yeah, so you don't think there's any controlled opposition in this Discord arena at all?
No, hell no. It ain't important enough. Not even close.
He just made an interesting comment, though. You just.
That's my opinion.
Repeat what you just said. The last thing you just said.
That's my. Are you talking about we ain't important enough? It ain't big enough.
Yeah, bro. I think you might be erroneous in your thinking when you say it ain't big.
Might be, man. You might be right. I'm not that strongly set. You might be able to convince me otherwise, bro. I'm just saying that's my opinion. These people they're non-professional, bro. Who would you point out as an agent? They're not smart enough, man. I mean, maybe
kind of control. We're talking about control. I'm talking about control opposition.
Yeah. I think you have an idea of.
I'm not worried about who's an agent.
No, hold on. I think we might have, or maybe Brian or other people might have the idea of agent, like the TV character where all the fucking judicial fucking karate moves and the smoothest talker, all the languages, the smartest guy in the room. I don't think we're talking about that guy, bro. I think we're talking about like a COINTELPRO kind of agents, disinformation agents.
What do you mean by what does he mean by paid opposition? I've heard that term.
Controlled opposition, like when there's a. Go ahead, Matrix.
No, exactly. That's exactly what you were gonna explain. Go ahead.
When there's a movement, like there's this group, and then there's a movement against the group will infiltrate the movement and basically take over the movement. Try to take over the movement. You don't know what controlled opposition is?
Oh, you talking about like the Awake Souls motherfucker and like Ronnie and fucking Mike.
Infiltrating your opposition. That's what it is.
Yeah, like here's what I would point out is everybody who dogs other flat earthers, bro, that'd be the first people I'd point my finger at. People calling somebody agents or dogging other flat earthers. Like there's a few of them. Like I said, freaking Mike
dude,
and Ronnie.
We're not talking about some nutcase Pete Shea shit. I'm talking about somebody comes in and tries to take over the movement. That's controlled opposition.
I thought you meant
no,
just
not
like
some nutcase.
Takes over and leads it a different way. Leads it a different direction, sort of thing.
Yeah. You don't think that's possible? That could be possibly happening in our arena right here on Discord?
If that's happening.
Well, this is the thing. I was watching, fucking Nathan's debate the other day, and then I was watching Witsett's debate the other day, and it's like, then I watched Bev going over the Nathan debate that he had, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Are we just trying to boost each other's views? Because I don't understand. Like, surely they're not really at odds with each other. It just seems a way to boost each other's views. That's what it seems like to me. I don't feel like
that's literally how it is when you go on Nathan's.
Nathan is against. Sorry, go on.
When I went on Nathan's, bro, and he had me married to the ether, but I was trying to go to make peace and just throw it out as a possibility, like to get them to, it's possible. And what are the bad implications if it is real? And I could never figure that out. But by the end of the show, after the show, he's saying that we're cool and all that shit, But it wasn't scripted or nothing like that. But he's like, no offense. He's just, that's just how he is. So you take it or leave it. And it's aggravating sometimes. He's a dick, but, he's Nathan Oakley. I don't think the shit's scripted. It just is what it is.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the other part of it where Bev is now watching Nathan's debate. It's like Bev doesn't have any content, so he has to bump up.
Well, dude, he's not the only one that did that, though.
Of course. Nathan's done it with Bev's stuff. Yeah? Do you think
did that with it?
It's like they're all trying to up each other's views. It's like if Nathan watches something about Bev, then he'll get Bev's viewers watching his stuff, and the same vice versa, and the same with Witsett and Nathan and this whole bullshit pretend.
Oh, no.
That's just YouTube.
Hold on, man.
YouTube, though. That's I don't really see anything wrong with that. That's just a way.
But it's a bit. It's not honest. It's doing it as in with the pretense that they're at each other's odds when they're not. They're just trying to increase each other's views. Do you see what I'm saying? They're lying to their viewers in a sense.
I'm waiting.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm waiting for Oakley to do a review. Bev doing a review.
But that's just them. That's just
Man,
them.
I lost you, bro. Can you repeat that, bro? You roboted for me, man. Can you repeat that, Jeremy?
They're doing it on the pretense that they're at each other's necks, when really, to me, it just seems like they're trying to boost each other's views.
Did Jeremy not robot? Did Jeremy not robot for y'all?
But don't do it on a deceiving idea that you're at each other's necks. You know, that's what I don't like about it.
I had a phone call.
You might be mistaken on that one, Jim. I don't think they have like some sort of secret plan to get at each other. I think they might.
No, I don't. I do think they're at each other's throats for some stupid reason, but I would like it that they would be doing that. I would rather them be deceiving their viewers and being on par with each other just to boost each other's views, but they're not. They're at.
I had to say real quick before you forget, man, if you don't mind.
Guys, hold on, bro. Ultimately, what does it matter if it's ultimately about the information, right? Even if hypothetically they were colluding, right? They were secret friends pretending to be enemies. All they are doing is spreading the information. What does it
Ain't nobody doing that, man. Ain't nobody doing that. What are y'all talking about, bro? What do you Jeremy had to say before he broke up, man? Real quick, before he forgets.
It's too late. Go ahead, guys. Just go one at a time.
What are you going to say, Brian?
The whole goddamn fucking.
I don't mind. I want to. Jeremy was started. He said. Before he broke up, he said that if you want to get he wanted to see Nathan Oakley, and then it went out. He had me. My curiosity spiked, and then he cut out.
You're talking about Matrix, yeah?
That was just a joke. I had something real to say after that, but I forgot what I was going to say anyways. I was going to say I wanted to see Oakley do a review of Oakley's debate, but that was a joke part. I had something real to say after that, but I forgot.
He did do a review of that debate.
No, I want to see Oakley do a review of Bev's video doing a review of his debate.
I like Bev, man. I mean, I like. You gotta understand Bev, right?
But it just seemed really strange when he was reviewing Nathan's debate with those other guys.
Bev gets him to say some dumb shit, bro. I gotta give him that. Like the other day, I'm about to make a video that
was just trying to boost Nathan's views. It wasn't like,
dude. I promise you. If I'll fucking leave the community if they're fucking collaborating to boost each other's views, bro, that's crazy, man.
That's not crazy. That's actually a real thing. Hold on. Christ, man, holy shit! That's actually a real thing they do in the rap world. They'll just start fake beef to boost each other's views. So it's not that far-fetched that somebody would do that.
50 Cent, they done that.
Yeah, but do you tell somebody to unsubscribe and don't pay and call them fucking embarrassments to play that? But here's my thing, man, is I've been treated that way too on this show, and I don't give a fuck, man. But look, here's my point. My point is this: like Bev, he does have some arguments. Like when he debates them, he gets him saying dumb shit. I'm about to make a video where Blue Marble Science, I was watching his stream, and Bev lives rent free in their heads, dude. He done replaced Oakley in them, but he said that nobody says that what did he say? Nobody says that fucking that horizontal is level or something. That level is horizontal. I'm like, dude, I could put every baller who's talked to him at one point saying that level is horizontal at one point or another, but he makes him say dumb shit. But he's real simplistic. But he states that he's all just about the geometry. Like as far as all the propaganda, the politics, he stays out of that. So if you understand him, he's good fun to watch, man. But I'd
love Bev for that. But again, to me, it's still a bit more of the it's more of the catch them in hiding, yeah. Whereas Nathan and the others will catch what you say and use it against you. Whereas that's the sort of hidden sort of attack that that Bev goes by, is like just trying to lull you into a false sense of security to make you say stupid shit, right? Okay, it's fair play. It's good. We love it. Fair play, Bev. Do it more, but the way Nathan does it is it's not like a trying to make them say some dumb shit. Yeah, it's like literally attacking their argument. And because Bev has gone on that sort of oh, I don't want to call myself a flat earther sort of bullshit, he can't be on that sort of level. Do you see what I mean? He can't attack the arguments from the same point.
You ever think maybe he's not a flat earther? Maybe he's not even a troll?
No, remember he's Don pegged it. He's a horizontal level waterer.
Brian, you're fucking up my joke.
He's a horizontal.
You asked a question, man. Sorry, dude.
Are you guilty of premature ejaculating?
Bro. Fuck, Brian. You keep on clipping everyone, bro. Earlier, you literally caught me in the middle of me saying some shit.
Bro, I think I'm having a bad connection, man. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt on purpose.
I don't know, Brian. It seems to be you always do that, but
bro, you asked a question. You just literally asked a question. I answered.
I think you're more accusing me there. I think it was me more so than Brian there.
Well, you are very much interrupting this conversation. I think that you've been drinking a little bit. Am I wrong?
I have. I've just gone to the shop to get some more, innit?
Oh, sure. You didn't literally just ask a question, bro?
And because of time constriction, the shop was still open. It closed at 10, but because time constricted, it left it open for me for another few minutes, so I was lucky.
Wait,
time dilation. There you go.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So, Jim, where did you get this idea that... are you done, Kosho, by any chance?
No, yeah, the joke's over. It's okay.
All right. Where would you get this idea or the impression that they are colluding?
Well, because they need more views. And I would rather them be colluding to get more views than them being at each other's necks, because they're on the fucking same side. Yet Bev's so fucking stubborn he doesn't want to admit he's a flat earther.
Hold on. Who is this dude here? Who is this dude?
What the hell are
you talking about, man? Are you telling me now that you know what's in somebody's head? Somebody tells you he's not a flat earther, and you, Jim, you know that the guy's a flat earther? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I just don't find it. I just think I get the reason to not call yourself a flat earther, and it's very smart from Bev. But it's just the fact that it's almost like you're cutting away your allies by not admitting what you are.
Well, hold on. You did it again. You're calling somebody a liar, like somebody told you, I'm not a flat earther, but you think that he is, right?
Well, he's proved that the Earth doesn't curve. What happens if the Earth isn't curving?
What happens if the Earth doesn't curve?
He denies his own proof. Okay, fair play, Bev. Do what the fuck you want to do, mate. But you know.
No, but I'm curious. Why does that affect you? Like, what do you care?
It's not that it affects me. It's like the other flat earthers see it as like he doesn't want to. He doesn't. It's almost like it's not even. Oh, it's hard. It's hard to explain. It's like he doesn't want to be put in with the same camp as us lot, so that he can then avoid certain, I don't know, attacks upon him, right? Yeah, but we know that his stance really. I mean, come on, like.
Okay, all right. Let's do this. You're a flat earther, right? You're a flat earther?
Am I a flat earther?
I'm asking you. Do you call yourself a flat earther?
I do. Even though I would admit.
All right, defend the ice wall. Defend the ice wall. Do you think there's an ice wall around here?
I don't know.
You see what I mean? That's the baggage.
Yeah, but there are there's other connotations. Yeah,
I know. I would call myself a flat earther, even though I don't know that Earth is flat in its entirety. This is the thing. It's not about saying that the Earth is flat. It's just the opposite opinion of the Earth is a globe. It's not really saying that I think the whole Earth is flat. It's just saying I know the Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah, but then why do you say it's flat? Why don't you say I know it's not a globe? Because obviously it's not flat, bro. I mean, if you condemn somebody for saying that,
is the quickest way to get around that. You don't subscribe to the globe. That's what saying I'm a flat earther means. That's what I would say about it. But
I'd say the level line.
Yeah, but
I'd say the level line that we judge elevation by is flat. Like the level line, the invisible level line that we when we're shooting for elevations and shit, I'd say that's horizontal.
Right. But what about past the 60th parallel? What about past the 60th parallel? What about past the 60th parallel where we don't do any where we don't do any navigation bullshit, right? This is where it's beyond the restriction of all people. So how do we know what that part of the Earth is?
You're missing the point.
Does anyone know? Does anyone know?
Jim, you're mad at a person because he says the Earth is not flat. Now that is a true statement, Jim.
I'm not mad at him. I understand why he says it. It's just I can understand why.
No, you don't understand why he says it.
No,
you
I
think
understand
he
why
says
other
it
flat
because he
earthers.
doesn't want to defend it, right?
I understand why the flat earthers will attack him for not wanting to accept this sort of. It's not even saying that it's just you denoting that you know that the Earth is not a globe. And I think that's the problem that Bev has with it, is that he takes it too literal, this label of flat Earth, right? When it's all it means is an attack on the globe. It's not really saying that we know that the Earth is flat in its entirety. Just like I said with the 60th parallel, no one's gone around there, no one's measured the Earth around there, no one's done any navigation around there, right? So who knows what the fucking Earth is?
Well, what I was going to say is that, I mean, there's various nuances and particulars about how people might view that term. For example, not everyone might say, oh, we don't know what it is, therefore I'm a flat earther. That's not necessarily something everyone would say. What I would say, though, and there is a lot with that term, and there's all kinds of potential baggage and different things that go along with it. And there's also multiple uses of the word flat. The word flat has multiple definitions and has variation to it. So, for example, the first definition on dictionary.com of the word flat is horizontally level. So is the Earth horizontally level? If so, one could say it's a flat Earth using that definition. But there's other definitions of flat. For example, having a surface that is without marked projections or depressions. Well, that doesn't quite fit because obviously there are projections and depressions. There's mountains and valleys and so on. However, if you were to zoom out, way zoomed out, those depressions and projections would be so minor that you could call it flat. In the same way, you could zoom into a flat piece of glass, and if you zoom in with a microscope, there's going to be little mountains and depressions as well.
Agreed.
Well, my favorite one is no point.
Hold on. This shit's supposed to be bugging the ball earthers, not us.
With the definition of level, with the definition of level, my favorite.
When he says that, it's supposed to bother the globe earthers, not the flat earthers. Like, he's supposed to be driving them crazy, not us. We know how he is. He's a real detail-oriented person, and fuck it, let him be. But we know that he knows that water at rest is horizontal, right?
Right. See, Montreal thinks I'm angry at Bev. I'm not. I just can see where the other flat earthers might be trying to attack him for not wanting to associate himself with that label. Yet, like I've said about that label, it doesn't really mean that we think the whole Earth is flat, because we haven't been able to navigate the whole Earth. We haven't got the freedom to go around the whole Earth to actually measure whether it's all of it is flat. Do you see what I'm saying? But
I don't think anyone has contentions with someone not wanting to be called a flat earther necessarily. I think, and I don't want to get into any of the dramas, but I will say I think maybe what people get activated when Bev says the Earth isn't flat, because I mean, at least by the definition of horizontally level, if he's saying it's not horizontally level, then what is he saying it is?
That still doesn't bother me.
He's saying the surface has valleys and mountains, therefore not flat. It's that simple.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. But
that's only one definition of the term flat, and using that one kind of component of it to then, you know what I mean? That's only one part of it.
What bothers me more, though, is the fact that you've got Nathan and Bev at ends, and Nathan and Whitsit at ends, and you know what I mean? Why can't these three people just fucking join forces and argue with the Globers instead of against each other? That's the pit.
Because they have different ideas, bro. We all have different ideas. We all have different views.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah. But they're all
Nathan. Plus, Nathan don't argue with Globers, man. Nathan used to argue with Globers. His channel had potential, bro. It was really good, but now he argues flat earthers, bro.
Nathan, Whitsit, Bev, they all sit on the similar baseline.
Bev debates Globers, and so does Austin. Nathan, all he does is argue with flat earthers.
Jim,
fair enough.
This is time, Jim. I think
that's why I thought.
Hold on, Jim.
Sorry, Matrix.
I think you've been debating yourself this entire time, because first you started with that you think Nathan, Bev, and the other guy Austin is colluding, and then you say they should be colluding if they're not colluding, bro. You have been debating.
I said I would prefer it. I would prefer it if they were, yeah, because they do need more views, right? But I just think it's stupid that they're at odds with each other. How can you be at fucking odds with each other when, you know what I mean? You're arguing with the same people.
I'll tell you how you can be at odds. When your channel is called Flat Earth Debate, and somebody tells you, obviously, dude, the Earth is not flat. Obviously, there's going to be contention there, right?
Again, like I've said about this whole flat Earth label, it doesn't mean that the Earth is flat in its entirety. Fuck's sake! Like, can people not see that?
Dude,
well, I'll say this
and say, "Well, I'm not really Republican. I'm actually Democrat." Would you do that?
I don't care for politics.
Simple as that,
political parties. I'm not really. I don't really put myself in one of those positions of like what the government wants you to.
Okay, let me put it in your terms. Would you call yourself a monarch?
A monarch? I put in that category. Do you know what I mean? Like,
bro, would you call yourself a monarch if you're not really a monarch? Would you call yourself a Liverpool supporter, but you really support Leeds?
No, I'm a Man United fan.
I mean,
fuck Liverpool,
man.
I hate Liverpool. Fuck Liverpool. I'm a Man United fan. Right?
Exactly. So don't get triggered if somebody tells you an obvious thing.
It's just annoying that they can't get along. That's it. I don't care about all the other shit. It's just that they create enemies from each other. That's what pisses me off.
It's their problem. Let them hash it out, man.
It sounds like idolatry to me, bro. This whole conversation sounds like idolatry to me, because they're grown people. They could do whatever they want. Personally, I'm just entertained by it. I don't really care what they do, bro.
I just think there'd be more of a force to be reckoned with if they were together.
Like,
if they're separated.
You know how like if you're drinking like a soda or a beer or something, and you know it has no carbonation left in it, we call it flat. Like, oh, the beer's flat or whatever. So if someone were to say the Earth is not flat because it's not a beer that doesn't have carbonation, I mean, is that real? Yeah,
that's ridiculous. Yeah, of course.
So I mean, words have multiple meanings, and so I think if someone's going to say the Earth is something or not, whatever it may be, I guess they would have to define what they mean by that. Because, yeah, of course, the Earth has mountains and valleys and things, so it doesn't fit that definition of flat, meaning without unevenness of surface. But the word also means horizontally level. So
all I'm trying to get on is the point that I made out earlier with the whole, remember the masks going into a supermarket? If everyone said fuck off and no, yeah, what would happen, right? This is what I'm saying, is that Nathan, Whitsitt and Bev are stronger together than they are separate. That's all I'm saying.
They're never going to be together, bro. They're never going to be together, those three people.
Well, that's by their own fault then, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. But they have different ideologies, bro. They have completely different thought patterns.
But they have the same baseline, which is what I consider stupid, that they're at each other's necks, yet they have the same baseline in a sense.
Well, like SC, like let's say you're just for a moment, like let's say you're the controllers, Illuminati, whatever word you want to use. You're sitting there, I'm not saying you, but just whoever, and deceiving the world that it's a globe, and the media and the big oil and the big pharma, all that stuff. And you're just sitting there laughing. Aha, we got all these people deceived. I think maybe what Jim Jam might be hinting at is like, okay, and then if some of those people in the population started realizing it's not a globe, like in a sense, it could make sense that those people would come together as humans to help. Come together, get the truth out there, get the truth out there, come together. Now, maybe they still have different ideas, so it doesn't mean they're going to want to come together. I'm just saying maybe that's what Jim Jam is hinting at, is that, we're all being deceived and it's a crisis. So is there some way to come together?
Yeah,
I'm all for that. Yeah, I hear you, Jim. Like, I don't want to like pounce on you, but I just wanted to make that statement. I know you mean well. I can hear it in your voice. You're saying all kumbaya, and I get that, bro. Yeah.
Here's my thing. Like Nathan, at one point, they did literally spearhead the flat Earth debate, and they had a right to correct people, and say this is, like the ballers do. They get together, they stick to the same argument. So when we had something solid and backed up, then yeah, they spearheaded it. But they lost that right. They quit debating ballers. Now that it's just fucking, it's like a religion, man. It's disgusting, dude. I still love them, dude. But man, it's like,
Well, that was
God.
the one reason why I thought maybe it could have been a collusion, because he was losing. Because no global wants to go in flat Earth debates, and he was losing numbers. It just seemed like that's why he started attacking other flat earthers. And right, whatever,
Yes.
do what you want to
Yes.
do, man. Right, that's the way I saw it. But I don't see the other flat earthers seeing it as an attack. Or Bev, who's not a flat earther, sorry. Right, they don't see it as an attack because it's boosting their views as well as you're boosting his views.
There's nothing wrong with that, bro.
No, not at all. Not at all. I just don't like the fact that they're actually at odds with each other. That's what I don't like.
You know what I don't like? Exactly what you're saying about views. Nathan's in it for the money, and he was crying a couple of months ago when Sharon told everybody to unsubscribe. Bro, you never let me finish a sentence, bro. Why?
Relax,
Thank you.
everyone. One at a time, please, guys.
Yeah, like I was saying, Nathan was crying when Jaren live on his show said to unsubscribe from Nathan's, and he took a hissy fit. He was crying for a week, crying and crying.
It's a
And
bit
then
stupid from Jarenism to do such a thing, though. Like, come on, like, why are you attacking your own kind? I don't. It still doesn't make sense, right?
let me finish. I agree with you.
Jarenism has done quite a few questionable things
Bro,
lately as
take a
well.
breath, bro. Bro, take a breath. I agree with you. But the issue is Nathan, then the week later, went and did the same thing to Bev. He told people to unsubscribe from Bev's.
That's why it seems so weird that all these flat earthers, apart from Bev, he's not a flat earther. Sorry to offend you, Bev. You're not a flat earther. There's mountains, right? Okay. So yeah, and then all of these flat earthers are attacking each other all of a sudden. Like, what's going on?
There's division. It is division, and there may be certain characters that are inciting that, perhaps, or starting those kinds of processes to happen.
It's like,
yes, yes.
I still find it strange that Whitsitt doesn't see, some of the problems with Jarenism. But yeah.
Well, it did seem like there was something with. There was stuff with Nathan Oakley and those guys with the Globebusters guys going back years ago. So I mean that's been a thing.
On, weren't they?
Yeah, and then they didn't really go after Jaren and Whitsitt as much back then. It was more just Bob and Globebusters in general, it seemed, because even their show Ballbusters is actually a play on Globebusters. Like, it's actually like a parody in a sense, like when they first started calling it Ballbusters, because that was when Nathan Bob had a big thing that happened years ago. And then it seems like, at some point Nathan, there was a thing with Jaren, and then even at that point, Whitsitt was still kind of in the middle, and he was kind of like, he was even saying, like, even a couple months ago, that he was kind of trying to be a peacemaker and kind of trying to bridge the gap kind of thing. And then various things happened with the ether and so on, and then QE and they completely went after Whitsitt as well.
Yeah, it just seems like they're trying to score points off of each other when it doesn't need to be made. Like, Jaren completely lowered himself by not knowing what a fucking experiment is, and Nathan quite rightly took him apart for that, because what is the stupidity coming out of that era? And how Whitsitt thinks.
Hold on, let me stop you, bro. Let me stop you, man. Let me stop you. Hold on.
Don't stop anyone. Let them finish their thought.
He'll never finish, bro.
Experiment is. Yeah, but then again, when I saw Jarenism and Whitsitt debate the other day, Jarenism seemed much better than Whitsitt, because, like, he kept a bit of class about him and didn't have to sort of, attack the character into the ground. So there's good parts of Jarenism as well, right? He outshone Whitsitt in one of those debates. But why he has to then be stupid enough to not know what an experiment is?
Let me say this, bro. Let me say this. Let me stick up for Jaren real quick, because they were saying the whole time that water boils. I made a video about this, and I was just, I'm in the middle. I'm neutral, but I'm going to call it how I see it. They said the whole time that water boils at such and such degrees Celsius, fucking at such and such room temperature. Then they fucking said they never said that. I pulled up fucking Nathan saying it, Huey saying it over and over on different streams, and then they're just changing their whole thing. Like, we never said 100 degrees Celsius at no atmospheres of pressure. Just denying that, dude. What the fuck, dude? You've been saying that for fucking for 4 years, and you're just gonna fucking say you never said that?
It's stupid, isn't it? That's what I can't understand. It's a bit confusing that all of a sudden he was trying to score points off of Nathan and all that, and then he completely killed himself by trying to do that because he got it all wrong, right? And now he's doubling down.
I'm telling you that Nathan and QE were lying through their fucking teeth, bro. Through their teeth, bro, saying that they never said that, bro. I made a video when they first said that they never said that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere of pressure. I fucking said, what the fuck? You've been saying that shit for fucking 4 years. I pulled up multiple times of them both lying through their teeth, saying that very thing. And then they're just going over and over saying that we never say that. We just say heat causes water to boil. That's a fucking lie, dude.
I'm sure it was about the actual temperature, though, wasn't it? Something to do with the actual temperature.
Whatever it's about, bro. Be honest.
Sometimes it boils at different temperatures depending on the restraints you put on. You put in a different shaped container, different type of water. There's a bunch of different things you could do it in a microwave and shit. Like I used to use that argument, but then in Gem. But then when you bring it to them in Gems, they got all these weird ways where you can make that statement be provably false.
But you would specify. You would specify in this atmospheric pressure. You know what I mean? As long as you've specified, it can't be changed. You can't allow someone to then change your argument. You've specified.
Yeah, you know, QE and Oakley were very specific in their statement. And that statement is just provably false.
So you say journalism was right to call out them guys? Like, maybe I need a fucking a recap on this thing. So
I don't agree with Jaron that science can't prove things. I don't agree with that part of it.
They're
both
right somehow.
Wrong.
Speaking as a Glover, I don't actually think that Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser even care about the truth. Their goal, Nathan Oakley mostly, is to make it as a shit show. Basically, his show is the Jerry Springer of Flat Earth. He wants it as chaotic.
Hey, don't steal my lines, eh? Don't steal my lines.
Whichever one of us came up with that first.
Well, you can use
that
it.
is what he knows his audience wants, and he's catering to his audience. He makes it a shit show on purpose. You cannot challenge either one of them and tell them they are wrong and keep it civil. If you tell them either one of them are wrong, it will turn into a shit show.
I'm not in denial about that. And I've heard about whenever it gets to the point where, you know, it would be like his members listening, that's when he starts getting even worse, right? So I know that he plays into that. I understand. I get that.
He doesn't have a debate show. It's a complete farce. Okay? Let's be straight now. You want to debate? You want to talk with somebody? You come here. You can go to Bev's. You know, there's a few places that you can go. That is not one of them. You will not have a debate with Nathan Oakley.
But that's somewhere where you actually get held to what you say, right? And what you say gets scrutinized by them.
Bro, I've been there. He won't let you talk.
No, I know that. If you've got something against him, if you're
that you're against him,
he will not let you speak. I get that. I understand that.
So what's the problem then? If you get it, why are you defending him?
Because I just don't see where he's been wrong. I'm sorry,
bro. He doesn't let you talk.
He's been wrong, dude. I just told you where he was wrong. He's wrong when he says water boils at 212 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi. That's wrong.
Why is that wrong? Do you think
there's ways you can make it not happen? You could do it in a microwave; it'll get much hotter. You could change the shape of the container. You could change the type of water. There's a bunch of ways you can change it to where it's not going to boil at.
But that's not.
That statement is not wrong.
Well, when that happens,
yeah, that's in normal conditions. He's not talking about.
Yeah, but when that happened, they denied ever even saying that. They literally denied saying. They said we never said that it boils at 100 degrees. That's what pissed me off.
You
they denied ever even saying that.
Pull it up.
Hold on, guys.
Knock a video in.
You can specify it. Hold on, guys. Everyone relax. You can
these people are lying and not because fair play. If they're lying, they're lying. You know.
I'm not saying they're lying, but you can specify it more. You can specify it more and say, all right, with this shaped container, with this type of water, with this type of heat, yes. But just the blanket statement that it happens at this, you know, they didn't specify it enough.
Instead of them having to say, not being in a microwave, not this, not that, not this, not that, not. So they'd have to go on with this statement saying, not this scenario, not this scenario. Is that what you want?
No, not saying not this scenario, just have the scenario where it does happen. Then you'd be right.
Hear
then
them?
You'd be right.
If you want to hear them
you
live,
don't have to say not every.
I just posted a video. Sorry.
You don't have to say not every scenario. You just have to say the scenario in which it happens. Like they were pretty specific with the scenario in which it happens, but there's still areas within the scenario they mentioned where it doesn't happen.
I have them making specific claims. I just posted a short video, and I was hoping they would take it back. You know that I'm over it. But if you want to look at a short of what I see, there's honesty was.
Well, I'm already against their position of being against the ether. They don't want to be open to anything else. I've already like. You know what I mean? I've already got them on a short list of I don't like the fact that they won't look into this. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
So generally that does happen. Water does boil at 212 at 14.7 psi. Yes, that generally does happen. Just the thing is, if you go to a Glober, because I used to argue that, but if you go to a Glober and say, "Oh, science proved this," and then they show you it not happening. That's where you're in this weird place. Like I found myself in this weird place where like, you know, how did they prove that when they can show that exact, you know, scenario and it's not happening?
That's not the same scenario though. If you change a bunch of factors, that's not.
Right. You're creating a specific,
we're just going to say that. You're misunderstanding it, Jeremy.
You're creating a specific scenario where they're wrong, right? Whereas the general rule might say that they're right. Yeah. Am I right? And you have to find a specific scenario to make them wrong. Is that right?
No, you can make water boil every time at a certain temperature, at a certain pressure, the same container. You can do that all the time. I mean, that's not a wrong statement, Jeremy. Now, the fact that you can make it boil other ways, it doesn't really matter. That is not the statement.
Listen, if you say the sentence, water boils at 212 degrees at 14.7 psi, I can show you that not happening.
How?
Yeah.
It can happen in a microwave.
That's not
the part of it. Yeah. Go ahead, Gio. I think you got it. The tape.
Well, it's the same thing. Yeah. I mean, that's adding something else.
Right, you're creating another scenario.
They denied even ever having said that, bro. They denied. They said that we never said that water boils at 100 degrees at fucking 1 atmosphere pressure.
Well,
that's what pissed me off.
That's what we pulled them up on.
That's what I did. I called them out on. Yeah.
Here, you said it. You lied. Now fucking admit it. I'll fucking.
That's why they walked it back, Gio. That's why they walked it back, though, because they know that the statement that they made is not always true. So you can't say science proved it, and then somebody falsifies it.
I don't think you falsified it. Well, I mean, okay, I don't know what state exactly the way they said. I'm not trying to speak for them or anything, but like, for example, I was trying to think, like, this is maybe kind of a strange example to use, but let's say somebody says, if I turn my stereo up to 10, it's going to be this many decibels. You turn the stereo up to 10, it's that many decibels. But then one time somebody unplugs the stereo and you turn it up to 10 and then it has no sound at all. That doesn't mean that like the stereo doesn't correlate, you know what I mean? That it isn't something that can still be turned up to 10 to have those amount of decibels, just because there's another scenario in which somebody unplugged it from the wall and now it doesn't make any sound at all. You know, so,
you can. Yeah. Hold on. You can boil water at 212. The statement they said is true because it can happen, but it just doesn't always happen.
Well, under ordinary conditions, but under. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know for their statement exactly, but if someone were to make a very detailed statement, like, in ordinary ordinary environment, in just regular air, and the pressure and all those factors, meaning it's not in a microwave, or it's not in some, maybe you'd have to have a longer statement that about the type of container and so on, but it,
yes,
yeah.
They could have made a longer statement, and it could have been true, yeah. But just the blanket statement they made doesn't always happen like that. That's why they walked it back and started saying they didn't say it, because they know it. They know there's other scenarios where that doesn't happen all the time.
So
In
you
normal
know the
conditions,
exact
it'll always
statement?
happen.
They didn't give enough parameters to pin it down into one scenario. Is basically, so it's left it open for everyone to say, "Oh no, you're wrong in this scenario. You're wrong."
Yeah, in general conditions, it'll always boil at 212. You get some wood, you make a fire, you got a pot, you get the water, it's going to boil at 212 every time. If you do some goofy shit and change the type of heat or the type of water or the shape of the container, then yes, it may boil at a different temperature.
So what did Jaron say to opposing this?
I have no idea.
Because I know he said something about boiling water, but I can't remember it was to what.
He probably
I think
brought up
they
a
said about
scenario
the
where
proof, wasn't it? Didn't they say that you can't prove anything?
Oh yeah, Jaron said science doesn't prove things. I think.
Oh right,
That's
like a
where I
glober.
got, and I said,
Right,
"What?"
okay. So Jaron's a glober, and Wits
No,
is
he's
hanging
not.
around with Jaron.
No, Jaron's not a glober. Just because you don't think science can prove things, that's not.
Yeah, but it's
That's
kind of
global
dumb if you
rhetoric.
believe
That's
that, don't you
global
think?
rhetoric. I'm sorry, that's global rhetoric to me.
Not
I mean, I think
necessarily
science
Glober,
does.
but
I think science does prove things. You just got to be very fucking specific with what you're
Jaronism
proving.
Jaronism doesn't think it does.
Well, we differ on a lot of things. I don't know. I differ with SC on a whole bunch of things. We're still both flat earthers.
here
Oh
we
yeah,
go.
for sure.
He threw the jab in there. I didn't
But most
catch
flat
that.
earthers know
You
what
little
science
fucker,
is,
you.
but Jaron doesn't. That's the problem.
All
Flat
flat
earthers,
earthers.
right?
All happy flat earthers, huh?
Most flat earthers, including Bev.
Yeah, especially Bev. Yeah. Man, it's too funny, man. Yeah, label. They want to label you so they can control you. Remember that.
Of course. It's just like you guys were saying, like you said to me, "Oh, Republican," but we're like, no, that's just a political label. I don't ascribe myself to any of those political labels.
See, that's the funny thing. And any other thing, and if you tell somebody you're a Republican, but you're the Democrat, they'd freak
But
out.
that's
But
all
you can say I'm
mainstream
flat earther,
bullshit.
but I don't think the earth is flat, and it's
The
okay.
flat Earth label doesn't seem like a mainstream label. That's why.
It's
Well,
been made.
I mean, it actually
It's
is.
most anti. It's the
Yeah,
most
you say the word flat
anti-mainstream
earther.
label you can have.
Well, the term
say
flat
the word
earther
flat.
was. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah. No, go ahead. We're gonna say the same thing.
Well, I was just going to say the term flat earther was sort of sold along with the globe because, it's like in the history, even in our textbooks and stuff, it's like, oh, people used to think the earth was flat. They were flat earthers. They were, desert wandering, people that didn't know what the earth was. And then Copernicus came along and blew our minds, or whatever they try to claim. So I'm just saying that term flat earther was sort of like programmed in from the beginning as being, this old outdated thing. And they even use it in that term, like, even when Obama said we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, what that kind of means is like we're not going back to the old outdated thing. We're moving forward, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I mean,
But here's the thing.
That's how they teach it, bro. Hold on, that's how they teach it. The teachers say that we used to think we'd fall off the edge of the world and shit. Remember?
Here's the thing, though. The flat Earth label to normies immediately springs out anti-mainstream, and that's what I am. I'm sorry. And if you want to call it flat Earth, that's the label I am. I am anti-mainstream, and that's what the flat Earth the label kind of means to me, is anti-mainstream.
well, that maybe I see what you mean by that interpretation, but yeah, I guess because the globe is mainstream, and then thinking it's not a globe would be that obviously you're not down with one of the foundational, the cosmology, the foundational kind of mainstream quote unquote scientific paradigm. So I see what you mean in that sense. I don't know if everyone.
Bev doesn't want to adopt that label.
Well, I mean,
I don't blame people for not. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, for sure. I don't either, Jeremy.
I don't blame people for not wanting to adopt that label because there's a lot of like stigma and it's been made to be ridiculed the second you hear it. So like if somebody doesn't want to be called a flat earther, like yeah, that's reasonable. But I wouldn't go around making the argument the Earth's not flat because there's elevation changes. Even Larry said that shit. Hank, your boy Sugar Cookie came in. He thought he was a glober because he was like, dude, that's fucking remedial.
I remember I was here. That was funny as hell.
So
look, if you want a term, right? If you want to call yourself something, right? How about true earther? There you go.
No, that sounds too fucking
New age. That's too new age.
It sounds way too like woke, and I hate that woke bullshit. It just sounds way too fucking.
I don't know who first started using that term, but I know that like didn't Jaron and Austin, they were using it on that summit that they did. So I think they were kind of. I don't know where that exactly originated, but I think it. I know Jaron's talked about it, and they've called their summit thing that True Earth. So I think they were kind of trying to go with that.
It adds an assumption. Like if I call myself a true earther, that means I know what the Earth is truly. I don't.
I saw somebody like in their Discord profile thing. It said reality earther.
There's another one.
That's good. I like that.
I like that. That's better. Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, and no one.
Going with that.
Who's going to argue with you about that? Right?
Yeah, you can't argue with that. We're going forth with the reality earther. No more flat earther.
There it is. Finally,
it's got the word "real" in it.
Yeah, we're rolling with that.
It's not assuming anything as well. It's not assuming you have knowledge that others don't. You just take it for what it is. It's real. That's what I see. That's what's happening. Yeah, real Earth. That sounds like a better label.
There it is.
So then when you say flat Earth, it determines that that the whole Earth is flat. I get that, and I get why Bev doesn't want to have that label. Right? I understand that.
Well, one of the reasons
ask yourself this, right? When a president makes a speech, right? We know every word is written for him, right? Every clause, every sentence, every period is put in there by somebody, right?
Right. It's not his intellect that created that speech. Yeah.
Exactly. And thought has been put into it, right? Because the whole world is listening, right? Now, ask yourself this, Jim. Why would a president of the United States have something in his speech related to flat Earth? Mocking flat Earth. Ask yourself that.
Oh, I asked myself that years ago when I heard Obama going on about it many times, but he wasn't talking about flat Earth. He was talking about the Flat Earth Society, which is our controlled opposition, which is quite funny.
Yeah, but he used flat Earth, right?
Wasn't he? He was talking about the controlled opposition.
Either way, the term flat Earth was put into people's mind in a demeaning, in a backward, backward hick kind of mentality. Oh, you're old school. We're moving forward now. We left you behind.
And promoting the false side of flat Earth, which was the society.
Right.
They've done a really good job, didn't they? By promoting the false side of flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, but most people have no idea when they hear flat Earth Society. They think all of us are together, right? Everybody's in on it.
Yeah, the normies think that's what flat earthers are, which is stupid. Which is the perfect reason why he did that. That's
what a controlled opposition shit would do. They'd make, they'd be a big part of the community. Like, they would take over a big part of the community. And that way they have everyone thinking, like, when they say that your name, they think that all the flat earthers are with them. You could steer it in a fucked up direction. Like, you could steer it in a fucked up direction if you wanted to. All kinds of shit you could do. That's why they...
But that is really weird, though, when you do think about why did he mention the Flat Earth Society? What made him want to mention the Flat Earth?
Maybe Flat Earth...
Sorry, Jeremy. It's for division, quite simply. Bread and circuses. They've been doing it since time immemorial. There's no more divisive topic than flat Earth.
No, I think
Flat
there
Earth
is.
might
I
have
think,
been getting big. Here's what I think.
no. I think the man woman thing is way more bigger now at the moment. This whole
just chuck them all in, don't they?
this whole man versus woman and this whole red pill bullshit is bigger. Is man versus women is the biggest split they could ever create.
Yeah, that's the latest assault. I talk about it all the time. You're spot on, brother. This is the next move. This is the move right now. They're going after the children. Yes.
Splitting
I
up
think
that
you might have
atomic
mentioned.
family.
Christ, man.
Sorry, bro.
My mic might be fucked up.
No,
It's not your fault.
I mean, not to call you out, Jim, but I know you said you were drinking, so I don't know if you can try to be aware. You've been talking over a lot of people and stuff, but sorry, not to call you out.
Here's why I think. Oh, my bad, Joe. Here's why I think. Yeah, calm the fuck down, bro. Here's why I think he might have mentioned Flat Earth Society, Obama. Flat Earth. I don't know what year this was in, but maybe Flat Earth was getting big. So he decided to draw everyone's attention to the controlled opposition, because that's what you would do. You'd want to shout out your own people, so that if people start looking into it, they're like, "What's this Flat Earth Society thing?" And then they go there instead of the real places.
Well, we actually looked into it once. One night we looked into it because Obama. It was written into his speeches several times. And when we looked into it, it was actually it was definitely before 2015. Like there was at least one of them I remember that was like 2009, another one that was like 2011. So it technically was before 2015, but yeah, it was written into his speeches. So I mean, it technically was probably before a lot of this started, gaining a lot of traction. However, I could still see it would be written in there. I mean, they already have the Flat Earth Society. They still want to keep that term with all the sigma to it. And having it written in there just reinforces that. And in a couple of those speeches, when he said that, everybody's cheering and so it's like, yeah, it's just playing into that propaganda and of that, Flat Earth is the thing that's supposed to be mocked and ridiculed and thought of as so ridiculous because, oh my gosh, modern science and Copernicus and all these things that they try to claim was this huge revolution of figuring out the Earth's a globe, and then NASA's, forging the future or whatever, this kind of story that they're trying to, the narrative they're trying to sell.
Can we look back and see how many Flat Earth searches were in, like, before his speech? I don't think he keep records of this, but before that speech, can we look back and see how many people were Googling Flat Earth? Because if they were getting a few Googles, they might have been like, oh shit, people are fucking starting to search this shit up. Let's steer them into the Flat Earth Society's page or something. No, I don't know.
Because this was before the algorithm changed as well, wasn't it?
But I think they've always kind of had that term Flat Earth. Like it's in politics and stuff. Like they've always used it. Maybe not like I'm talking like in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s and stuff. Maybe not like a huge amount, but it's like one of those things they sprinkle in there, like in politics, like, oh, we don't want to go back to being flat earthers, or that might be something that the Flat Earth Society, so that is kind of like a little rhetoric that has been sprinkled throughout, politics and in a lot of mainstream news and whatnot throughout the years. So that being written in Obama's speeches, it did seem kind of like more written into his speeches than others. So it did seem like they brought that in a little bit more. And
I do like the fact that you keep highlighting how that it was written into his speech, because a lot of normies would think it was him off of his own back mentioning that, and yet we at least here in this community know that his speeches are written for him. Like most people should know that.
Yeah, I think everyone knows the president's speeches are written for him, but I'd love to see how many people were searching the term Flat Earth in the upcoming months or whatever leading up to that speech or whatever. So that'd be neat. Because if people were starting to search for it, you're definitely going to want to put people onto your shit and not like, you don't want them to stumble onto some legit shit.
No, that's interesting to think about that. Yeah, you're right. Maybe like in the late 2000s or even like 2010, like, between like, let's say 2008 and 2015 or something, like, yeah, like maybe before 15, was there a rise in searches, or was there a little bit of like a preamble, like before 2015, which seems to be when things really got kicked into action? I know what you're saying. Like in those years, like was there some correlation, and then they decided like, all right, let's put this in the speeches just to get a little bit more of that propaganda.
Yeah, like did they have Did they have like a few hundred people a day Googling it or something? And they're like, oh shit, people are fucking searching this up. We better get them onto the Flat Earth Society bullshit, controlled op, fake shit, so that they don't stumble on some real shit.
That does make a lot of sense that they would steer people to the fake controlled opposition.
Yeah.
But yet again, we were given this years ago. There was with the Illuminati cards, the Flat Earth card was that was made in the 80s? So we were given this. They knew that they had to do this at some point. It's not like it was new to the controllers,
Yes, like, given. That's the key word here. This was given to us. Exactly.
And that's why you've also got to keep that sort of skepticism. Like, am I being duped?
I mean, look who brought this out, right? Eric Dubay was one of them. Look what he's saying now. Look at his latest video. You know what his latest video is? The Earth is not flat. Gee, I wonder where you heard that from.
That argument's silly, though.
What does he say? Hold on, Eric Dubay said that?
Yeah, you didn't see his new video? Yeah.
Did you watch it?
No. What is he?
It's not. He's just saying it's topographical plane. He's not. It's a clickbait title. I'll give you.
Yeah,
it is.
Not saying
it's not. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I saw the title of it. I just didn't watch it. Is that all he's saying in it? I mean, is there an argument in it, or it's just?
He basically says the same thing that you said earlier in that flat has two definitions, right? He goes over flat as an adjective, talking about topography, and then he talks about flat as an adverb, talking about horizontal level. Same thing you were talking about.
Did he also mention that it's not a shape?
So Geo is his speechwriter, huh? That's where he got it from. Journalism. We're on to you, Geo.
No, seriously, there's nothing to that. No, like, of course Earth's not flat. That's not an art. No one's arguing that. No one's taking the opposing view and saying there's no topography. It's actually flat.
Well, maybe it did come into I don't know what Eric Dubay's like, what content he watches or listens to, or I know he's not like he's not on many shows and stuff these days that I'm aware of. He's kind of keeps to himself, but maybe he had heard some of the discussions around some of this stuff, and maybe he thought.
You think he listens to Bev?
Oh, of course, guaranteed. He heard it from us or from Bev. He either heard it here or there. Guaranteed.
I'm pretty sure he's having here in most of these Flat Earth groups. Quite a lot of them do, I'm sure.
The only other time I've heard that discussed, honestly, was like back like in the early days on the 24/7 Flat Earth server, like the 1.01. We used to have a lot of like trolls that would come in and they would use that, be like, the Earth is flat. Like, what about mountains? But they'd kind of just be trolling. Like, so that's the only.
I've heard that.
Yeah, they used to. They used to come in and they used to try to like straw man us. And, like, they used to kind of straw man us and try to say that like, oh, the Earth is 2D. No, I'm a 2D earther. They used to do all that stuff, trying to say that it's flat. It's like 2D.
Yeah, they use 2D.
Oh God, man! The amount of times people have said that, and I've said, "Have you ever eaten dinner? Is your dinner 2D?"
And we used to have to tell them like, no, we're talking. It's a topographical plane, etc. Yeah, we used to have to like. Some of them might have been honestly saying that. Other ones might have just been completely trolling, but because it is something like if you've never heard of flat Earth, quote unquote, you have no idea what it is. Like you don't, and someone just says that, you might just think of a globe like a sheet of paper that really, you know what I mean, just flat, and you might be like, what does that mean? So some people might not even really, just right off the bat, they might not even really know what we're even talking about when you say that. So some of those kids might have been actually thinking that. Other ones might have been trolling, but that's the only other context I've really kind of heard that part of it. Because I think everyone, like the term flat meaning more, like a topographical plane, like horizontally level plane, that is also stationary.
Description of surface, not a shape.
Exactly. Now, think of a wall. Think of a wall. Can you have a flat wall?
Oh, of course it's flat.
Is it horizontal?
It'd be vertical, wouldn't it?
Exactly. That's all you got to say. It's not an orientation. Flat is not an orientation, is what you said. It's a visual view of a surface. That's all.
Well, but the way that it is in orientation though is like if someone like in the verbiage like, oh, I'm gonna go like someone like I'm gonna lie down flat on the floor. I'm gonna lie down flat. That doesn't mean when you lie down that your body has no changes in it, bumps and stuff. That just means that you're lying horizontal. So it is an orientation in that sense. So like, or to lie something now, like, oh, you have a painting. Oh yeah, lie it down flat on the floor. And then they know what that means. Like put it down horizontal.
People
It could be. It could be.
In England, we have a phrase of he's horizontal, which means he's sleeping. He's just asleep. He doesn't do anything. He just sleeps all day.
Yeah.
That's a crazy.
I agree with all of that. But the thing is, it can be an orientation if used that way, but it's not necessarily an orientation. Whereas horizontal and vertical, those are definitely orientations. You can't mix them up with anything. You can't be partially horizontal or partially vertical, right? But you can be flat in any kind of a way. Like take a picture and turn it 360, any degree, it's still flat.
Right, horizontal is horizontal, but flat can be flat in many angles.
Exactly, in all angles, in every single angle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, horizontal sort of infers, like you say, positioning. It prefers it. It's alluding to position, whereas level is just talking about the surface.
Well, no, flat, not level. Flat is talking about the surface.
But you could have a level ceiling, wall, floor.
You can have a level wall?
Of course you can.
Well, I guess,
That's why you hold up a spirit level to make sure it's level.
Yeah, I guess you can, yeah. I'll give you that. Sure, you can have a level wall. You can also have a vertical wall. That's why they hang the plumb bob, right? All walls are made with a plumb bob.
Whether it's vertical or horizontal, it's still level. There's no point higher than the other on the surface.
Well, I don't know about that. Level?
That's what level means to me.
I think level is...
No point higher than the other. And this is why I get annoyed with globers when they're saying, oh, yeah, but the globe is level. No, it's equidistant from the center. That's all I will give you, because every point is higher than the other. That's not what level is. We're talking about the surface. We're not talking about from the center. We're talking about the actual surface, not as opposed to how it relates to the center. That's not what we're talking about.
I think you're mixing up a couple of things. I hear what you're saying because I've talked to ballers and I asked them, get a spirit level. And I tell them, you level it out, right? The bubbles are all equal. And I asked them, the bubble in the middle with the two bubbles at either end, are they the same? And they tell me no.
That they're slightly different because levels curving to the center.
Say that the surface of Earth is level because it's equidistant from the center. But that's not what level means. Level means the surface has no point higher than the other. That's what level means. That's not what the globe is, though.
I'm not so sure of that, bro. If that means
exactly that.
Isn't level and horizontal
sea level? That's how they claim sea level, because it's equidistant from the center.
Sea level is different, bro. Sea level is an estimation.
Yeah, but in their paradigm, it's equidistant from the center, which makes it level.
Yeah.
Right, but level actually means no point higher on the surface. So it's not
really, bro. It's more of an orientation.
That's what level means.
It's a condition.
If you want a level surface, you smooth it out, right? You have no point higher than the other on that surface.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can you think of level as it not ever being horizontal?
Of course, perpendicular. You can have it as vertical. It's still level. It's still no point on that level line. There's still no point like protruding higher than any other point on that line.
I
That's
think
what
you're
level
mixing
means.
up, with all due respect, I think you're
Level
mixing up
means,
level
right?
with
No
flat.
point higher than the other on
Well,
that
this is kind of
surface.
similar to the word flat because there's multiple uses of the word level too. Like I have the first two here, like on dictionary.com. That's where I'm at, which I think these are pulled from various dictionaries. But anyways, for as an adjective, the first one is having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. So that's the one Jim's talking about. But then there's the second one is being in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal. So it's almost similar to flat, in which one of them is just having no variation, like Jim was saying, but then the other one is horizontal.
But that sounds
I
like
think
they're
they
saying
do
the
that
same
to
exact
confuse
thing.
on purpose.
If something's parallel to the horizon, and mind you, they might be in
Jim.
the same orientation. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's now you're getting. Yeah. Because look, if I was to ask you, Jim, can you achieve a level for me? Like level this off for me. What would you do? What would you go?
I would make sure that no point is higher than the other.
And how would you do that?
Make sure that the level of the surface is at the same level.
Would you use an instrument? Would you eyeball it? How would you do it?
Of course. Possibly.
I would say to make it horizontal,
if I didn't have a level, I'd use water.
Well, like if you had like a sandbox that was all uneven and someone said level that out, like you would level it horizontally. Like you would make it so that it doesn't have any variations in it, but you also would make it horizontal.
Well, then
Yes,
I'd have
absolutely.
some machine.
Yep.
I'd have some machine that can move forward and back, but not down and up, so that I know for a fact it keeps at the same height, and then it can level off the sand. But just by going left and right or forward and back, not up and down, because that.
And how would you check? How would you check how would you check if your sand was level?
Put water on it.
Or a water level, right? You use a spirit level or water level, or exactly water would do it. Exactly that. Now, what would happen if it wasn't level?
Well, then the water would drip somewhere, which would tell me where it isn't level.
Exactly. You got it. This is not rocket science.
It's not hard, is it? It's like it's been done for us. The Romans made aqueducts using water.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
That's another bit of that programming. I'm not trying to attack you for using it. I'm kind of just playfully saying that, but rocket science, as if rocket science is the most advanced in the world. It's just funny how they've made that terminology. That rocket science is supposed to be the most complex. I mean, it's really not. Like, I mean, yeah, it is something to get a big. It's almost like a radio controlled rocket thing to go up in the air, but it's just funny because they try to make that term as if they're going to space, so it's the most advanced thing in the world, but they're not going to space. It's really just a glorified airplane thruster that just shoots up in the air and just comes back down. But I was just joking because you said it's not rocket science. I'm just saying it's funny how that's kind of in our language, to like revere rocket science as the highest, level kind of thing.
Made out to be the most complex thing. Yeah. But it probably is when they get to the point where they've got nothing to push off of. So it would probably get quite difficult then. They'd have to figure something out.
Well, if they were really going to space, it would be pretty advanced because, I mean, that makes sense because you're getting off the globe planet or whatever. But if you're not doing that, it's really, I don't know, it seems like there's more advanced engineering than those things.
It just seems more about knowing your environment more so than anything else. Like because surely you would have trialed all of the propellants and know which one's the most efficient and whatnot. But then you have to test it in certain mediums, and that's it, right?
Yeah, it's basically
hard.
It's like just a larger bottle rocket.
It's like the only difficult thing would probably be judging for random wins and stuff like that,
This is why words have meanings, and this is how they do it. This is how these magicians use these words to fool us, to, like mass, for example, right? Mass, that's another word that they use. You can mean this, it can mean that, it can mean this. But if you think of it in reality, and that's what they hate when you use logic to think of these things, instead of the preconceived words and ideas that are planted in your mind, And yeah, it's
of course they hate it when you try and relate it back to Earth, or to real life, because that's normally the case, isn't it? It's like we'd be talking about some stupidness out in space, and all right, bring this back down to Earth, bring this back down to the real world where we can all experience this. Yeah, about that. I can't do that for you. Oh, right. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, if you keep it simple, it messes them up. This is their main thing, is to make things as complicated as possible. Like, I don't know if you heard before, we're talking about time dilation. One brother getting older, and one brother staying young.
Yeah, I was
And
here
they're
for a
going
lot. I
on
didn't
and
hear much
on.
about the twin thing, but I came in a bit late and I started, changing it.
Yeah, well, you can start getting into mathematics and formulas and this, or you can just tell them, look, for this fantasy of yours to work, one brother that's in the mythical spacecraft would see one day, one sunrise, and the other brother on Earth will see 60, 70 sunrises. And right there, people say, wait a minute, is that what it really means? Yeah, that's what it really means. In plain English, man. And they try to make things as complicated as possible.
But that one guy that only witnessed one sunrise could have actually witnessed millions, just because he was traveling so quick. He saw them all at one time. All right, stop me.
Well, no,
Stop
that's
me, guys.
the funny part.
Shoot me.
Yeah, it's insanity. It's insanity. But my point is just break things down to simple terms. That's what I try to do.
Definitely, man. That's why I always try and say bring it into the real world, because when we're talking about all that stupid shit out in space, it's all fucking theory bullshit anyway. Why are we even trying to attack anything that's fucking already bullshit? We're trying to attack the claims that they have in the real world, that they think actually happen in the real world, Fuck all that bullshit out there. They can carry on with their fantasy for all I like. What's the point attacking that bullshit? There's no point. Let them fantasize, man. But when you ask them to bring it to the real world, where we can have real world observations here and manipulate stuff here, they can't do none of that shit. It's already how you know it's bunk. They can't demonstrate anything.
Well, if you want to hear an interesting conversation, play this tape back today. Go from the beginning and listen to what they were saying.
What's that, here on Earth Awakenings earlier on?
Yeah. Here we're talking about time dilation and all that stuff. And
Oh yeah, I was here, man, for a part of it, but I might come in a bit late.
And before that, we got into some Tesla stuff. I don't know if you're aware of, but you might want to check that out as well. Yeah, today's tape is today's show was like something.
Good job I turned up, innit? I'm not often here. Like, I used to be here a lot, but I only talk when I drink.
So you're from Nathan's?
What do you mean from Nathan's? No, I'm originally from 24/7. I didn't know about Nathan's until I went to 24/7.
Oh, so okay. So you've been in this for a while then.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my bullshit meter has been there throughout time, mate. And it's funny how you come full circle as well. Like I used to be like addicted to Ancient Aliens and stuff like that, right? And I used to try and get my friends and family to watch that stuff, and they were like, "Oh no, I don't want to watch that," right? And then years later, I completely disown that shit, yeah. And then all of my friends and family want to watch Ancient Aliens now. and I'm boo-hooing it like, nah, that's bullshit. You know, it's funny how things work like that. I don't understand that. Like, trying to get people to watch this shit years ago, they didn't have the time. None of that, you know. They didn't. It sounded stupid to them. Now they want to listen to that shit when I'm telling them, nah, that shit's bunk.
Yeah, everybody's on their own path.
And in all seriousness, you can actually watch some of them with, you know, with a different mind, with a different eye. Do you see what I'm saying? Like before, I would have taken the information in sort of quite vanilla as they said it. Do you know what I mean? Whereas now I can decide, you know, I can take out the bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's great. It's really great that you can sort of like, because there's still worthwhile bits of information in some of these things, especially if you know, apply it to a different paradigm or apply it to more of a realer understanding of the world, you know?
Yeah, what's really interesting is a lot of these ballers and a lot of most people think that, number one, the scientists have it all figured out, and number two, that they all agree with each other. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Oh, for sure. Those that get paid the most, scientists, surely do think the same, because why else would they risk getting their pay?
Not even then, they argue with each other.
Sort of scientific areas where they don't really rely so much on government funding, but public funding. There's where revelations can actually happen. That's what I say, anyway. That's what I think. And scientists not beholden on the government, you know, have a bit of freedom to actually find out the truth of the world, you know, instead of just being funded for a certain reason, this certain thing, you know, they can then choose what they want.
Well, that never happens.
Sorry?
That never happens. The equipment, the funding and all that is
I think there's
either in a college.
There's some YouTubers out there that have access to certain apparatus that we don't. Yeah, expensive apparatus. It might even be Globers, right? But they're not fully mainstream. So again, like I said about Ancient Aliens, you can look at the information with a different eye. You don't have to. Do you know what I mean? You can get rid of the bullshit yourself because you know it's bullshit, and then you can see what it might actually relate to.
They won't hire you, bro. They won't hire you. They won't fund you. Like,
I'm not
I'll give you an
asking for a
example.
job. I'm not asking for a job. I'm talking about those scientists
I'm not
that are
talking about you.
putting information out that aren't funded by the government. Yeah, they, as much as they might have a global paradigm view of things, you can still, you yourself can take from it. You can remove the bullshit and then take what it could apply to. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean from their research, from their stuff?
From those that aren't really that funded, like I don't know. I've posted it many times in this chat. A YouTube channel called the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, and this guy does seem to have access to a lot of apparatus that we don't. Yeah, and he does have the Glober view. He is a Glober, but he is still doing physical experiments, you know, and you can still substitute the bullshit for what could possibly be. Do you know what I mean? We already have that sort of what's the word? We already know what's not possible in a sense. Do you know what I mean? Partly of what's possible of what the mainstream say. Yeah. Because like what he does, this guy, he does a lot of experiments about ball lightning and about like plasma and all this stuff. Yeah. And he tries to, you know, account it with the globe model and talking about the sun and all this and all that. You know,
Has he ever mentioned Tesla?
Well, I don't think so, actually. Hold on, let me.
Electric ball lightning, and he never mention Tesla.
Nope,
Okay.
I don't think I've ever heard him mention Tesla, but I haven't really looked a lot into his videos because he does go on a bit, and he also starts speaking Russian as well, which I can't understand. So yeah, that's kind of when I turn off as well. But yeah, let me just post a video in the chat, one of his latest videos.
Hey, if somebody wants to bring up a topic in chat, go ahead. Hey, don't leave us blabber on.
But yeah, the only reason why I came across this Glober that I've just posted in the chat was because I typed in a search for the Hutchison effect. Have you guys ever heard of the Hutchison effect? Anyone here?
I have heard of it. I can't really remember what it was.
Have you heard of the Philadelphia experiment?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's to do with the Hutchison effect. That's to do with this weird anomalies
Matter
with
dematerializing and materializing.
right, weird anomalies with electromagnetic sort of influences, or you know, all come from this guy called John Hutchison. That's why it's called the Hutchison effect.
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of research into weird electrical effects lately.
Yeah, because that blew my mind. I remember my dad showing me that when I was like a teenager, and I'm like, "What the fuck? What the hell? Like some steel block twisting and smoking from the inside just because of electromagnetical signals. Like, what the fuck is going on here?" And then you've got
Dollar. Now I know what you're talking about. You didn't explain it good before. Dollar does that.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he has a video on it as well, if I remember correctly. He bends this thick metal bar like a pretzel.
Right. It's crazy, isn't it? It doesn't adhere to what we consider the normal world. Like, things act completely different. You got bits of metal sinking into wood and loads of random shit. Like, there's something going on here. Yeah. So
the one with the portals where they start vibrating different frequencies and supposedly like a portal pops out?
I've not heard about that. But with the Philadelphia experiment thing, they apparently was trying to, I don't know whether they were trying to teleport the ship, but I didn't know whether they were it was either that or whether they were trying to render it invisible. But they done both. And but apparently, obviously, some of the crew were embedded into the material. You know, you couldn't see the crew, but yet you could hear the screams, and they were embedded into the material and shit. Now that sounds fucking weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, I remember reading about that, as a matter of fact.
So that's the only reason why I came across this YouTube channel, right? Because I searched up the Hutchison effect, right? And this guy obviously tries to experiment with these sort of things. And as much as he's a glober, and as much as his conclusions come from a glober perspective, he's still doing physical experiments, and therefore I can take my own opinion on it. you know, and I can cancel out the bullshit that he might believe in, yeah, and see it from a different point of view. So,
yeah, if I remember that Philadelphia experiment, it's like 30 years, I think, ago. I read about that. They were trying to cloak a ship, I think, using electromagnetic energy.
Yeah, but they did both. They actually managed to transport it, apparently, as well as cloaking it.
Yeah.
So it apparently moved 500 miles down the coast or something, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And one of the side effects is that part of this teleportation thing, because it's ridiculous, right? Just thinking about it, it's actually like Star Trek stuff. So
for sure.
apparently some of them. Hold on. Apparently some of them beamed. Like, think of it as beaming, and they beamed half their body, got transported back into the real world, and the other half into the block of the ship.
Yeah, that's like I was saying. Like, they heard screams of the crew, but they couldn't see them because they were embedded into the material of the ship.
Yep.
That's weird as fuck. And like, if that doesn't spark your interest, especially for me when I was a teenager hearing about this, I was just like, what the fuck? I have to know more about this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Funny you mentioned that. I haven't thought of that in years. Yeah.
It's still very sparse though. Like, there's not really much talking about it on the internet.
The only implication is that they got the calculations wrong. Could you imagine if they would have got the calculations right? Damn, they would have successfully been able to fucking teleport.
Well, that's the thing. What you're saying that they got the numbers wrong or something?
I mean, if the crew ultimately ended up embedded in the boat itself, that means that something went wrong. Something they didn't account for something, because obviously that wasn't the intent. The intent was
of course, but I don't think it was just one thing. I think this is like, especially back then, this was really, what do you call it? Elementary. Do you know what I mean? They'd only just started doing this shit, so I think they might have got a few things wrong, not just one thing. Do you know what I mean? Like,
the entire premise could have been wrong. Remember, they're dealing with mathematics and science, but they have no idea, because this is the natural world. God created it. They have no idea what technology God used, So they don't even know if their tools is even correct.
But mind you, surely they tried this in labs with smaller stuff beforehand. And they thought, oh, yeah, we know. They were probably cocky, thinking they'd perfected it in the lab. On a large scale, with weather and everything else, did they account for all of these other things? Who knows, like, what made it faulty? But I would imagine they obviously tested this shit in a lab before they tried to do it on a large ship with people in it,
I would assume it's like a frequency kind of thing.
Oh, for sure. It's all about electromagnetic.
If it's in a controlled environment, I would assume that it would go well, right? But outside, when
everything's fluctuating, yeah.
So much frequencies outside, so it was bound to go wrong, because they couldn't account for everything. I mean, they would have had to account for the moon's frequencies, every fucking frequency everywhere. I mean, it makes no sense too.
But there's also the possibility that this is all a big lie, because we know what the government are like.
Oh, probably out there. Probably they succeeded, right? Because if they managed to get it a little bit, I guarantee you they found somebody to figure it out, and they gave us the story that supposedly the crew got embedded. Maybe that happened for real, but maybe they continued until they got it right. They made it seem like because of the crew got embedded into the boat, they stopped doing it, which is what they typically do.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Who's that?
It's Charlie.
Hello, Charlie. How you doing?
Hey, Matrix, did you ever find out what a derivative was?
A derivative of what?
Yo, bro, I'm not gonna play this game with you, bro. You're not gonna come over here like.
You can have a derivative in many different.
With the conversation, you can fuck off, bro.
You could localize what you're talking about to make it easier.
No. He tried to play the games that the Glober play that you have to answer.
That's fine. I'm up for playing. I'm ready. Let's go.
No,
Let's
I wasn't playing any games. So what?
Play
So the context was, I'll play with you if you want. But I wasn't playing. The context was, let me give some context as to what it was, right? So I talked about things which
conversation with instead of this fucking stupidity.
I talked about things which I don't have a lot of knowledge about, and I know that I don't know a lot about. And the subject of math came up, and I felt that.
Well, a derivative would then be a remainder, would it not?
No. I felt that math was a field in which Matrix thought he knew a lot about, but actually didn't. Right. So then I started.
You feel like you can come into mid-conversation and just spurt this out, bro?
Excuse me?
A lot of people know. A lot of people know like the surface math, but there's a lot of math that goes just way too deep. That those people that don't have lives. Yeah, those people.
So to know, what does anybody know? How do you even measure that? Can you explain that to the audience?
But I still have a love for math because I always liked math. Like I hated English at school. Like
hold on.
Numbers were so much easier to deal with. Like words can have different meanings. One is always one, isn't it?
Jim, you're missing the entire point. I don't know, maybe his girlfriend cheated on him, or his mother whooped his ass or kicked him out. He felt like he had to go embarrass somebody. So he pointed me out as if, right, he was gonna have this he played this game with me. This game that Globers play, that you have to define everything and repeat it exactly like it is in Wikipedia. And the moment you get one thing wrong, or you don't know the word, or you don't quote it exactly right, or you don't know anything, right? And
No. I'm very generous if you don't know a few things. I'm very generous.
All you do in that situation.
I have never seen that game end in some sort of way where it was where it wasn't a competition, right? I've been there, done that. I'm not trying to do that. He tried to say that there's some things that I don't understand. Sure, there's a lot of shit that I don't understand. But how would you know that? How would you know what I understand?
Do you think math is one of those things?
When it comes to the subject of math. Hold on. When it comes to the subject of math, it doesn't really matter because it's all abstract anyway. It's not really meaningful, is it? If they're telling you that you don't understand something in math,
I want to talk to Matrix, Jim.
Abstract. Who cares? Like, give a fuck.
It's very difficult to talk to both of you at the same time.
And then you just ask them what the definition of energy is. So,
excuse me?
Define energy.
The ability to do work.
Oh, what you mean? The ability of what it can do, not what it is. You're not defining what it is. You're defining what it can do, right?
Well, that's typically the layman's definition, sure.
So if this is what happened to you, Matrix, he'd come trying to ask you, and you don't have the definition for it. You ask them what the definition of energy is because they don't have one.
I'm more interested to know in how would he know? What do I know, or anybody else? I'm trying to say, like, where is that scale? Is there
I can answer that question.
Is there after that?
I can answer that question. So don't you think that in order to get an idea of how much somebody knows, you can ask them questions about the subject, and based on how often they're correct, then you can more or less gauge whether or not they're knowledgeable on the subject?
Because you can't always tell whether they're being honest or not.
Excuse me?
That's the problem.
And how would you know
everything?
I can't understand both of you talking at the same time. Jesus. Even you guys sure understand that.
They could know all answers to your questions and not answer them correctly just to be a cunt. That's the thing about humans.
Sure, that's right.
That isn't the point.
I think he would do that, though, because he seems honest to me.
Then you can't judge their intellect on what responses they give you, can you?
Well, he can't lie and get the answers right.
No, he can't. He can lie though,
he can lie
and
wrong,
know
right?
the real answer and not tell you the real answer, right?
Right, but that doesn't work in his favor. Is my point.
But you can't then judge or estimate or value or measure how well he knows about the subject because you don't know whether he's trolling or not.
Right, but I'm not trying to measure whether he's good at the subject. I'm trying to measure whether he's bad.
Whether they know something about this subject.
Like, if he's good at it, I'm okay. If he's good at it and he's making me deliberately think that he's bad at it, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can't possibly judge whether he's good at that subject because you don't know whether he's being truthful with his answers.
Of course I can.
You can never know that. Oh, no, you can't.
I can get a good idea. You're right that I can't know, but I can get a good idea.
But that's the thing. That completely disputes you. That completely destroys your argument before about. Like,
not really.
Yeah,
no.
Okay. No, like what you said before. If we were talking honestly, then yeah, your statement stands.
No, it doesn't. Like, I
aren't always honest. That's the thing.
Like, it doesn't at all. Like, just because I don't know things doesn't mean I can't make inferences from them and make probabilistic judgments about them, right? I can't say he most likely doesn't know what he's talking about.
Question and get the wrong answer, but he could have purposely given the wrong answer, yet he knows the real.
I understand that.
Answer.
I don't think you understand.
You can't
that
be
doesn't affect my point.
You can't be psychic enough to know whether he's just given the wrong answer on purpose or whether he actually knows and is just bullshitting you.
Right, but he's trying to show me that he does know. Why would he do that?
But you can't then accurately judge whether he knows about the subject because he could be trolling you.
Jim, if his point is to demonstrate to me that he does know what he's talking about, how does it help him?
How would you know?
Jim, listen to my question. Listen to my question, Jim.
You wouldn't know.
Jim, listen to my question. If his point is to try to make me think that he understands what he's talking about, then why would he pretend that he doesn't know what he's talking about?
So that you get fucked up with your assumptions.
So that I get fucked up with my... Why would he want me to get fucked up with my assumptions?
Because you're assuming you can judge his intellect with his answers, yet he can completely...
You didn't answer my question.
He can completely destroy that notion with giving you a troll answer.
Can you answer my question?
With a troll answer or a real answer? You will never know. You will never know. That's the thing. That's the problem. This is
Can you answer my question?
You cannot accurately judge whether they know something about the subject because you don't know whether they're actually being honest enough about their answer.
Can you answer my question?
But will you know if I'm being honest or if I'm trolling you?
Again, it wouldn't help you if you're trolling me.
If you don't know that I'm trolling with my answer or whether I'm being honest, then I'll
Jim, you realize what you're doing is the haha, I'm not actually retarded meme.
No, what I'm actually I don't know what that is. Like I don't spend all my time on the internet as much as you might.
Okay. Well, can I explain to you what's funny about that meme?
Say again.
Can I explain to you what that meme is and why it's funny?
Yeah. I have no idea.
I'll share you the image.
In the chat if you can.
I'll show you the meme. Hold on. I'll send it to you directly. It's an MS Paint image.
Right. Why can't you chuck it in the chat? Why has it got to be personal? Why can't everyone in the chat see what you're sending me? Put it into the live stream, man. Or have you not got permission? I'm sure he'll give you permissions.
I don't know if I have permissions. I'll just send it to you directly. There. It's just a simple image. It's a 3-panel image. Do you see it?
No, I haven't received anything yet.
Sent it to you through direct chat. I'm sending it again. Sent it twice now. Alright, I guess you're gone.
Yeah, no, sorry, I had to accept DM and all this weirdness. Like, I don't know whether Discord has changed with private messages, but I had to accept loads of stuff. Right, okay. Let me just send this to the chat. Hold on.
Sure. I mean, I want you to observe it and then explain to me why it's funny, if you think it's funny. I want to see if you get the humor behind this, because if you do, it would help me convey my point.
So, Charlie, can we have a conversation?
After I finish with Jim Jam. I'm about to finish with him, if that's all right.
I mean, if he allows it, though.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was just concentrating posting it to the chat. I haven't even looked at it yet. Hold on.
So Charlie, why would you assume the things that you assume about anyone? Why would you assume those things?
I don't assume anything.
I mean, you kind of did, though. You kind of assumed that I might be limited in mathematical skills. Why would you assume those things?
You gave me evidence in support of that hypothesis.
Cool.
Right. Okay. I can say that I don't find it funny.
But do you see why it's or what humor it's trying to convey?
Not really.
Okay. Well, the joke here, okay, in this 3-panel comic, right? It's this guy saying, "Ha ha, look, guys, I'm retarded, ha ha," and the guys are just annoyed and they say, "Fuck off, retard," right? And he's like, "Ha ha, joke's on them. I was only pretending." Right? The reason that's funny, right, is because all this guy did is look retarded to everybody. Like, it's not funny for anybody. And that in itself is funny. Because he's the clown. Everybody's not laughing at him like, ha ha, funny, but everybody's making fun of him because everybody actually thinks he's retarded. Like, he went around the irony circle so much that he's actually retarded.
Yeah, he looks pathetic, bro.
Exactly. So Matrix gets it, right? He looks pathetic.
Oh wow, I get it.
Well, not really. Like he's just
Maybe not really.
As a retard for them to call him a retard, and then the joke's on them because he made them call him a retard by acting like a retard.
Okay, well, if you actually think the joke's on them, I can't help you.
You know what this makes me think of? Act a fool and fool them all. That's what it makes me think of.
All right. Matrix, what's up?
Bro, you started talking all that shit the other day, man, and it was like, I'm just wondering, what was it? My accent? Is it because you think because I'm from New York, I must be like mad at math or some shit?
No, because usually when people are flashing their skills in a particular subject, it usually means they're actually not good at that subject. Oh. And you were flashing your skills in math.
I wasn't flashing my skills in math. I was simply telling you that when I was a kid, I was actually very good at math. That was when I was a child, right? More advanced than my fellow classmates. I just never really picked it up because it wasn't my thing. I was into building shit.
That's fine.
Shit, engineering shit. So
do you believe that I respect that about you? Like, I actually respect it, right? Like, I honestly don't think more or less of people who are good or bad at math. I really don't.
What is it exactly about math that you think that me or people don't understand?
This is the thing. I love.
Didn't you say you didn't pick it up?
No. Listen, what is the What is it that is so complicated that you think that another person couldn't explain it to me? And that is it that you think that even if you explain it to me, I would not be able to comprehend it?
I believe no. I believe you're fully capable of comprehending it. It's not about whether or not you be able to comprehend it. It's about whether or not right now you are knowledgeable and you picked it up. And you've admitted that you didn't pick it up, right? You were good at it as a kid, but you sure never took off in that direction, so you don't have it now, right?
I get what this guy is saying is though. Is like he thinks that someone's obviously made it out as if they're really good at the subject, and he wants to make sure that they actually are, and he's questioning that. Like for me, I loved maths until I absolutely loved maths until. Go on, sorry.
That wasn't what happened. He's watering it down because I had to point out to him that I was actually very good at math. He already started with the whole "you don't understand math" thing. I had to say that so he don't understand that I was good at math and I understand math. It isn't my thing. I don't go around thinking about math. I do go around thinking about building and engineering shit all the time. It's just the way my brain works. I don't necessarily translate to that.
Okay, so you say you understand math, right? What do you mean when you say you understand math?
Hold on. Here's the thing. I can imagine Matrix. You've got onto the same path I went, whereas because I like math until letters are introduced. Yeah, I can deal with.
You mean variables?
Out arithmetic, all of that shit, yeah. But until it's time, like you're adding in on all these fucking stupid letters, right? Yeah, that could mean anything. You lost me. Where's the numbers?
They couldn't mean anything.
Let me work something out. Let me work something out. I'll fucking work it out for you. But if you're bringing letters in and making it out as if all those letters can mean 80 different things, like how the fuck are you going to work anything out?
There are things you cannot do if you don't use variables. And if you can only do arithmetic, there are certain kinds of math you won't be able to do.
Charlie, regardless,
why would you need a variable for math? Math is abstract. You can take any number. You can take any number and do what you want with it with any other number. Like, I don't understand what you're on about.
There are mathematical operations that don't work on numbers. They work on separate mathematical objects only.
So,
right? Like,
what do you mean by variable? So what do you mean? Explain that again. Say that again.
So a variable is, you can think of it as a slot that could take any number, but it isn't one actual number. It could be any number, but isn't one actual number.
This is where I lose interest. Like, I like maths when I know the numbers and when I know the sum I need to work out, then it's fine. I can do the math. I can do all of that shit. But when it becomes, but this letter could mean 7 or 20 different things. Like, who knows? Like, it could be this, it could be that.
But there are some mathematical objects that aren't numbers, right? Like, if I were to ask you, what path did you take to go to work today? That's not a number.
That's not a mathematical question to me, though, either.
It is a mathematical question.
It's a geometrical question.
Okay, well, potatoes, potatoes.
Okay, fair enough. That kind of, that involves maths, geometric, but it's not sums and that. It's just the geometry.
You're right. You're right. It's not arithmetic.
Charlie,
but it is math.
Charlie, would you say that parkour requires math? How about valet parking? Does it require math?
To some abstract level, I guess. Sure.
Isn't all math abstract?
How about playing
more abstract than that?
How about playing billiards?
More abstract. More abstract. What the fuck do you mean more abstract?
Is there any mod out there? Anybody out there, bro?
There are some things that are more abstract than others.
What do you mean more abstract? Like less relating to the world? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean as in the level of abstraction is higher.
What does that actually mean? What do you mean by that? Like, it's further away from reality?
So, can I give you an example of what a level of abstraction would be and what a higher level of abstraction would be?
Yeah, give me 2 levels. Give me like base stage abstraction and then hyper super.
Okay, so I mean it's super simple, but let's say you have a car and it's stick, right?
And a stick.
And it drives stick, right? It's a standard transmission car.
Right? Manual.
Sure, right. It doesn't matter what you call it. My point is that there are some cars that have an automatic transmission where you don't have a stick, right?
Right.
Then we say that those details have been abstracted away from you, right?
What? In other words, you don't need to change gear.
So a car that has an automatic transmission, in that sense, is more abstract than a car that has a manual transmission, right? A transistor.
I don't understand how that follows. What do you mean by
transistor or an electronic component inside your computer, right, is less abstract than the computer itself. Like the computer is an abstraction around all its components. Yeah? An engine is a concrete component of a car. The car is an abstraction made out of its components, such like the engine, its wheels, the chassis, etc., etc. Right? When I say to some level, billiards involves math, right, or parallel parking.
Please, like.
When it comes to flat Earth, though, what does it have to do with?
Walk me through how the shell of the car is abstract.
Hold on, Jim. Man, you're dominating the whole conversation, bro.
I didn't say the shell of the car is abstract. I said it is.
The whole car fucking abstract. I don't know what he's on about.
I said it's an abstraction around the individual components which make it up.
What is the abstraction?
The car, right, would be an example of a higher level abstraction. A lower level of abstraction would be like an engine or like a wheel. you can sort of think of it as a component that makes it up. I mean, let me switch to talking about
an integral part.
Excuse me?
You mean like not an integral part?
No. I mean a part that makes it up. So you understand that, like, when people use a car, they don't need to understand how it works to use it.
Yeah, but I don't understand how it's.
Right, we say
away from reality, doesn't it not?
Hold on. Then we say.
I thought abstract meant away from reality.
No, that's one of the definitions, sure.
Because they don't actually exist, right?
So are you aware that words have
most of the car doesn't?
Do you want me to answer your question? Do you want me to answer your question?
Is that what you're saying? Most of the car is abstract. It doesn't actually exist.
Do you want me to answer your question?
What abstract means to me. I mean, like, I don't know, fucking school me.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Definition of abstract, and then maybe we'll get somewhere.
Do you want me to answer your question?
Sure.
Because every time I start talking, you open your mouth, and that's not very polite.
I'll mute.
Okay, so words have multiple definitions, right? The same word could be used in different ways. That's the way the English language works. I use the word abstract to mean something that is made up of concrete parts, of lower level concrete parts.
Right.
I gave you an example of like a car and its concrete parts, the engine, the chassis, etc., etc. Now,
right, that's fair enough.
When people hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
That was enough of a bridge for me, because I never would have called something abstract that's real, right?
I mean, what do you think? When people drive an automatic transmission car, we say that the stick has been abstracted away from them.
That doesn't make any sense. Abstract to me means away from reality. That's what it means to me.
Well, there are different definitions for words, right? And if you can't accept that, I can't help you.
Call me on it then. Here's your choice. Like, here's your chance to, like, teach me something. I'm ready to be taught. Like, I'm not, I don't care who you are. Like, if you're going to give me some information that I've never had before, and it's real and it's true, I don't care. Like, fair play. You taught me something.
Okay.
It's not going to hurt me. Like, teach me. Like, what you think? Like, for me, I've always heard abstract meaning not real. You know what I mean? Like, numbers are abstract because they're not real.
Okay. Let me try to give you this example for the 5th time, because you keep interrupting me when I'm talking. When people drive an automatic transmission car, or when people use like a computer, they don't need to know the internal details of how it works in order to use it, right? We say in the English language, we say, hold on. I'm not.
Just to.
All right, bro. Are you like incapable of letting me finish?
I never implied that. Just to say.
Just let him speak, man. Yeah, Jim. Just let him say his full thing. I know you're excited, but you gotta let him at least say his whole thing so he can say his point.
So when somebody uses like a car, or when somebody uses a computer, they don't need to know the details of how the internals of what they are using actually works. They just need to know how to use it. It is said in the English language that those details have been abstracted away from them, right? Like, so they can focus on the functionality of what it is that they're using rather than how it works. Okay? So when I said earlier, to some level, parallel parking or playing billiards requires some level of mathematics at a higher level of abstraction than what you're usually thinking of. What I mean to say is that their brain is functionally doing mathematics, even though they might not think they're actually doing it.
Right, so you clarified that abstract kind of meant that you don't really need to worry about it, right? Which is kind of what I perceived as abstract meant, right? So those things that they don't need to do have become abstract. They don't need to worry about it.
It's not the things they don't need to worry about become abstract.
Well, that's what it sounds like. What you said.
I mean, you use the same words, but you use them incorrectly.
Okay, teach me how to make them right. Teach me how to use it in the correct way.
I honestly don't know if it's possible at this point. I don't know how.
You don't know how because you don't know, because you're just assuming I'm wrong.
No, I'm assuming that you have a very difficult time with language.
Okay. Teach me then.
I don't think you can, because the only tool
I'm unteachable, of course. Right. Yeah, sure.
Well, the problem is that the only tool that I have to teach you is language itself, right?
Of course.
Well, Charlie, what was the original point? Like, was there an original premise?
Oh, yeah, no, I was just trying to convince Matrix that it's okay to say that he's not good at math. That's it. Because he says he's really good at math, right? So I asked him what a derivative was, and he freaked out.
And what was it you said? Higher levels of what? Higher levels of abstractedness or something.
Of abstraction.
Of abstraction, right.
So are you familiar with how the internet works at some level? Like if I were to ask you, what's a more abstract protocol than TCP? Would you be able to tell me?
The quality of dealing with ideas rather than events. That's what abstraction means.
That's
right, okay.
a definition for abstraction. That's not the definition I'm using.
Sorry, what was the other thing you just said there?
What I just said, I asked you, like, if you know anything about how the internet works, would you be able to tell me, right, what's a more abstract protocol? Or what's a protocol at a higher level of abstraction than, like, TCP, for example? And if that doesn't mean anything to you, that's fine. I wouldn't expect you to know this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what you're on about. Higher levels of extraction. Abstract.
So I have a question. Are you familiar with the concept of micromanaging?
Dealing with ideas rather than events, right? Okay.
Are you familiar with the concept of micromanaging?
Yeah, do you know what sure.
So you know what a micromanager is? Is somebody who's like has to tell their employees what to do, like every single little thing.
I know about it in other, like maybe gaming or other things. But I don't know if you're relating it to some other.
Okay, sure. So you know what it means in gaming, like microing, right?
Right, like when you're trying to manage everything, all of the little areas.
Right. Exactly.
Instead of having instead of having something that can do that for you, like.
Exactly. So if you were to have somebody that can do that for you, or units which can sort of manage themselves, that would be a more abstract, or that would be a higher level of abstraction.
I would just call that more efficient, not abstract. Abstract to me again sounds like going away from reality.
Well, it's not necessarily more efficient because you don't know if it's going to do better.
It sounds better, like it works. It's more efficient. Yeah?
You don't know that. I mean, you don't know. You don't know if they're going to be able to manage themselves.
You've got someone else doing it for you.
Listen, are you saying that an automatic transmission car is always better than a manual transmission car because you don't have to micro it?
It depends on the efficiency you're looking for. If you're looking for speed, then you might want a manual. because you can get more out of every
So
gear.
clearly, the fact that you don't have to deal with it isn't the only thing that makes it better, right? That's
Well,
what
it
I'm trying to
depends what
convey to
you're
you.
aiming for. What's the goal? What efficiency do you want in speed?
In the example of the car, sure, speed.
Speed, right? So you run a manual because you can redline every gear.
But we were talking in the example of like the game, right? Which I'm assuming you're talking about RTSs where you can micromanage individual units, right? If the unit had some sort of like autopilot feature, it probably wouldn't be as good with the pro players, right? The pro players probably prefer to micromanage them.
Like if you were to use it manually, you'd probably be more efficient than if you were to have it on auto.
Right, but it is less abstract.
What does that mean? It's less away from reality. That's what it sounds like.
No, it does not. It means the details, the individual details of how the individual units are assigned every single micro action is hidden from you. That's what it means for it to be more abstract.
It's hidden. Like you don't need to know about it. Yeah, it's not in your reality. You don't need to know about it.
I mean, it's not that it's not in your reality, right? I mean, it just
fucked you up.
I mean, do you think that units that manage themselves, like the managing code, isn't real? Is that what because you're not aware of it?
You don't have to be conscious of it. That's why it's called abstract.
Okay, but that's not the same thing as something being real.
You don't have to be conscious of it. You've got something automating it, right?
Exactly. But that doesn't mean it's not real.
So it's abstract to you because it's not in your reality because you don't have to care about it.
No. What do you mean your reality?
You don't have to do the math for it. You don't have to do anything. You've got something automating it.
Wait, are you saying that your reality is different than my reality?
It's abstract to you because you have no idea. You don't really. You're not witnessing what's going on, and that's. I can't think what abstract means is like you're not aware of it or it's not real. That's what I mean. That's what I think abstract means.
Okay, so you're saying that that if you're not conscious of something, then it doesn't exist.
No, I'm saying
that's exactly what you're saying.
What you're coming up with sounds like if you're not aware of it, then you can call it abstract. That's what it sounds like you're saying to me.
No, if I may end this circle jerk, please. All he's simply saying, Jim, is that it's less involved. Like he's talking about the manual versus the automatic.
You're unaware, which means abstract.
But he's not. Yeah,
you have no idea about it. Yeah, it's doing it without your knowledge.
He's not saying it's not in reality. But yeah, I agree with you. I agree with your point about you're not really aware of it. Like you said, when it comes to the employees, right? You don't have to be all over them all the time, knowing what they're doing. You're not really aware of what they're doing, but as long as they're getting the job done, what you think is appropriate. You're less involved, essentially. Jesus.
But that's cool.
That doesn't necessarily mean you're less involved, right? It just means that
how abstract can mean things in the real world. Because I always thought it meant something away from reality. That's always what I sort of had the connotation of abstract meaning. So fair play. You've taught me something. I always had the idea that it meant away from reality. I don't know why, but I'm honest. You know, that's how I kind of felt that's what that word meant. But but now I can understand that it means just away from your understanding or away from your awareness.
I mean, you got that wrong as well, but okay.
Okay. Oh well, further my learning. I don't care. I'm all for being taught new shit, man. Like knowledge is power. Teach me, bro. Power me up. Power me up.
I mean, I've been trying to for the past half hour. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Oh, no, you're like, I can't because you keep talking over me. I'm not, bro. I'm here. Just talk to me, man. Like, wait. I tried to for the past half an hour, but you just keep talking over me. I don't. Come, man, teach me. I'm here to learn.
Jim, have you ever heard the term "don't drink in Discord"?
Nah, it must have slipped me, mate. I've heard many other drunk cunts in here, so fuck the lot of you. If you can fucking do it, I can fucking do it. I talk a lot more when I drink, anyway.
Bro, he's been trying to tell you something for the past half an hour, bro. You don't realize it, but you just keep talking right through the guy, man. And he's not any better, by the way, because he came in and interrupted a conversation that we were having. But hey, we'll let bygones be bygones. But man,
hey, if someone wants to teach me, man. I'll go on mute.
Oh my God, Montreal! Do not
you won't get one
defend.
sentence out before you talk.
Do not defend this guy. He's been just dragging him along, freaking playing a game with him the whole time. Why are you defending him? It's ridiculous.
Who am I defend? Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Who am I defending? I just called them both out. One of them doesn't stop talking, and the other guy came in trying to play math teacher.
Oh, I didn't catch that. Maybe I broke up. I apologize.
Wait, are you saying that C Montreal was trying to teach me or trying to stick up for me?
No, I thought he was defending Charlie.
All right. I thought I was being the disruption. I mean, I can understand it when I'm drunk. I don't give a fuck. I'll fucking talk.
No, you don't seem like a bad guy, but you just interrupt every sentence, bro. Maybe you don't realize it. You're drunk.
Yeah, possibly.
Hey, I get drunk too. No, nothing against drunks.
Oh, it's just the only time I ever fucking talk on here, man. Like, otherwise, I'm just stoned. Like, sit in the corner. Don't talk. Don't speak. Don't talk. You know, that high feeling. Don't speak. Don't do it. Don't be social. And then the alcohol comes and it's like, fucking unleash the beast.
Yeah, but that's it. You don't realize it. Before Matrix was trying to have a convo with the other guy that came in, and you wouldn't let him. He kept telling you, dude, let me speak. And then he ended up leaving. Did you notice that?
Hey, why don't you try Discording when you're sober?
Happened a couple of days ago or yesterday, and I think I heard quite enough. Like, I don't think I cut over Matrix. He was just telling me about what happened yesterday, and I'm like, all right, okay, so blah blah blah, and I carried it on. It's not like
Bro, you interrupt constantly, and if you're not aware of it, you should be very worried.
What's that?
All right, let's just bring up a different topic instead of just talking about Jim Jam.
What I should be worried about?
That? New topic. Who's the other topic? Really?
What were you guys talking about before Jim Jam was interrupting?
Jim Jam was like the whole conversation for the past couple hours. He wasn't interrupting. But anyway, do you have something like a topic to talk about other than attacking people?
I don't know. Do you have a topic?
I didn't think we were finished with this abstract bullshit yet.
It's just he's just loading the word. He's using some nerdy coding bullshit. There's even the fucking example of a car when it's like teaching you Java. So he's just using a word from like coding to try and like seem like he's impressive or something like that. It's cute, I guess. I don't know. Are you in coding class right now? Are you going to school for coding?
I'm a professional software engineer.
Oh, you must feel very smart. Congratulations.
Ironically, I work for a company that launches satellites into space.
I bet.
So does
satellites into space? Wow.
Are you insinuating he's lying or what?
Hold on. So ipso facto, does that mean you believe satellites are in space?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Oh. But do you guys really think that's possible? That people could work a job and be paid to do that job, and it turns out what they're doing is not real without them even knowing or
It's called the
realize?
FBI and CIA. You know how many
they actually think
CIA
that
intelligence agencies
they actually
get
think that
told,
NASA is paying me monthly. You know,
yeah, you know how many
one of
how many CIA
these
intelligence agencies said thought they were fighting for freedom and shit, and they were just, droning children.
right? Dude, but the problem is that this is a
Correct.
problem of simple math of calculating how much money would actually be needed to be able to be given to people to stay quiet. You know.
That's because but generally
Not
most
about
people
money.
aren't that smart to ask questions. They're usually NPC drones. And if you
Not
even think
really.
about it for a second, look what's going on with the jab. How
What are
many
you talking
people are like
about?
saying, well, like I've said before, you're asking, right? Like right now, currently, you send satellites to space,
Yeah.
but the majority of astrophysicists are saying that they satellites are in the hemisphere, not in space.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: when
Well,
little
my
Susie goes,
satellite.
when little Susie,
Listen.
guys,
What
here's
is
how
that?
it
The
is.
satellites which I launch are synced
No,
to the
here's
orbit
how it is.
of
Here's how it
to
is.
the rotation of the Earth. Okay.
It'll be that I'm
Therefore, they're
here.
not in near Earth
So
orbit.
here's what
They
happens.
have to be far away enough
Someone
for that to
pays
happen. It means
You
they have to
said
be
you launch
out into
satellites?
space.
Then it gets their children into the school that they want to get their children into, because all they had to do is follow a narrative. And then little Susie's not going to be able to leave Harvard unless daddy keeps lying.
What? So
Sorry.
parents are out there lying just so their kids can graduate from college?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he actually believes it.
Like lying about what they do for a job?
Yeah, he
Like
actually
putting
believes it.
things in space?
Dude, is this the first time you're in a flat Earth server?
No. I just
It's
want
his first
clarity
time
on this.
thinking
I mean,
critically
I've heard
about his
this many
world.
times, but they just say it in
Yeah.
passing. I actually want to drill down into this. Like,
Have fun.
why would you think this is possible? Ordinary people like you and me, out
What do you
there.
mean, ordinary people? These are scum of the earth, folks.
How are they scum of the earth, bro? They're ordinary people like you and me.
Because if
They
find
they just
out,
trying to
listen, if
they just
find
trying
out
to make a paycheck
listen,
to
you asked a question. If
support
they
their family.
find out that they're supporting a narrative that isn't exactly true, but it keeps little Susie in college, they might just keep their lips zipped. Okay.
All right.
That's
So which one
that's
am
how
I?
people-
Am I a willful liar or am
I don't
I?
know. I don't know you,
You're a
sir.
willful NPC. That's
I
pretty
don't
much
know
what
you,
it
sir.
is.
Don't know
Yeah,
you.
like is he just lying to put his kids through college?
Why are you asking me? I don't know him.
I'm just saying
Yeah,
in
but you
general.
are
Like
making
for
claims
instance,
about people you don't know. I
yeah,
mean,
like
Biggest lies are the
these
ones
other
you defend
astrophysicists
willingly.
you're
Say I
talking
don't know
about,
these
you don't know
people.
them.
Who's to say I don't?
But you brave enough to make claims about them. So let's make claims about one of
You're a
them
lot
right
more than
here.
a partner.
Hey, wait a minute. What about if you look at it like this? Like, we all know, like, the presidency isn't what we're told it is really. Like, it's not really the leader of the free world necessarily. It's probably scripted mostly. Doesn't really make his own decisions. There's a council of people that are telling him what to do, because it's like, one man can't really be in charge of the whole world the way it's
Of
presented to
course,
us,
yeah.
right? But it serves a function, right? And it's not all real, but it serves a function. Satellites, they serve a function. They may be on balloons and then worked so it seems like they're in orbit, even though people working on it could believe that and not have it really matter because they've got it reverse engineered or rigged in this whatever the spoofing that they're doing that makes it seem like it's possibly orbiting, if you want to believe that side of it, but it still serves the function. So what's the difference, really? It's not like this guy has to know it. He doesn't have to be the scumbag of the earth. He just does his job, and it works into the paradigm that they want to promote.
I don't
So
know.
a lot of money's behind faking it.
Apparently, he has to be scumbag of the earth, Dave. But some of the people on your side are saying. Someone just said it.
I've seen
that
the
these
launches.
people are
I've seen the
scumbags of the
launches.
earth.
I've seen
Hey,
the
we
launches.
gotta give Black Globe.
I know that when you send a signal
Black Globe
with
just
a
got
specific
married 2 days ago,
frequency up to
so
the right
give them a
time,
break.
to the right location, the signal
Someone's
comes
talking.
back respectively with consistent with the distance that the satellite is away from the Earth. Like I've seen this with my own eyes.
Right, we've heard this before.
Hey, but here's
But if it
the
is
issue.
a
Hold on.
stationary
Let me get
plane,
next.
it has
Let me
to
get
work
next instead
somehow,
of just
right?
over talking me. Hold on. So here's the thing, though, right? Like the data and the stuff that you're seeing, we've seen so many whistleblowers come through time. Like here's a good example. How many intelligence operators were told lies about the USS Liberty when they were attacked by the Israelis, saying that, oh no, it was a sinking, and then later on they talked to the survivors of the USS Liberty, and they literally say, wow, the entire time as a U.S. intelligence officer, I did not know this happened. I was lied to by my government.
Are you under the assumption? Are you under the assumption that I think that governments don't lie?
No, I'm saying I think you're in the
Then
assumption
why the
that
hell
you're.
would you share that?
Hold on. Let me answer your question. I'm in the assumption that you're seeing data on a screen, and you're like, yeah, I saw data in screen. Like you cannot be falsified or provided false information.
What do you mean I saw data on a screen? It's my screen. It's my dish. It's my pointer. It's my antenna. I'm not like at a company somewhere sitting on a screen where I don't know what the screen's connected to.
And did you launch that satellite yourself? Was it your satellite?
No, I did
Wait,
not.
Charlie's been in here. Charlie's admitted they could be faking it. If it was that intricate, it could be faked.
Sure, there's a chance I'm not even that I'm not even like who I think I am, right? There's a chance I'm in a I'm a brain in
if there was enough
in a
money
jar
behind it, they
somewhere.
could fake anything. You admitted if
that
there's
is
enough money behind it, they could fake
there is a chance Charlie's whole life might be a lie, but that applies to all of us. Then we should apply to everybody equally. You all might not be who you think you are.
Don't you guys think it's
well, yeah, but that's a straw man.
These guys
because
don't
it's like
understand the concept.
It's an extreme version of it. That's not really if there's an occupation that serves a function, but the truth about it's not completely revealed. Then that's different than like I might not be the person I thought I was when I was born. Like
don't you think?
How is that
don't you think
different?
it's super disingenuous that they do that?
Yeah.
They always say like we don't know, like they don't know, and we don't know, and everyone listening
Right.
doesn't know that they're being intentionally and blatantly disingenuous. So like whenever
it's like the simulation fallacy. This could all be a simulation if it's flat, right?
They equate the idea of anything could technically be different, or like you said, everything could be a simulation, to everything is equally the same as to the possibility of it being wrong, right?
No, nobody ever says that. Only you guys
say it every
that.
time. No, you guys say it every time.
No. Only you guys make the mistake of not understanding that just because we can't know everything, that not everything is equally likely or unlikely.
No, but that's what you guys do, though. So when we're talking about like,
No, I don't.
okay, watch, yeah, you do. Watch. So
there are multiple things which I don't know, of which I know one is more likely than the other.
Yeah, but you don't say it like that. See, that's my point. My point was that you do know. I in no way dispute that you know, but you intentionally say it as if they're equal during the conversation, and it's disingenuous. So whenever I say, "Oh yeah, well, relativity says that geocentrism is an equally valid coordinate system, and that everything on the Earth occurs as if the Earth is at rest," according to Einstein. So do you agree that the Earth could be at rest and it could be a geocentric system, and that's equally valid? So you could be wrong, and then you'll say, "Well, yeah, but technically."
Do you want me to answer that, or is your answer?
That's what you guys say in response. I'm making a point. You guys will say, yeah. Can I please just finish? You guys will say, sure, technically that's possible, but technically
No, I would not say that.
everything could be a simulation. That's the kind of stuff you
I would
guys
not say that. I would not say that. Einstein does not say the Earth is at rest. Okay,
straw man fallacy.
Rest is a relative term.
Hey Charlie, I brought this up to try to give you a compliment because you were being reasonable in here enough before, where you're like, oh well, yeah, enough money behind something could totally be fake. I agree. It could be being fake. Yeah, but now you're saying, oh yeah, but then I could also not even be a person, or I could not even be who I thought I was. Like that was the straw man that followed that took away from the compliment I was giving you, that you were actually being reasonable at one point.
Think about what he just did, right? So I pointed out that Einstein said that they're equally valid coordinate systems, and that according to relativity, everything occurs as if the Earth is at rest. And his response was, no, Einstein didn't say that. He didn't say the Earth was at rest. It's like everything is disingenuous, and this is why the number one email I get is that literally the reason that people look into flat Earth is because of how disingenuous the other side is.
All right, Witsit, you believe what you want to believe.
Don't you agree that was disingenuous to say I claimed that Einstein said the Earth was at rest?
No, that's not what I said.
It was also disingenuous for him to go, you believe what you want to believe, when it was just like a objective comment. Because it wasn't
it's just weird. It's like, why can't we just...
How is it disingenuous for me to say you believe what you want to believe?
That we're like two guys hanging out. Why can't we just pretend we're two guys hanging out, like having a beer, we're playing darts, we have different cosmological interpretations, we can just laugh and have conversations and have like good faith in exchanges. Like, why is that not even an option?
I try to have.
You get so accusatory. You started
I
accusing
only
people of
I
being
only make
lies
me
and disingenuous
when
and this,
people
that, and the
fucking proud
third.
of me. That's the only time I do it.
It is. I'm just being okay. This is my honest opinion. If you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
want
but
to
Whitson,
articulate it,
you can't
see,
ask
and this
for a
is then you
civil,
do that.
total
Then you do
conversation
that,
when you
right?
get
So it's like
accusatory with people.
then you
That's all
immediately
I'm trying to
interrupt me, and then the next person's going to interrupt me, and
I
then
thought
just
you
like
didn't hear me because
no,
someone
you
was
did.
over.
Now then you double down on the lie. You knew I was talking.
Take
And
turn,
just
man.
like
Take turn.
then now the next guy's interrupt. It's like it's just weird. It makes it suck. It makes the
All right,
conversation
cool.
suck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
respond to
why?
what I said.
Well, then stop
Yeah, but
interrupting, man.
it shows how
Yeah,
scared they
yeah,
are of your
respond
response.
to what I said now.
That's the
Floor's yours.
thing. That's the thing. It shows how scared they are of your response that they have to interrupt every time.
Okay, cool. I'm
Yeah.
sorry for interrupting. Now, could you respond to what I said?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That like the tone would the accusatory tone would shift the whole vibe. But I'm just being honest. It's honest. It is objectively disingenuous if we're talking about okay. Well, you agree this is like the best theory we have at the time, and it's kind of theoretical, and it could be wrong. And then the response is, yeah, but technically everything could be wrong. As if that's a sufficient response to the specific discussion we're having. That's said so many times. My point was a general point, which is that is a talking point that is very common on your quote unquote side. Every time we say, "Do you agree that relativity could be wrong?" Well, yeah, but technically, the whole entire world could be a
My
simulation.
response to that point has always been, not all things are equally implausible or plausible. It's always been that
Okay.
response.
Okay, cool. So then you get why it's frustrating for you to say technically I may not exist, as if somehow that's the same,
Right.
That's comparable.
What did I say that in response to?
So about something being wrong, something could be faked.
No,
it was because I brought up the point that you've been reasonable before, and you were talking about the satellites in your job and how it confirms that they must be real because of data you're getting on your screen that's connected to these real satellites. And then I brought up a conversation we had before where you were like being really cool about the fact that, you know, enough money could make anything fake, right? Enough money behind something, they could be faking it. And you were like cool enough to admit that, which made me feel like the conversation was fruitful rather than just you trying to win the argument no matter what was said.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. So let me be clear what I mean when I say that. All right. What I mean to say is that the probability of that being true, although it is higher than me not existing or whatever, or me being a brain in a vat, I find them to be both so incredibly unlikely that they're infinitesimally close to each other. Maybe
but
not.
do you see how they're not equal? Like you being a brain in a vat and having it be a simulation are extreme examples that you're now going to. Whereas before, it'd make a lot more sense that, oh, enough money behind something. Yeah, money. Money can pay for great grand illusions. That's a reasonable actual response.
The difference between 0.0000000001 and 0.000001 is 0.0000000001. The difference is.
Well, but see how that's not equal still? That's still not equal because enough money behind
Right, I've
something.
admitted that they're not equal.
We know that money goes into things. It makes things happen. So that's a reasonable thing. It's not 0.0001.
No,
that there
I would
might
not
be
call
people
something
paying
that's
for
that
things
unlikely
that they make money on. You know, that's like a total not equal.
This is
equatable
why like the
comment.
most this is why the most efficient way is actually to bring up geocentrism, because it shows what I'm saying, right? Which is like you can even take their satellites away from them, all that, because the satellites use the Earth-centered fixed coordinate system. They literally use geocentric math. Oh yeah, of course they do, because they're going around the Earth, as if that's an intelligent "you destroyed me" response or something. The point is that according to relativity, everything occurs at the Earth's at rest. We treat the Earth like geocentric, is equally valid. And can you admit that it could be? And you can't. You can't admit it. You got to say something. You got to somehow paint the narrative that no,
But he
it's
did
almost
before.
the same
It was
as
a totally
us not
different
physically
conversation. Now.
existing.
I don't know where you're getting this from that I won't admit that it's not possible.
When there's
No,
money
it's
to be
equally
made,
valid.
it's very possible.
Equally valid.
Actually, more
No.
probable.
But you
It's
think
about money.
okay. So now it is you who's saying that those two scenarios are equally valid.
No, that's Einstein that said it, actually.
No, that is not Einstein who said it.
Einstein objectively said that it's equally valid coordinate system to say that the Earth is at rest and geocentric. Objectively, that's what he said.
Relative to something else, being
Relative
the sun.
to
Yeah.
something else.
Everything is relative to something else. That was a nonsense response. Try again.
No, it's not a nonsense response. It's very important to the
Not
whole
everything
quote.
is relative
You
to
got to
something else.
put that part
There are
in.
such thing as absolute quantities. Not all
Oh, not
quantities are relative.
We're talking about
Yeah,
frame.
but not
We're talking about coordinate system.
absolute motion.
What a joke. So, like, this is what Einstein actually said. He said that he said, then I came across the fact that these tests actually have been done, like by your compatriot Michelson. And what Michelson proved was that everything on the Earth occurs as if the Earth is at rest. That's a direct quote from Einstein.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't dispute that.
So,
I don't know about that.
and then he says that the Copernican, see, they have to disagree with. This is why you guys make more flat earthers than I do, because it's like weird. It's just weird. Why not just be like, yeah, sure, that's what it says. That's
Because I don't agree.
But I believe it. Why not just say what it really is?
I don't agree with you, Woodson.
See?
Is that fine?
No,
So
it's
this entire thing happened. It started up because somebody asked me if I believe that the satellites are in space, right? How does geocentrism debunk the existence of space?
No, it doesn't. My point is that even with the satellites,
Right,
it's exactly equally valid with the geocentric coordinate system. Exactly. It's actually more valid because the actual math uses a Earth-centered fixed coordinate system. Objectively.
Hold on. You're saying it's more valid if the math because the math is geocentric?
Technically speaking, it's actually more direct evidence for geocentrism if it actually was real. Yeah, objectively.
No, that's dog shit. That's dog shit logic. Right? If you admit
use that model.
If you admit that all reference frames are relative, right? Then the math being done in any other frame is just as valid. The reason, I mean, I'll ask you, Witsit, why do you think the math that is used is geocentric?
Well, I know what your talking point is because you guys are NPCs. So I'll load up the bot script because we're going around the Earth. Because it's about we're going around the Earth. So of course we use the Earth as the center because we're going around the Earth. But the truth is that you actually have all kinds of other
that's actually not the reason.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
You actually have all kinds of other gravitational effects that you have to account for, especially when you send things outside of Earth's low orbit that you claim are satellites, and they never use the heliocentric math. And in fact, they use Newtonian physics. They don't even use Einsteinian physics at all. So the actual satellite story, if it was true, is only evidence against relativistic heliocentrism. That's the actual situation.
Wrong. You got the answer flat wrong.
That was so wrong.
The reason,
I mean, half of that was just made up in the line.
The reason why you use, you know what? I'll ask the other Glober here. Chirality. Do you know why the math that is used is geocentric?
Because we have a geocentric point of view.
Well, that's
we
also
are
wrong.
on Earth.
That's also wrong.
Why then? Why then?
Because it's easier.
Also, what
it's
is
simpler. The
geocentric
math
math?
is simplified if we use that specific reference frame.
Actually, that's incorrect. See, this is what's funny. Actually, the heliocentric math is simpler. The heliocentric math is simpler. The heliocentric math is simpler. The heliocentric math is actually simpler, though.
What?
What is the difference between heliocentric and geocentric
But
math?
not, because you get the same answer. You get the same answer with a bunch of extra bullshit math if you fucking. So yeah, it is easier, but not because why you think. It's the same damn.
Both methods give the same answer. Why would you
it's
use
the
a
same type of mathematics
for calculating the answer?
It's easier.
Wait, time out. You guys always say that, but have you ever used the heliocentric model to get the same answer, or do you just basically assert that you can?
I have never even used a geocentric model to get the answer when it comes.
Hold on, Austin. Think about this, man. Think about this. If time dilation and fucking and then length contraction, all that shit, they give all that math to keep the Earth in motion. It's the same as fucking the null result. It's the same math as the null result. So they're basically admitting that the Earth is stationary by treating it geostationary, bro. They're admitting it.
Yeah, okay, but okay. So my point is that you guys say talking points like, yeah, well, why would we do it if it's more complicated? Well, we can do it both ways, and they both work. Have you ever done it the other way? Can you show me? Can you cite one time anyone ever in the history of man has done it the other way, or is that just a talking point?
Done what the other way?
Use the heliocentric
the not
model.
so easy way that might be more complicated, but not but more accurate. You would think, right?
But use
not more accurate because they're equivalent.
They're not equivalent because
Which is
sometimes
equivalent to
they
that
shoot
doesn't make
satellites.
sense either.
They claim they shoot
It
satellites
wouldn't
outside of
be.
our solar system. This is why you guys never, dude. They claim they
Oh,
shoot
Jesus.
satellites outside of our solar system, dude, and they claim that they use the Newtonian dynamic forces. That's what they assume, and then they have all kinds of discrepancies. Like they claim they have unexplainable discrepancies with the satellites that go outside of the solar system using Newtonian dynamics. What?
If I throw a baseball at a known velocity, and I want to calculate its velocity 5 seconds from now, it makes a lot of sense for me to use the reference frame of the Earth, right? Because I'm standing on the Earth and I'm not moving relative to the Earth.
Exactly.
Why would I use the reference frame of a moving car that's on the other side of the planet moving in a random direction?
Just admit we're moving.
Now, I'm sure even you would agree that it's possible to do that. It's just way more complicated, unnecessarily complicated.
Hey, Charlie, I have a good point to make real quick. This is the point. I just had an argument, and I don't want to have the argument again right now, but it's the same thing as saying, well, all flight simulators use a stationary level plane to train their pilots. And yeah, it would be a totally different situation if they were flying over a spinning ball, but it's exactly the same, but totally different at the same time. It would be different. They use a totally different. That's a station. It's the same thing because you're saying, oh, it's more simple.
It's apples to oranges
right?
because
it's more simple.
in
That's
one
why
you're actually
but
using.
It would be no different.
Wait,
this is apples and oranges because in one you're using a model that if you had like infinite precision, one would give you a different answer than the other one, right? In the model that we're talking about, which is, I mean, it's the same model, it's just a different reference frame. You get exactly the same answer.
Okay,
well,
now here's the important part. Here's the important part. This is the only reason I brought it up. Okay, so then, Charlie, answer this question, please. Could the Earth actually be in a geocentric model?
I don't know what that question means. Could the Earth be in a geocentric?
How do you not know it?
I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like, can I do math? Assuming that
no.
Hold on. I didn't answer my question. I got interrupted. Do you mean to ask me? Can I do math that assumes that the rest frame is with the Earth? Is that what you're asking?
No, that's not what I asked. Is that what I asked?
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
I said, could the Earth actually be? What in actuality? We have math. I can describe one physical reality with 50 different constructs of math. Okay, I'm talking about actual reality. Is it possible that the Earth is actually in the center
of what? Of the universe?
Everything that we see in the sky.
Yes.
Sure, it's possible. It's extremely unlikely and not consistent because it's not consistent with the evidence that has been presented.
Name one thing.
Name one thing?
Name one thing. Yeah, it's so extremely improbable. Name one thing.
Okay, so first of all, to know where the center of the universe is, we sort of have to know where the bounds of the universe are, and we don't know that. We just have
to the universe. We're talking about our solar system.
No, we're not talking about the solar system.
Okay, you want to talk about the solar system?
No, we don't.
What's the evidence that the Earth is at the center of the solar system?
You give them bait to run away. You're giving them bait to run away, man. Like this is the problem.
All right, no, I will go back to whatever topic you guys want to talk about. Come on, Witsit.
Okay, well,
let's
go. You guys can just jump in with bait. If you give them bait, they're going to always take the bait. So, like, the point is that there is not one. You said that it's possible, and you kind of go back to this talking point of how, like, technically anything's possible, right? That's kind of the vibe. Yeah, okay, but this is the problem. That is disingenuous because it's equally valid. And if you're claiming that it's
not equally valid,
if you're claiming it's extremely improbable, then I'm asking you specifically why. Why? And then you just said, "Oh, we don't know where all the universe goes," as if that's an answer. That's not an answer. Why is it? What gives exclusivity to the heliocentric model and makes it more probable?
Because the evidence is in favor of the Earth not having a special place in the universe.
But give him an example of the evidence.
Yeah,
exactly. He asked what evidence specifically.
So
there is so many examples you could give.
The absence of evidence of the Earth being in a special place is evidence that the Earth is not in a special place.
By the way, just so you know,
but there's actual evidence that Earth isn't in a special place.
That's a textbook. First of all, That's a textbook fallacy. Absence of evidence is not evidence for. That's literally like
it absolutely is. Witsit, you're wrong about this. Yes,
okay,
you
well,
are.
why don't you Google absence of evidence fallacy and try to inform yourself before you pretend you're teaching us
No,
logic.
I'm very familiar with this, actually. Absence of evidence is absolutely evidence of absence. It's
Okay,
not
there you go.
proof. It's not proof of absence.
It's beyond that. Beyond
But
that,
it is
the very
evidence
strong
for it.
evidence,
No,
the very
don't-
strong
don't-
evidence that we're stationary, which is all of our experience,
No,
would
bro, but
weigh
don't-
our.
you
The
don't
other
have-
side would be more probable. It's more
You don't have to
probable that
do
we're
that,
the center
though.
because it seems like we're stationary.
But it
That's
does
what
none
I'm
of that
saying.
even matter. No, but none of that even matters because the truth
It
is
does.
that their entire model is that it's a stubbornly persistent illusion that we're in the center. And sure, it's always going to look like we're in the center. But the most accepted model is because no matter where you are in the universe, it's going to look like you're in the center. So then to say there's no evidence that we're in the center, when the truth is the evidence says we're in the center, and your explanation is, well, that's an illusion. It just looks like we're in the center, right? So your actual answer, and you guys will never just say it, the actual answer is that it's a philosophical determination that it's more improbable because the vastness of the universe would dictate that the odds are the Earth doesn't have a special position. That's the actual answer.
And all the money that goes into the programs that reify the narrative.
I mean, that's exactly what I said in different words. But okay.
Well, Einstein called no. So you admit that it's a philosophical bias, then?
No, it's not a philosophical bias, right? The evidence is such that it is clear that the Earth isn't special.
No,
what evidence?
This is so crazy. This is why Einstein described it as a stubbornly persistent illusion, and that's why when Stephen Hawking released his book in 2007, which is a forward of Einstein's work, like a 3-page forward, then it's like I forgot the name of it, but where it's like all Einstein, a compilation of Einstein's work, and he titled it "Stubbornly Persistent Illusion." It's because he's further expanding on that idea. That's the whole idea, which is that there's a stubbornly persistent illusion that we are in the center of the universe, even though we're actually not. And the reason is they can, to quote Stephen Hawking specifically,
I'm glad
he
you
said,
agree that we're not.
He said, on the grounds of modesty, we must assume the Earth is not special. That's what Hawking said. Edwin Hubble says we must avoid the horror of a special and unique position at all costs, even though the central Earth ideal cannot be disproven. Okay, the truth is that it's a philosophical devotion to the Copernican principle. The Copernican principle is philosophy, right?
Yeah, and there's Alan Watts talks about this decision being made at one point, and he describes it as there was like a need for mankind to get rid of this onlooking God figure that's judging him all the time. And part of that whole decision was to free man from that responsibility.
Yeah, but just like I just would love, like, why don't you Google Copernican principle, read it, and then realize, wow, it's exactly what I'm
Do
saying.
you really think I don't know what the Copernican principle is?
No, but I said, and then realize that it's exactly what you're saying. It's your argument, and then understand it's a philosophy.
I mean, it is a philosophy, but then again, all mathematical and even scientific arguments are philosophy, right? They're specific branches of philosophy.
Okay, so you're basically your argument is that
like it's not a gotcha to tell me that I have a philosophical point.
No, yeah, it is because you guys pretend
Why?
it's a scientific fact that the Earth's in a heliocentric model.
Exactly.
Just like
hold on. Let's not get confused here, Witsit. Okay. When I say something is a fact, right? I want you to understand very well that when I say something is a fact, I mean it is extremely likely that it is true, and it is supported by all available evidence, right? I'm always open to the idea that it is
that's not a
wrong.
fact. That's not a fact. So here,
that's what I'm clarifying.
That's not a fact.
That's why I'm clarifying to you what it is that I mean when I say fact.
So,
right?
like, here's an example, right? Hold on. Here's an example, right?
Stop interrupting me.
You literally just stop talking for a minute and then continue. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm away.
I don't care what your definition of fact is, right? I'm going to be going by my definition of fact. Because and I have to be consistent, right? Because then if I say one word to mean one thing and then you use the same word to mean something else, right? Then you're going to do a gotcha on me by saying, "Oh, well, then you said this thing when you actually meant that thing," and I'm like, "No, you're getting your definitions confused." All right.
Well,
so when I say
he made
wait on that. I'm waiting. Let Charlie finish so I can get on him. Go ahead.
When I say something is a fact, I mean that it is extremely likely that it is true.
Okay, you done?
Right, I have a question.
Hold on, Jim. I got next. Hold on.
Fair enough.
You done, Charlie?
Have I not already answered that?
No, I just got to make sure. So, all right. So let's look at the definition of a fact. A thing that is known or proved to be true. Second definition. Information used as evidence or as part of a report of new article. And third, the truth about events oppose the interpretation. So in order for a fact, by definition of Webster, Wikipedia, hold on, don't interrupt. Okay. Definition of pure evidence, not the presumption of philosophy or whatever you presume is more likely to be. It is factual evidence. If 2 + 2 is 4, that's evidence right there. Not a presumption that 2 + 2 can equal possibly 16 based on likeliness of what you believe and feel. That's a belief. That's a cult religion.
Well, this is why the point.
That is a fascinating definition for
it's on the internet. It's on the internet.
So
look it up.
You gotta understand.
That's not the definition that I'm using right now. If you want to talk about that definition, then I can go by that definition. But then I'm gonna have to change my argument to match that definition.
Okay, so it sounds good to
if you want to have a definitional debate, that's a semantic argument. It's dumb. I can have it if you want.
You guys are afraid to hear me. Yeah.
Like, how many times do you have to tell the Globers that they believe a religion before they realize they believe a religion?
That's what I'm saying, because they can't admit it. They can't admit it because that's the whole trick, is that it's scientism. So it's under the illusion that it's science and not religion, and that science is actually opposed to religion, and that's why they fight it. But this is what I'm saying. It sounds good to say it's incredibly unlikely because all the evidence supports the heliocentric model. It sounds good, right? That's called chanting. That's what that's called. When I say, what evidence specifically is it that is exclusive to the heliocentric model, I get crickets. There's nothing. And
already given you one. You're just refusing to accept it.
You said we don't know how big the universe is.
No. I said absence of evidence is evidence of absence, right? And you're saying that's a fallacy, right? Right.
No,
and what you're going to do?
There is no absence of evidence.
And what you're going to do is you're going to quote me a bunch of Wikipedia articles that confuse the statement "absence of evidence is evidence for absence" for absence of evidence is proof of absence, right?
This is another baseless chant, right? Where you're saying there's an absence of evidence, but if that was true, you'd be able to say, "Look, here's all the evidence for this position, and here's all the absence of evidence on this position." Meaning, this evidence doesn't work.
Wait, you want me to point? You want me to tell you what the absence is?
I can't point to something
that doesn't exist. Dude, and this is why even Nate jumped in and was like, "You got to." He's saying, "Actually, give him the evidence."
How do I point to something that doesn't exist? How do I point to something that doesn't exist?
Okay, so once again, all the evidence shows us that we're at the center. The heliocentric model's position is that that's an illusion, and that it looks like we're at the center, but we're actually not. That isn't an absence of evidence that we're at the center. That's objectively not that. Okay, so all the evidence shows us that we're at the center. The heliocentric model claims that's an illusion.
If the Earth was not at the center, what would it look like?
Oh well, it depends. It would depend on all the vectors, right? So the sky would drastically change. The sky would drastically change day to day. For a vast majority of the Earth not being in the center situations, for like 99.9% of the locations in the universe the Earth could be, our sky would change drastically.
Okay, so the only way in which you say you would be able to tell is by looking up at the sky, right?
No, I'm explaining to you that your actual position is that it looks like we're in the center, but it's just an illusion, and you're trying to pretend that all the evidence shows us that we're not at the center, and you won't use any specificity because you know that I'm going to destroy it. If you bring up parallax, I'm going to destroy it. If you bring up aberration, I'm going to destroy it. If you bring up retrograde motion, I'm going to destroy it. Yeah, you got nothing. You got nothing.
What is wrong with this proof that absence of evidence is evidence of absence? Let's walk through it one step at a time.
No, I understand. No, it's just that you don't have that. That's a baseless claim. That's totally
okay. Excellent. If it's baseless, then tell me what step of this proof is wrong.
Oh no, okay. No. See, you just now did. I said it's a baseless claim. It's a baseless claim,
Nobody's
meaning
gonna
you're claiming there's an absence of evidence, but that isn't true. And then you responded with, "Tell me how the logic."
No. I'm not even saying that there's an absence of evidence now, right? I'm pointing to this claim: absence of evidence is evidence of absence, right? In isolation, tell me why this proof is wrong. Like which line in this proof is like an incorrect inference.
When you state it specifically like, is evidence of absence, then of course it's what. If you claim that this can't be the case because of absence of evidence, that's
Point in the proof, but in the proof, point to which line, right? Obviously, definition 1, 2, and 3, they can't be wrong because they're just definitions, right? So start from the left, right? So it says probability of B given A is greater than probability of B given not A, implies 1 minus probability of not B given A is greater than 1 minus probability of not B given not A, which implies probability of not B given A is less than probability of not B given not A, which implies probability of not B given probability of not A is greater than probability of not B given not A, right? Which implies probability of B given A is greater than probability of B given not A, which means
you're making it all
it's
about
evidence
this
of
now.
absence.
It's not even the point, Charlie. It was a fallacy.
Incredibly
And
boring,
there's
right?
evidence that we're not moving, which is what I tried to sneak in with. And so it's not like there's lacking of evidence that your whole argument now depends on.
Well, that's the part he doesn't.
You're not addressing my point, right? Where in this?
Well, I'll
what
try.
about this?
I'm gonna try, but eventually I'm gonna stop trying, right? Because every time I go, you're being illogical and you're scattergunning all kinds of fallacies. Okay, so I don't dispute that if you have a complete absence of evidence, that something you have evidence for is more probable. The fallacy is if you claim that absence of evidence proves something to not be true.
I agree. I made that very clear from the beginning. I agree with you.
Okay, cool. Now then we're in agreement. Now let's get to the actual
Okay,
conversation.
hold on. Did I ever say? Hold on.
Let him finish. Let Whitson finish. He's in the middle of it. Don't interrupt. Go ahead.
Let's get to the actual substance. How are you claiming that there is an absence of evidence when all the evidence actually shows us that we're at the center and your position is that it's an illusion? Please tell me how there's an absence of evidence of geocentrism.
Do you agree that I never said that absence of evidence is proof of absence?
That's what I was pointing out. That was a fallacy. And I said, if we agree, we agree. If it's a probability argument, now can you answer the actual question?
Whitsit, do you agree that I never said absence of evidence?
He's asked you the same question twice.
Because
if I misunderstood what you were saying, I would have to run it back. So sure, if I misunderstood it, I thought you said that that's basically the proof of heliocentrism.
I wasn't talking about you, Whitsit. I was talking about the other guy. You've asked him twice.
I have never, ever tried.
Because this is how you have to deal with these people. You have to back them into a corner and make them answer. Answer the question, what's the absence of evidence? But can you explain how there's an absence of evidence?
There is no evidence that makes us believe that the Copernican principle is false, right? There's no evidence to make us believe that the Earth is the center of the universe.
Okay, what about the cosmic microwave background?
I can't point to something that doesn't exist with it.
What about the cosmic microwave background?
On philosophical terms, is that right?
What about the cosmic microwave background?
What about it?
That actually tells us that we're not the center.
No, it literally doesn't.
What about it? I'm very familiar with the CMB.
Okay, look.
Anyone here heard of the axis of evil?
So this is the point, right? I can't every time I talk, you guys interrupt, right? Because it's really kind of pointless if you do that. And if you guys are so sure, you wouldn't be so impulsive. So do you disagree or agree with this statement? The heliocentric model claims that it looks like we are at the center of the universe, but that is just an illusion. And no matter where you were in the universe, it would look to you like you were at the center of it. Yes or no?
So you're talking about the very common misconception that people have, right, when they look at the CMB, right, where it's I forget what the term is.
You can't answer yes or no.
Hold on, I'm trying to honestly answer the question, right, but like I can't do that if you can't do me. Okay, so fuck, I think the term is isomorphic or isotropic.
Isotropic, yeah.
Yeah. So you're right. The CMB looks isotropic, meaning it looks the same in all directions, right? And the thing that modern scientists say is that is true wherever you are in the universe, right? Now, I'm assuming that your point is going to be that is consistent with us being at the center of the universe, right? And that if we were somewhere else that was not in the center of the universe, there would be like a preferred direction to the CMB, right? Did I characterize your statement correctly?
Not quite, because I'm not making a claim about heliocentrism. I'm rebutting your claim that there's an absence of evidence. So if the Earth was at the center, would it look like that? Yes or no?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so that's not absence of evidence, then, is it?
No, because it is absence of evidence, because the alternative claim is consistent with the CMB looking like it is as well.
So it's not absence of
So it
evidence.
doesn't matter which way it is, like it makes
Yeah, it
sense
doesn't.
for both models.
Yes,
So
it does.
It's not absence of evidence. So there is actual evidence that we're at the center, but you have an interpretation that can
No,
also explain the evidence as if we're not at the center. That's the
Witsit,
actual point.
Witsit, if the model does not make, if the evidence does not make one of the models more likely than not, then it's not evidence.
First of all, dude, I can go.
That's not what evidence is.
Listen carefully. Listen carefully.
It's not evidence for the globe, then, is it?
So, like,
he doesn't seem to know what absence of evidence is. Absence of evidence is that there's no evidence that shows the viability of a certain claim, right? That's what absence of evidence is. If the Earth is at the center, we would see the same exact thing that we see. That is evidence that we're at the center. You're claiming it's an illusion. You're claiming it's an illusion. And this is the point, right? This is the bigger point. Actually, heliocentrism is less valid because we have the problem of dark matter and dark energy, expansion rates, the redshifts aren't properly distributed, and we don't have an equal distribution in all directions relative to redshift. This is the truth.
Hold on. Before you move on to that point, I need you to understand. Right, that an event which is proven to be statistically independent from another event, like event A, is statistically independent from event B, then that means that event A is not evidence for B.
You haven't proven anything. You've made an unfalsifiable claim that no matter where we are in the universe, it would look like we're at the center.
Prove anything. I'm trying to provide
you said
evidence.
The word prove. You literally said the word prove.
I can say the word prove without trying to prove anything to you.
You can't then rebut and say, I'm not trying to prove anything. All I did was use your words. And the point is, dude, that it is an absence of evidence. Because you have made an unfalsifiable claim, right? Which is that no matter where we are in the universe, it's going to look like we're at the center. That's just an unfalsifiable claim to explain away the evidence that shows that we are at the center. Okay?
No, that's not unfalsifiable. Because if there was a center, right, then presumably you will be able to detect when you're not at the center.
Yeah, so can we go all over the universe and check this?
In theory, we can.
No, but so it's unfalsifiable because we actually can't.
We have cameras up in like far reaches of the solar system, or I guess you don't believe that we have that.
Unfalsifiable.
No, but even if I take your data, because I take your data and shove it down your throat, that data doesn't help you. The data makes it worse for you. Just like we have a 23.4 degree axis tilt extended far beyond the Earth, right?
Hold on, I need to bring you back. I need to bring you back because you made the claim that what I said was unfalsifiable. And it's clearly falsifiable, right? If the Earth was in the center of the universe, then we could, in theory, go millions of miles or billions or trillions of miles away from it and notice that the CMB looks different because we're not in the center anymore, right?
No, you can never go check everywhere in the
universe.
universe.
Falsifiable because there's a theory that you could falsify it. That doesn't make it unfalsifiable.
Is that not by definition falsifiable?
No, actually,
looks like the center.
What's it?
I can't do this, dude. I'm getting.
I can't hear you over Jim talking.
If everywhere in the universe looks like the center, how could you do that?
If everywhere in the universe looked like the center,
that's his whole point. His whole point is that
that's my whole point, right? Like my point is
paradigm claims that you live in.
I'm gonna sit out. I'm just gonna sit out because I'm getting a headache, bro.
Claims that everywhere, no matter where you are in the universe, it looks like the center. That's your paradigm.
That is my point, right? And he said, Jim,
that you're not in the center.
Jim, you're doing it again.
You go in the universe, looks like the center. How could you go somewhere that doesn't look like the center?
Jim, you're interrupting again. You're doing it again. I don't know if you don't notice that you're doing it.
Yeah, you've gone against your own paradigm again.
No, he's not, Jim. No. What he's saying is that if he was wrong about the claim that it would look that way everywhere, we could test it by going other places and showing that it doesn't look like we're at the center.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
The point is, Yeah, but the point is that when you claim that it's going to look like that everywhere in the universe, you obviously have to be able to go everywhere in the universe. And no, not even in theory, in your paradigm, can you do that, because it's constantly expanding in all directions at an incredible speed, a speed that can't even be fathomed, with an energy that can't even be actually mathematically determined. Okay,
Hold on,
so
I'd be glad to talk about that, but you're veering away again. Okay, you clearly understand the point that I'm making, yet you still say it's unfalsifiable.
Well, as
It is
it
clearly
pertains to
falsifiable
realistic,
under your model, right? Because then you could just go to somewhere that's not the center of the Earth and notice that the CMB looks different, right?
Well,
yeah, but do you understand the problem with this logic,
wouldn't
dude?
adhere to your
Jim,
model
shut
then,
the
would it?
fuck up.
That wouldn't adhere to your model though.
You understand the problem with this logic is, like, I could say that there's a metaphysical background medium around us that has little fairies flying around, and technically that's not unfalsifiable, because at one point we may come up with the technology that allows us to transcend matter and go into the metaphysical realm and interact with the fairies. So technically it's not unfalsifiable.
Witsit, what metaphysical barrier do you believe is true that would prevent you from moving to a different place to measure the CMB such that you're no longer at the center?
Oh, do you not see the point, though? In order to test this claim, you'd have to get outside of our galaxy. So in your paradigm, realistically, no one claims to be able to do anything even close to that.
Okay, Witsit. Something not being practically realizable does not mean it's not falsifiable.
Sure, in theory, yes. There's a distinction here. I just made the distinction. I just made the distinction. Didn't I just make the distinction with an analogy? Didn't I just
So you agree that the claim that I made is falsifiable?
In theory, but as of now,
great. That's my entire point.
But it's not realistically
No, but in theory
falsifiable.
doesn't count, bro.
Yeah, in
it's
theory,
not
I could have the biggest dick in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and then
good job.
And then if you were ever able to go there and do this on thing that's
All right,
falsified,
falsify it.
the
Guys,
claim that
that's
you
not
went there and
appropriate.
falsified.
Let's keep it on topic. That's not appropriate.
Witsit. Okay.
Well,
now we can
you
move on
could
to
have
the
the
other.
small stick. So
Sir, I do not have a small dick. I have a very large one.
that's inappropriate.
Witsit, did you want to move on to the other point that you were making? Because you talked about redshifted photons not being consistent with, I'm assuming the heliocentric model, no? Or you also talked about how it's not theoretical possible in my model to, I guess, escape the expanding spacetime, which, by the way, I don't agree with. It is possible.
Man,
Or
someone
rather,
that was
it's
willing to
possible.
change his claims because he's not sure if there was enough money to be dumped in, sure as hell subscribe to that religion really hardcore.
Well, you guys frustrate the shit out of him.
No, actually, it was you, because he was trying to get to one point in analogy and you just skipped the analogy to go into another point, and then he's giving you examples and you just keep dodging that. You know, you think we're in the Matrix and you're sure as hell doing that too.
I'm okay with you thinking that.
Yeah, I'm okay with thinking that too.
Saying it's theoretically possible to falsify it doesn't make it falsifiable.
That's what it means for something to be falsifiable, dude.
But theoretically,
yes.
If it's not possible, it's not possible. Just because it's theoretically possible doesn't mean
That's
it's
literally
possible.
what falsifiability means.
You know what? That's starting to sound like an actual religion using belief without the lack of evidence.
How would
I
you
believe
falsify
it's
the claim
so.
that you actually went there and falsified it. How would you falsify that claim?
That's a good point.
The CGI documentary you're going to pull up with Tyson having an outer body astral projection feeling of going to the center of the universe to explain the overexpansion of dark matter. What Discovery Channel are you going to show us this time?
Well, Charlie, I don't think your absence of evidence and evidence of absence thing. I don't think it helps your side of the argument. Just as a spectator here, I don't think it helps you. I'm not sure exactly if you understand how it helps you, but I don't think it does.
Well, no, it was like he was
I'm
clinging
just
on to
waiting
that
for you
argument.
guys to bring it back.
Witsit
I'm
already.
just waiting for you guys to bring it back to reality,
admitting
because you're
the
talking
math.
about fucking Narnia at the moment.
Wait, just
Yeah.
real quick, Jimbo.
Well-
The thing is this started out with him admitting that the math is geocentric because he said it's more simple, right? So he's admitting that the math works either way, right? That it's just equally obtainable to think of it this way as we're the center mathematically, right? So at least
Equally
that,
legit, yeah.
right? But that's not equally because the evidence shows that we're not moving. So that it'd be more probable that if we are the center, because otherwise we would feel movement or see movement or have measurements of movement and all that. So it's more probable that we're the center. And then he was asked for evidence that we're actually orbiting the sun or any of this other stuff. That the heliocentric model is more valid. And then he couldn't give any, so he started this argument about absence of evidence as like an out to like being asked for direct evidence, which he couldn't provide.
It's because we're arguing
not
about
logical
Narnia. He
overall,
feels like he's got a
so-
foothold. He feels like he's got a foothold because we're arguing about Narnia. That's the thing. If we brought it back to the fucking real world, he wouldn't have a leg to stand on.
Right. The problem with all this is that, like, it's just clear that he has a bias, and that's fair. He works in the industry. So, like, it's not that the evidence is going to be any better on his side. It's just he believes it more.
I absolutely have a bias. You're right.
Yeah,
Actually, I
and
just
that's
put a
fine.
comp
That's why
the
these
math
like
isn't
debates
gonna work
aren't
out
really
for
like
satellites.
constructive. What would be constructive is if you didn't sign a NDA and you could actually give us all your data and access, and we could like reverse engineer what you think you're doing and what you're actually doing. But that's
It's very
not
easy.
probably
Just get a job.
probably
Just
not
get a job
going
in
to
the
happen.
company.
What?
Just get a job in the company. Get a job in a satellite communications company. and
Just
prove
get
people
the
wrong.
job in your company. Okay.
Yeah.
That's totally possible for everyone in this room. Yeah.
Right,
No,
you're
just
so
just
honest.
somebody-
You can't
just
give us
somebody in
details.
Lyra
Get a job in the company. Just
Mind you, maybe
payload.
you'd have to have some sort of thing where you can't, tell the information that you're privy to.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a guess here. Okay, I've played a lot of video games. I'm gonna assume.
why
I'm
would you
just gonna
break
make a
that
guess.
NDA
Hold
to
on,
tell
man.
them to show the world
Hold
the
on,
other
Charlie.
side?
I'm gonna make just a guess here. Okay, that an engine or a model was constructed, a simulation. Okay, and what they've done is they've given access to the sandbox, and you participate in it. So you think that there's physical things going up there. They give you all the lights in the show, and then you're fed back
Let me
data.
ask you, what's sandbox?
A sandbox for your satellite to operate within. That would be what I would have to. I mean,
So you think of the sandbox as in a balloon somewhere, right? And
No, like
no,
system
a
where you
digital
have
sandbox,
no
a place
restrictions.
that spits out numbers.
okay,
A
well,
system where you have no restrictions.
I'm working from, or I have worked in the past directly from my computer, connected to an antenna in my backyard with a huge satellite radio dish pointing to a very specific place in the sky, and I see the data from there. It's my computer, not connected to the internet or anything, connected.
Have you tried to connect
through
without
radiation.
pointing at that place in the sky?
Yes, I have, of course.
Okay.
But it's not a very specific place in the sky. I will
It is-
say I'm disappointed that I took a phone call for 5 minutes. I come back and it's still like a bunch of interruptions going on. But no, it's not very specific. And of course, the actual transmissions increase in width as they span out from the source. You just put in a generalized area of the sky. So I don't like why. Yeah, you might can put in the assumed coordinate system, but the data is allegedly received from a pretty wide span and generalized area of the sky.
So I'm curious, Winston. So you think obviously you think this is all like balloons, right? And like
You're going to expect us flat earthers to jump in and shit on people that are talking bullshit. Come on, like.
Well, I just think
unless we're talking about
think
the
it's
global
never
interruption.
beneficial. No, I think it's not beneficial for any side to interrupt because then there's like no fruitful conversation, and then
It's
everyone
not.
gets impatient. Like hypothetically, right? Like let's say someone's trying to patiently wait to jump in next, but then there's someone else that always interrupts the person. So they're like, oh well, if I don't interrupt, I'll never get in. So then they interrupt, and then everyone interrupts, and then
Right, yeah, then there's a chain of that people that want to quickly get in before someone else speaks. I get it. But I just don't like the fact that you do feel like you're the king of flat earth and every flat earther should shut up when you speak. I don't like
That's
that.
not true, man. I sit in this server for like 8 hours at a time and don't even talk.
I
But
get
like
that.
when
No,
I do try to
see
talk,
that.
I don't
see
like
that.
I don't
see
like being like run over when, especially whenever like I don't want to sound air. I can get the Globers to back into a corner, and then people start throwing them like life jackets, and yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
frustrating. Yeah, I don't think I'm
Like,
the king of
gotta
flat
give
earth,
them
man.
a
You guys got to
save.
stop saying that, man. My God.
Witsit is the king of the ether.
Okay.
No,
I'm not the king of anything.
Dyslow is the king of the ether. Remember that, right?
Yeah, Dyslow is very good at explaining the ether. So, like, this is the thing, Charlie. You're going to ask me what I think about satellites. No, I don't think they're all balloons, and I think that you could have electrogravitic propulsion that was experimented on as early as the 30s, and then we have commercially available perpetual objects that are solar powered now. And in fact, I think that you could catch the toroid lines of the field, and you could effectually move in a circuit over top of a plane. And I just don't believe the height.
How far?
Okay.
So how far would it be from where my dish is? Because presumably, if I get a satellite or a telescope, I could see it, right?
Sometimes we can see stuff in the sky, but it's actually pretty rare. So,
Why would it be so rare if they're not so high up, right? I can see the space station, like with the naked eye. Why wouldn't I be able to see a?
No. You can see a transit with a telescope or camera, and then you can see a light in the sky. You can see Starlink as lights in the sky as well.
No. I have seen the space station as an H, like the actual shape. I've seen the actual H shape of the space station.
Yeah, in a transit.
No,
Yeah,
I've seen it through my scope as well.
What are you trying to say there?
You can barely make out the shape with a fucking
Take turns, guys.
The
That's
hate
what I'm
shape
saying. This is just
proves the globe.
automatically going to devolve if we all talk at the same time.
Close it down, Geo. The hate shape
Nice
proves
is smaller than Jupiter on full zoom with a P1000. He ain't seeing no H with his naked eye. That's horseshit.
Dude, you can definitely see the ISS, the
quote
unquote ISS in transit, man. Why do flat earthers feel the need
not an
to fly
H.
What does
yes,
the H
you
prove?
can. Dude, Jaren has a video himself of a lunar transit. I've gone out and seen lunar transits.
Right,
So I don't
but I'm
know
telling
why.
you, it's a split second. You ain't
what
seeing
does
an
this
H.
prove, then? What does this H prove?
No, it does.
Okay.
That's the point.
The reason I brought up the space station, right, is because he's saying I don't believe all satellites are necessarily balloons. They could also just be like a drone that's solar powered, right? So I'm saying, hey, if I can see something like the space station that I believe is extremely far away, right? Then surely you believe this drone is a lot closer to the Earth, and so I should be able to see it with a telescope, right? Since given that it's always
I don't know.
pointed in a
There's a lot of weather balloons that are quite high up, and they are satelloons.
They could just be much smaller. And the main thing that I definitely don't agree with is the medium assumption. And obviously, it's going to be more difficult to see something through a more dense medium. So, like, if you had miles of, like, this is just speculation to make the point, of a superfluid, you're obviously not going to be able to see as far within that. Also,
Okay.
it's going to change your data. It's going to change your duration of transmission.
How high up is the balloon or whatever drone or whatever the hell you believe it is?
I'm not making any claims about that. I'm just making a point that I don't just outright need to deny, nor do I feel the need to deny it. I don't believe your stories that they're hundreds and thousands of miles away in a vacuum. And that's the actual point. So, I guess the only argument that pertains to the globe for this would be the mechanism. The glober would say, what other mechanism could there be if it's not that it's free falling around a ball? That's the only argument exclusive to a globe, and I just explained
the laws don't apply to the globe. That's the problem. Like they can say the laws don't apply to this, so we can do this.
Which if I can see an object a certain distance away of a certain angular resolution, right? Then on certain days where it's super clear, and perhaps on certain nights, if they're in front of the moon, I should be able to make out objects
of verify the distance?
or of certain distance to me, right?
How did you verify the distance?
I think we send signals up to what has been falsely called the ionosphere, and when you're not actually seeing something, I think that you can ricochet all kinds. Admittedly, the government says that you can ricochet all kinds of frequencies down. So I don't just believe stories about it. I don't think it's exclusive to anything. To be honest, I think satellites are a really open.
I'm not going to let you move on from what you just
conversation. Well, if you
let him finish.
My point is that the reason I brought up geocentrism because I feel like if someone can't concede that, honestly, that there's really no way I'm going to have like a fruitful outcome with the discussion about satellites.
Hold on. You said the government uses the ionosphere to bounce off signals, right? Why would you bring that
That's
up?
what they said. Because what are we receiving from the sky that claim that supposedly verify satellites? Signals. We're receiving signals, and people claim that that's proof that there's a satellite up there. Right?
How do they aim, though? Because they have to be able to aim back down to me. How do you aim when you're bouncing something off of the?
Just
Bro, how do you aim an antenna
why do you
anyway?
guys
How do you aim a fucking antenna? Antenna picks up signals from every direction.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so misrepresented.
A dish antenna, which I guess you've never heard of, right, is this parabolic antenna, right, which you point in a certain direction, and it.
Well, you didn't say dish antenna, but okay.
I did say dish antenna.
I do want to say this though.
Yeah.
Hold
I
on.
was wondering about that because you said that
Lily
you
said
picked
the
up
word
a
next.
signal. You said that you picked up a certain signal when you aimed your dish somewhere.
So the
one of the
thing.
most-
Go ahead. Go ahead.
One of the most requested explanations people want me to cover are satellites, and so I am going to do like a thorough stream explaining it, but I just don't think that this is for the unopened mind, because I think if you can't concede geocentrism, then like I don't know. I just don't think that you're in the right state of mind to entertain that maybe satellites aren't what you think they are. Just Google pictures of satellites in space.
I got a video of Starlink, and it's supposedly 730-mile trail of satellites, and they're in the sky. And I caught them as perpendicular as I could. I mean, as parallel as I got them as parallel as I possibly could. And it's a fucking 730-mile straight ass line. They're supposed to be curving. They're supposed to be miles and miles. They're supposed to be an arc. Plus, looking off in the distance perspective should amplify the drop. But it's just a dead straight line, bro. A 730-mile dead flat line.
What's it?
Okay, hold on. I had next for a bit. So I do want to say one thing before I let Charlie go. You know, when you guys see certain objects out there in the atmosphere, and you're stating that's the satellites, these are certain planets and stars. You know, I find it really funny that the flat earthers like ourselves don't throw out, well, maybe what you're seeing is a refraction of light or some sort of mirage, or like this when we're talking about the horizon. You love to throw out it must be refraction, or it must be mirage, or it must be something when we can't see a physical curve. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, I think flat earthers are more honest.
The guy would bring up more so than anything else because that's their answer to anything. Refraction.
Yeah, but flat earthers are more honest than that. They're not going to claim that there's like a consistent refractive effect that always matches what they need it to be to explain away the evidence. Like that's what religious zealots do. So I think this is one of the number one things that flat earthers sound stupid about. This is my opinion. One of the number one things that flat earthers sound stupid regarding is when people ask about the ISS and when people ask about satellites, because they just boldly claim they're all fake. They boldly claim they know there's nothing in the sky, and that's just completely unnecessary.
No, you can track it, but I think it's natural, man. I think it's natural, and I think they're stuck with it. That's why they're going to keep recommissioning. They're never going to land them fucking thing. They have no control over it because I think it's natural. But that's just my perspective, my opinion.
It can be natural and it can still end.
That's a bit silly from flat earthers to say that's fake. It's like what I would say is like, yeah, there might be something up there, but I don't think there's people in it. That's all I would say as a flat earther.
Yeah, for sure.
You think it's an airplane? If you've seen it with your bare eye just flying over, it looks just like a fucking airplane, dude.
No, dude, that doesn't make sense though, man.
Can I please make a point? Whitsit.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just gonna tell you what I observe. Okay. I have as part of my company, right? Not from the user side, but from the company side, we have a big ass dish antenna, right? That points to a satellite which is in geosynchronous orbit, and then 500 miles away, on the other side of the United States, we have another antenna that points to the exact same point in the sky, actually slightly different. Hold on, I'm not done, Jim. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
And I'm not done. And they both have to be in sync, meaning that they both have to. The signal that they both send has to reach the satellite at the exact same time, and they need to get back their signal at the exact same time as well.
Just words, bro. Prove that.
Your job requires you to. Your job requires you to believe this fakery.
I'm not done. Okay,
guys, everyone, just let him finish. There's no
the way that this works,
that's going to somehow make the Earth defy physics, bro. So just let him finish.
The way that this works is that each of the dish antennas sends out a randomized code, which the satellite broadcasts back with that specific same code. All right, and the offset that is found between when one dish antenna gets a signal back and when the other dish antenna gets a signal back is about 3 milliseconds, which corresponds exactly
Prove
to the difference in distance in light milliseconds.
Dude, it's just words, bro. Show
the
us.
distance of the satellite.
Ryan, please. That's not. No,
You know what? I'm not going to dox myself.
Do a stream about this because flat earthers get on my nerves when they talk about this. Okay, the truth is, you can claim it's exact, and in fact, there was a special relativistic correction needed, in that it didn't work either, and then Ron Hatch had to come fix it. So if you're claiming that you're actually using signals to that precision of satellites high in the sky, then you're using Ron Hatch's correction, right?
Why I asked for a
I don't know what the
demonstration.
fuck you're talking about. We don't use relativistic revisions because our satellite is geosynchronous. It doesn't have. It's not at high velocity.
Show it.
Okay,
it's just sitting in a spot above you.
It's relatively at rest with respect to.
This is what gets on my nerves when flat earthers just let them say anything and act like it's true. Like, prove it, dude. Show me anything at all to back up what you're saying, or it's just words.
Well, it's such a dumb thing.
Demonstrate it. Show us that it happened in the past or something. Show us. Give us the data.
I'm not going to dox myself in order to demonstrate.
I don't want you to dox
like
yourself.
a random person.
I don't want you to do that.
Like if you can't,
I just want you to give us the evidence that you're claiming. That's it.
Dude, I know flat earthers that work on satellites that also say the same thing he's saying. So it's like, now I know he probably doesn't think that's true because most of them get super triggered when I say that. I objectively know people that work with satellites that say that they have incredible precision tracking the satellites. So like, why would the flat earthers say that to me in confidence, in private? Okay, so like,
I don't believe nobody unless they prove shit, man. That's just how I am.
But even still, that doesn't prove globe or flat, does it? That doesn't prove globe or flat.
That's right, but that's exactly right. But most people think it does prove the globe, okay? They think that it does because it has to have a mechanism to stay with the Earth perfectly and blah, blah, blah. And it's at a certain height. How's it at that height? How's it going that speed? How's it staying with that
my
blah,
point,
blah, blah?
the reason I give you this example, Witsit, is I would like you to tell me, maybe you don't know, maybe you can say I don't know. That's fine. I would like you to tell me by what mechanism anybody will be able to fake this, given that they don't know the codes ahead of time.
Why does someone need to fake it? What? That's what
Geocentric. It's just something sitting right above one spot, bro. I mean, what?
Yeah, Charlie. Have you thought about like that they could receive your signal, process it the way that they do with the system they have set up? I don't know if you're familiar with spoofing in systems as well, like within the electromagnetic spectrum. There's essentially
I know what spoofing is. Yeah.
Right. So, but the main point I was saying, how do you know that they're not receiving your signal and then sending you one back, and it's processing through a system that brings all of the data together?
It is processing the signal, and it is sending it back. My point
let you finish. Hold on.
Right. Well, I'm interrupting him because it's clear that he doesn't understand what I find so incredible is that the information needed to identify which signal comes from where is not present at the satellite. The satellite does not know where the signal is coming from.
A parabolic dish is going to
Guys, take turns.
I think that's what Gio was saying.
Why is this such a like a
right? Like, so the way it works is that it receives a signal, right, from the two dishes on the Earth, and then it pings out both signals radially, or I mean, roughly, not really radially because it's pointing to the Earth.
Oh, it's like pointing my fucking dish TV, bro. It's got to be pointing at a certain spot.
Brian, hold on a second.
I mean, I don't think you guys are hearing what I don't think you guys are understanding my point, right? Like the information for the system to spoof me isn't present there.
Okay, can I moderate real fast? This is moderation, right? This happens on both sides. For some reason, satellites make flat earthers uncomfortable. I'm not sure why. They don't seem to understand it's not a big deal. But whenever one side's making an argument that makes the other side uncomfortable, they interrupt them before they get to their conclusion. Okay? And that's disrespectful. And there's no way that that's what a real debate is like. Okay? If your counterpart has a damning argument, it doesn't somehow disappear because you don't let them finish it cohesively. Okay? So if you could just let the guy finish when he's saying something, because if you're in pursuit of truth, you'd want to know his full details and claim so that you can then go from there, right? That's the
Yeah,
actual.
that's fair enough, because we've heard that many times when flat earthers are trying to get their points out and they're just squashed all over because
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. The thing is, we try to mute as little as possible. However, I mean, I feel like everybody can moderate ultimately. Like, just because somebody has a mute ability on the server, we mute so little anyways. So we all need to work together to have it be cohesive. And I agree with Witsit. Like, even if you don't agree with what someone's saying, just let them finish. And really, no one else should jump in until there's like at least a second of silence after the last guy ended talking. And then, yeah, it is tough if 5 people want to get in, but between those 5, if they all start talking at once, everyone needs to pull back, and then whoever's meant to go, let them go. I do that all the time in conversations, like even with people individually. Like, I might jump in, but then they say something, so I pull back. But anyway, so like I'm talking right now. So like only when there's a whole second of silence, then boom, then we have to figure out who goes next. And then if you hear other people talking, just pull back. So then the one person can go.
I'll say next. One more additional point to that, right? So it's like we also need to know what, like, say, Xanax a good example, but like I call it the bot syndrome, where you're not really listening to what the other person's saying. You're just thinking in your mind what you're gonna say as a gotcha back, right? And if you're not doing what Gio's doing, where there's like a second or so where you're actually listening, we don't have a whole bunch of Nikola Teslas with like incredible processing speed. Not everyone in here is like Nikola Tesla, right? So to really show the other person honesty and be listening to what they say and then think about it and formulate an intelligible, direct response, you would hear way more pauses, right?
Yeah.
And this is especially not incessant interruption. So I'm just saying.
I just need to ask questions and keep on talking. Like, ask a.
Okay, well, Brian, but you do
Bro,
interrupt.
I thought you was done. Fuck, dude, quit screaming my name. God damn it.
Oh my God, bro, you're just emotional, man. I'm saying when you interrupted him a second ago, it didn't help the room. So, like, we want to get to the bottom of this as flat earthers. We need to hear the other side thoroughly. Okay.
Like,
yeah, see how there was like a full.
Yeah, go ahead, Charlie.
That's the real.
My only point is, like, if you imagine,
go ahead, Charlie.
If you imagine, like the Earth being flat. Okay, just imagine the Earth being flat, and you have 2 dishes that are sufficiently separated, right? And then you have the satellite, which could be a balloon or it could be floating in a certain point in space, right? You could triangulate when the dishes beam out to the satellite and the satellite beams back. You can triangulate based on when you hear the signals on both satellite dishes of how high up in the sky the satellite has to be, right?
Right,
and it just simply doesn't work with something being that close.
Have to take into account like some sort of delay. Surely there's some sort of delay though. Like it takes a while to receive that signal. So when you say that, like we've just been given that signal that something, but that might have happened 10 seconds earlier, right?
Well, this is a big part.
Given the delay, you can tell where it is, right? Because of the speed of light.
That's how we do it, right? That's how we do it. We use the speed of light. We have a duration of delay, right? And then we take the medium, we take the speed of light, we take the duration, and we get a distance. Okay, in very like basic terms, that's what we do. So if we have a medium assumption that's incorrect, it's going to drastically change the interpretations. And every time I ask an aerospace engineer about that, they never respond.
Well, do you know what I'm surprised about? That no time dilation has been mentioned in this.
There is no time dilation.
He said it's
fair enough.
geocentric.
Well done, Charlie. I like that.
Geostationary satellite. There's no time dilation.
But Charlie,
did you hear what I said about the medium? Did you hear what I said about the medium, though?
What about the medium?
Do you agree that we're using the duration of delay based on the signal going through a certain medium?
Sure, right, the atmosphere
with the speed of light. Yeah. So, like, if our medium, exactly. Well, that's how we get the distance, right? So it's like that's how they supposedly verify the distance.
So, so they would have to account for like different countries because certain mediums would be different depending on the weather, right?
Well, that wouldn't be much
the difference
at all,
is extremely small.
That would be like nothing. Like the change in different atmospheres would be nothing. I'm saying an entirely different medium.
Right,
it's
so
entirely different.
That's negligible.
No, like what's above us is entirely different than what they've told you it is. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So you agree that would change it. Right?
So weather doesn't really matter. Weather
are you saying that there could be a medium above me that slows down the light?
Hold on, Jim's talking.
Yeah, hold on.
Jim talk.
Well, Jim, the thing is, dude, when you talk at the same time as someone else, your mic goes totally muffled, and then we can't even hear what you're saying.
Well,
And
I was talking, and then everyone started talking while I was talking. And it's not my fault. I'll
Right.
mute.
The thing is if it's one person can only speak at a time, but yeah, whenever that person's done, there might be 3 or 4 people jump in. That's why I'm saying like we have to figure out a way to leave enough time in between, and then people need to pull back. But I think Jim and then Charlie, go ahead. Or whichever.
No, literally, that's all I said. Like, I was just wondering about the different climates in different countries, because you have really hot climates in certain countries, and then you have really cold climates in other countries. I don't know whether that made an effect or had an effect on the result. I just didn't know. So,
like the speed of light,
that is negligible. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's fine.
Yeah, because radio transmission's not gonna, like, the speed of light's not gonna change that much in just like different temperatures or humidities of the air. Right,
They'll
it's not
pass
going to be
through
like
whatever at the same rate. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, pretty much exactly the same rate. Yeah.
Well, Charlie, if you were going to respond, go for it. But I want to say one thing, because from what I was talking about earlier, from what you were saying, could you conceive a potential of a system that could work something like this? Let's say there's many, many devices up there. So just imagine a grid, just there are, however many in the distance apart, but let's just say there's many of them. They're at a high enough altitude that it's beyond the distance of opacity of which you can even view. So just like when something goes behind a cloud, you can't see it. So at a certain altitude, there's like a layer there that all those devices that are up there are beyond that, so we can't see them. And the way in this where you have all those devices, and then it's all run through essentially a simulation system where it's simulating individual satellite units, but they're like virtual units, meaning that there's all the communication receivers and sender points, but they're not necessarily singular satellites. They are virtual satellites that are connected to a certain position on the grid. And then all they would have to do is, as you're receiving signals based on your angle, your position, etc., and the timing of the distance, they can, with the virtual system, just convert and contrast all of those signals as required to send them down to essentially make it seem on the ground like you're sending it to a satellite, quote unquote, in space. But in reality, it's a virtual system with senders and receivers.
How would they be able to tell, first of all, where the signal is coming from and which dish sent the signal?
Because if they have many, many receivers up there, it's hitting them on a grid at a point, based upon your position on the ground.
Are you saying like a 3D grid, like a cube of probes?
Well, for the moment, let's just say like a planar. Okay, stationary Earth.
Let Gio finish, and then you can respond.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, let's say a planar stationary Earth with, let's just say, a planar layer of these signals. So for the moment, we could, yeah. So it's just a grid system. So it's like, like A5, B6. You can have a grid.
An array.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying you can't. Without knowledge of first of all, which dish sent which signal, you can't. And I know you were saying, oh, the grid would know how. But there's no way the grid would know how. It just doesn't.
The grid would be sending and receiving signals from a certain position. So if you're told on the ground, like, okay, you got the satellite TV system and you're going through the setup, and you have to do this like with satellite internet and whatnot, and okay, you got to angle it correctly. I've done that before with satellite internet, so I'm familiar with it. And you do have to have it pointed at a particular part of the sky. And there's times when it changes and you can, quote unquote, connect to a different satellite. But what I'm suggesting is that instead of the idea of that being a thing in space, like a device, one device in space.
I understand your setup.
About, a grid system.
You're not listening to my objection.
No, Charlie.
You're not listening to my objection. My objection is.
Your objection is that it couldn't work with the timing of the signals, but I'm describing a way that can.
I don't think it. How? Okay, so
it's a signal distribution, receiving and sending grid.
Okay, listen to me.
What you say? You have a map of receivers.
The system is
Jim.
You have a map of receivers.
Jim, let him finish.
I think Charlie was next. Yeah.
Listen, the system is the following. The quote unquote real system is the following, right? You have 2 dishes. You have 1 satellite. The dish to send a random number up to the satellites. The satellite pings back that number in all directions, right? And based on the timing signals of the timing of each signal received back by both dishes, you can triangulate where the satellite is, right?
I got
Now,
next.
you're saying, hey, okay, let's have a grid, planar grid that's much, much, much closer, right? Right. Okay. So we take one dish, we beam up the number 7 to where it thinks the satellite is, right?
Right. The virtual
one or more of the grid drones or whatever is going to receive that signal, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then they're going to broadcast the signal back.
Yeah.
Right?
In what I'm describing, it would be
okay.
Sort of like, like it's like it goes to like a mainframe, if you want to call it that.
Hold on. They're going to broadcast it back immediately or after a delay?
The delay that they program to fit the model of the globe.
Excellent. Let's do it with a delay. Okay.
It's a model. Yeah. It's just a
I
delay.
want to respond right after.
Okay. But listen to me.
But yes,
is it going to be broadcast back from the point where it was received?
They can, absolutely, yes.
Okay, then the satellite dishes wouldn't receive the signal at a time consistent with them actually being up at a satellite where they think they are. It just wouldn't be. Unless the drone actually is where the satellite is supposed to be.
All right.
It just wouldn't work.
Well, they're sending and receiving the signal so they can time it and place it any way they want.
Right, but they can't time it for one dish one way and for the other dish another way.
Well, I have an example
it's broadcast. That's what broadcasting means.
Okay, so I have an example that we do this with oceanic temperature grids of buoys, right? So these are temperature grids that are being manufactured by multiple nations and multiple science agencies that they all have access to this temperature data, which allows them to share temperature readings of currents and events, which doesn't need for the person who's accessing those buoys to contact that agency. So they have a network of grids and temperatures that allows people to read within a grid line. So if we could do that with oceanic, we could definitely do that with satellites. The only difference is they don't tell the users that it's a grid. They just tell the users it's based on this specific satellites.
Yo, do you understand my objection? If not, I can re-explain or expand on my objection. Right? Like, if one of the drones tries to spoof, the other receiver will hear that signal. Right?
Right. Well, when I'm talking, are you thinking of it as like individual drones or what? Like individual devices? Or
well, what I imagined is a plane of drones, like a plane as in a like a flat plane, you know.
Yeah,
just at a distance much closer to the Earth, right?
Yeah, let's say like a planar layer. Yeah, it's a planar layer.
So parallel to the Earth. Okay.
Sure, yeah. Whatever. So dish A beams up to satellite number 37, right? And one of the drones, which is a lot closer to the Earth than what the dish thinks, picks up the signal, artificially waits some amount of time, right? And then broadcasts it out, right? Right? Dish A.
Yep. That's one possibility.
Depending on where the drone is, there's going to be a difference of when dish A and dish B are going to hear the signal, right? For example, if the drone is a lot closer to dish A, it doesn't matter how long the drone waits. When it broadcasts the signal, dish A is going to get the signal pretty much immediately, and there's going to be some delay for dish B. Yeah? That difference in time, in all likelihood, is not present in a system where the satellite is real. For example, assume that
there wouldn't be very much actual delay because they're much closer. Yeah.
So assume, for example, that the satellite
there would be less. Yeah. So there would be less. So they would be adding delay for their globe distances and globe model.
Gio, but you can't add delay for one dish but not the other.
Sure, why not? Okay, we're
because
talking about
a broadcast. What do you think it means to broadcast a signal?
Well, in this idea we're talking about,
that's like saying I'm gonna yell out a word, and one person next to me is gonna hear it 1 second from now, and the person to my right is gonna hear it 10 seconds from now. That doesn't work.
No, I can understand that. Like you can't just have a delay for one and not for the other.
Yeah.
But what we were talking about, though, in this idea is like a planar grid where there's many, many devices. Let's just be wild and say that there's one every 50 feet, just to be crazy for the minute.
Sure, we can make it continuous. It doesn't matter. It could be a continuous piece of electronic. I don't care.
Yeah. So, but let's just say to be wild, there's one every 50 feet.
It would depend on how close it is to you, depending on the delay you get. Surely.
I wish I could fucking draw and share my screen and draw why it doesn't work.
So let me just say, just to respond to
Jim, it's not working out, Jim. Please, just mute. You're drunk. Come back. Talk when you're not drinking, okay?
Whatever. Here.
Anyway, sorry, you're saying, Gio?
Well, I was just saying, like, so if you have a grid of like I said, like there's one device every 50 feet, just like that.
That part is clear to me. You don't have to re-explain it. I understand it.
Right. So anytime you have any signal on the ground, any system that is sending or receiving signals, dishes, devices, anything in the world, you're on the ground and that's it. Now you're sending a signal to a position in the sky or to a range of positions in the sky. And you would then be receiving signals from the same, either a position or a range of positions. So what I'm referring to in this layout is where you would have many, many devices that are all in a grid system. That grid system is all run through a system, and they can have virtual nodes within that within those certain areas of receivers. So anything is possible within that in terms of timing.
No, it's not.
Well, you're interrupting, so let me just lay out my thing, like we were just talking about earlier. And then you can, I guarantee I won't interrupt you. You can lay it out what you want or how to respond. So, anyways, I'm just trying to lay out your points. You're angry at me, or you're frustrated that I'm not, that you think you were saying something that I didn't understand or whatever. So I'm just going over it again. So you're talking about timing. You have like two different devices in two different positions. One of them sends a signal. The other one sends a signal. There's a certain time difference and distance difference of where they're located and the positions in the sky. But the thing is, with that grid system in the sky, like I said, at the end of the day, you're sending a signal to an area and receiving one. And if you don't have the verification of that whole process from there back, meaning you send it, it does God knows what, and then comes back, you really don't have a way to verify what it is truly. So you actually don't have a way to verify what that signal, like the actual full roots and connections of what that signal is. And with this grid I'm talking about, you'd have to point out a way to me that there isn't any possible combination of timings and signals that can be sent and received.
I already did, but I will do it again. Okay. In fact, let's actually step through your system. Okay. So let's say that the satellites think that that the dishes think that the satellite is equidistant to them. Yeah. So the satellite is.
I'm gonna be listening, but I do have to step away from my mic. But I'll totally listen, and then I'll be able to jump in probably in a bit. But I gotta.
So start that again. Equidistant.
How are you gonna listen if you have to step away?
No, I'm 100% listening. I'm just not gonna be able to respond for a minute. But
I sort of want some interaction here because I mean you're not getting it, and you're just gonna leave.
Well, I mean, you can hear, you can't talk.
All right, listen. Let's assume.
All I said is just Charlie. Hold on. All I said, I'm 100% going to be listening. I'm just not going to be able to respond very quickly. So what you say, I'm going to listen, and then whether I can get back to my mic in a second, whatever it may be,
sure.
I may respond to you in a minute. But I've also been talking a lot, and I want to leave room for other people to jump in as well. So
sure.
Go ahead.
So let me simplify the scenario for you. Assume that the satellite is equidistant to both dishes, meaning that the satellite is perfectly in between the dishes, but just up in the sky, right? So if the satellite broadcasts a signal, then both dishes need to receive it at exactly the same time, right? Because they're both equidistant to the satellite. So let's say you have a grid, right, that is a lot closer to the Earth than where the satellite would be. Yeah. So dish A beams up a signal, let's say 37, to the satellite, or where it thinks the satellite is, but is going to be intercepted by one of the drones, which is a lot closer to dish A than it is to dish B. It has to be, right? So then, the drone that picked up the signal, presumably, would broadcast out the signal back, right? But because it's a lot closer to Dish A is going to get the signal a lot sooner than Dish B. There's no way for the drones to be able to fool the system into thinking that they received the signal at the same time. I mean, what am I missing here?
Oh, and Charlie, do us a favor. Stop pausing in between talks, because then it lets us know that you're done. But then you get complaint when you interrupt. So just do us a favor and just say it in one shot, and then we can go ahead and talk.
No, I don't think that's a good idea. Because nobody wants to listen to him for 6 minutes.
Yeah, I know, but like he keeps pausing, then bitches
Yeah,
about
sure.
like interruption, so it's kind of annoying.
Well, Charlie, what about? I mean, the thing is, they could add delay. That would be because a lot of the delay, what they claim.
So let's go to my example. Let's go to my
That's
example.
actually the. Hold on, real quick. That's the whole trick of the whole satellite thing. The deception of it, like getting, in my viewpoint, getting to
let's add delay.
Starting to get to the roots of it is that there's the whole delay system, which is then based on the speed of light and
Let's add delay.
distances
Let's walk through it.
And outer space. Yeah.
Let's walk through it. Let's add delay. Okay. So Dish A beams up to where it thinks the satellite is, right? A drone that's a lot closer
to the sky. Yeah, it's a
satellite A.
Like I said, it's a section of the sky. It's anytime you're sending or receiving, it's either a pinpointed or a range of the sky. Exactly. Yep.
Okay. Dish A broadcasts to where it thinks the satellite is, and a drone that's a lot closer to Dish A is going to pick it up. Yeah?
When you say drone, you're just saying these devices that the planar device, you're calling them drones?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the devices that are on the plane, right?
Yeah.
Now,
well,
the device by construction, by the scenario that I gave you, right, has to be a lot closer to Dish A than Dish B, right?
If you have one of them closer than the other, then yeah.
No. You would totally miss my setup now if you said that. At the beginning of my setup, I said both the dishes are equidistant to the satellite, right? And then there's a plane that's a lot closer to the Earth, that's below where the satellite would supposedly be, right?
Yeah, if they're at the same distance.
And satellite A,
the grid would receive them at the same time, and it would send them back in whatever way it wants to. That's how they do it.
Hold on. The grid would receive what at the same time?
Anything the grid is receiving, it's receiving, processing, and then sending back the relevant data and information at whatever timing they want.
From a specific drone?
From an area in the sky, yes.
From a specific drone?
I didn't call it a drone. I'm talking about a specific point in the sky that they have devices that can send and receive signals.
Okay, but are you talking about a point on the plane or the entire plane?
If you're going to call it a plane of devices above a planar Earth, then yes, it would be like I said, it would be like a grid system, because you know, like when you like bingo.
Right, you answer my question. When the grid receives a signal, where does it broadcast it out again from?
Wherever on the grid it wants to, and in the likelihood of like quote unquote satellites where there's like television or internet or things or satellite phones that are going directly back and forth, it's going to come from the same place in the sky that they sent it from, because that's the whole thing. They're claiming that's a satellite. Oh, there's a geosynchronous satellite in this area, or a geostationary. Geostationary would be over the equator.
Okay, I think you need a picture. I think you need a picture, because you're totally not getting my point. So I'm going to draw the two dishes, where the satellite would be, and where the plane of I guess drones or whatever this would be. Okay. So
yeah, I think this is actually the best idea. We need to get a visual, and we need to construct it together, and then maybe you can test it or try to falsify it at some point.
I'm drawing it out with my artistic skills here in MS Paint, and I'm almost done. Okay.
Like if you sent a signal to, C17, right? Like I'm just making, but I'm just saying, if you have like a horizontal, vertical, planar grid, you're going to have a horizontal coordinate and a vertical coordinate. And whatever that is, I'm just making up C17. Could be, G45, whatever it is. And on that grid, if you then have your satellite internet and you're going to point your dish to that point, to C17, you're going to point it right there. You're going to then start receiving the data and the cellular signal that you need for your phone or internet, whatever it may be. In the case of satellite phone, etc., or TV. Once you're aligned to that, they call it geostationary and geosynchronous in the heliocentric model. Geostationary being at the equator, geosynchronous can be anywhere other than the equator. And those are they claim they're going at the same spin of the Earth. But over a stationary plane of Earth, that just means they're not moving. They're stationary.
All right, I finished my picture, and it looks like some sort of satanic symbol or some shit. Can I
Makes
paste
sense
it?
for the science community that believes in that shit too.
All right. Do you see the picture that I put out? It's a big triangle.
Yeah, I see it,
There's
yeah.
two dishes, A and B. There's a red plane, which is where your devices live, right?
Okay.
And then there's S, which is where the satellite would be. Yeah?
Oh, no, I don't know why. No, this is not what I was talking about.
What
I
no?
would be what I was be talking about is, let's say if A is a dish and B is a dish.
Yeah.
Let's just say that red line is like a plane above the plane of Earth, like parallel. All the devices would just be on that red line.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm depicting. What do you have against this picture?
Well, because you have X, Y, you're saying we're drones, and then now there's a satellite thing up at the. That's not what I'm describing.
It is exactly what you were describing. The whole plane is drones. The whole red plane is drones.
So
This
he's
is the
trying to-
side view. The bottom line is the Earth. S is where the satellite would be, or where the dishes think the satellite is.
He's saying that pretty much the satellite and the X and Y are sharing the same grid line.
They're not. It's
No,
an
they're not.
optical. It's optically. So, but this is what he's saying.
The bottom
I
line
agree
is
with
the
this
Earth.
move.
The bottom line is the Earth. A and B are dishes on the Earth. S is a satellite. The red line is the plane.
So what's the problem with this?
Okay, the problem with this is pretend that A beams a signal up to S. It's going to be intercepted. It's going to be intercepted by a drone at X, right?
So you're saying that the satellite thing is where, like Witsa just said it, the satellite thing is where you're saying your system thinks the satellite is out on a globe.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not actually, it's just the planar system of devices, but it's just that the point is, the angle is where you guys
shares a direction in the sky.
Right. It shares a position in the sky, but that's where you're mathematically being told there's a quote unquote satellite.
Sure. Okay. Again, I'm trying to get you to understand that the system that you're proposing does not work. Okay.
Well, go ahead and lay out go ahead. Lay it out.
Again, let's step through it. Okay. Dish A beams up a signal to satellite S. Okay. And it has a uniquely generated number, right? Once it reaches S is going to broadcast it out in a radial manner such that it reaches A and B at the same time. Yeah? Okay. So now in your system of like that plane, the signal will be intercepted at X, right?
Yep.
And then you would add a delay, and then you would broadcast it out at X.
It would be processed. The signal would be processed by the grid, and then whatever needs to be sent back. So in this case, X, let's say they both received it. X and Y both received the signal. The way you were describing it, the grid would process it, and it would send it back at the time.
Hold on. Why would Y receive a signal?
And it would send the same signal to both of them.
Hold on. Why would Y receive a signal? I told you in my scenario, only A is sending a signal to S.
Okay, I probably jumped the gun. So go.
You are. You're not following me at all. A sends a signal. A sends a signal.
No, I just jumped forward because you're saying A sends. I was just describing how X and Y
can I ask you a favor?
Those signals and then send them back.
Can I ask you a favor? Don't jump forward. Okay, just follow me. Just humor me, please. A sends a signal. It gets intercepted at X, right? Then you're saying add a delay, right?
That's one possibility, yeah.
Okay, sure. Add a delay. Let's say, I don't know, a delay of 5 seconds. Then what happens? Because if you broadcast out a signal at X in all directions, as you said you would initially, then A would receive the signal back a lot sooner than B, and therefore the whole system would be able to tell, hey, I'm not fooled. I'm not receiving my signals back at the same time.
Why would
What's
A
wrong with
receive
having
it at a
something at
different
the
time than
satellite
B?
area?
Why would A receive
What's
it at a
wrong?
different time than B?
Because A is a lot closer to X than B.
It would just send the same. Your whole scenario is something goes from A to S and then comes down from X and Y simultaneously.
What? What do you mean my whole scenario? My scenario is that A is broadcasting to S, right? And that it gets intercepted at X.
Yes.
And this is what you said you would do, right? And then you would add some delay, and then you would broadcast out the signal from X.
It could send it back from X or X and Y simultaneously, the same signal, to make it seem like it's still coming from that triangulated satellite in outer space. It's a grid.
Yep.
It can send and receive anything
Okay,
at once.
well, that's not what you said earlier, but even then, you can still tell that you can't fool the system.
How
Why?
could you tell?
Well,
for example, let's say you're trying to go from A to S, and you want to receive from
Because
A and B
Gio,
the same thing.
Gio.
You would the grid would send it out
Gio,
from
you
X
asked me a
and Y
question.
simultaneously.
You asked me a question. Don't jump ahead. How would you be able to tell, right? Okay, in this modified scenario that you've given me, we actually have a lot more than just 2 dishes, right? We actually have in the order of hundreds spread out throughout the United States, all of which are playing this game. You cannot construct a grid which will keep all of the dishes incongruent with each other, like incongruency with each other. You just can't. It's not possible. You will always be able to detect, hey, this dish heard this a lot sooner or a lot later than expected. It's just basic triangulation. Anyway,
Yeah,
I gotta go. My baby's crying.
You could
Hey, wait, will you do real quick before you go? Well, I'm about to post a comp that says it simply is impossible to have satellites orbiting the Earth. Would you be open-minded enough to give a response? I sent it to you in a DM of why you have contention with the claim in the comp that I put together. Did he
The
leave?
baby cries. The baby cries.
Baby wins always.
It's cool. I'll post it anyway.
I mean, did anyone else, as he was laying that out, did anyone else agree with him or see his point? Because
Hell's fucking no.
Yeah, I don't see any way logically that you can't, like, even in his drawing, they would, in this layout, they would be claiming virtually where that satellite is and how long those signals are going to take. But X and Y, that grid can receive those signals, calculate anything it needs to, and then send back either duplicate signals or separate signals. And there's there's nothing that he was saying that, unless anyone else saw anything, that logically couldn't work this way.
Yeah, and something I'll add into it. It's like what's it said before. It's that snarky, condescending attitude that doesn't sell their fucking religion to me. It's like, if the guy wasn't so goddamn snarky and condescending and rude, even though we literally laid a format for him with Geo stating that we won't interrupt him, we'll give him this thing, and what did he do? Several times he just interrupts. So, like, even if he was trying to sell me the color red exists, that attitude would just tell me no, I don't believe it.
I wasn't trying to interrupt earlier. I thought dude was done. He was pausing like that other guy said.
I agree with you.
Real quick, I made a video about satellites and looking it up, and there's 2 relays before anybody gets any satellite information. And also, because of all the anomalies, quote unquote, fingers in the air, they're all tied in to a master computer, not necessarily a master computer, but they're all tied in to other satellites. There's no single satellites, and they have 2 relays before you ever get any signal. They're full of shit. They're acting like it's impossible for them to do. They can do whatever they want because they're the ones who get the signal before you even do. I mean, it's nanosecond, whatever shit, but dude, they can do whatever they
every
want.
milliseconds for the example you was talking about. Look, I just want to say that I agree with the emotions of the room, but like, I think it's a big mistake. Like, this guy is very reasonable to speak to if you're just talking to him, and it would be such an asset if we could try to use his information to assist reverse engineering this. I just don't see why we have to be battling. Maybe we should just be, working together if he's willing to do so.
Yeah, he's not willing to give any information because he says, "I'm afraid about being doxxed." So
that's fine. He didn't have to give personal information. He could just give us kind of like a better inside understanding of
I said
what
this
he has
half
to
an
deal
hour
with
ago.
and ways
I
that
said
we
this
can
half an hour
falsify
ago,
or
guys.
reverse engineer. Yeah, send him the comp. We can bring it up again. We can come up with our best like understandings and compare. Come up with like more revised understandings. Like, I just think that's how it should be. Like, this guy is exactly the kind of guy we'd want to talk to.
Yeah,
For
you know?
sure. He's
use-
actually honest with his position and all of that, right?
Yeah.
But I did say this
Let's not
hours
attack the
ago.
bias.
I
Let's
said
attack
this
the
half an
information.
hour ago. Tell us your position, you know? And yet
Well,
I'm muted. Right.
Well, his
Whatever.
point is that we always kind of want to be combative, but compared to other Glovers, he's like super calm for the most part. I mean, he doesn't interrupt.
If you don't
anybody.
attack him, yeah.
Yeah, so you could use him to like really
Absolutely.
strengthen our
Even if you
position.
do attack him, he seems to be on the same point. He's got what he wants to say and he says it. Right. Fair enough.
I
Fair
would
enough.
juice this guy for everything he's willing to give us. That's what I do.
I agree.
Yeah, but like something I've also stated before prior
Same.
to this is that you know, the more you watch some of these debates, especially the modern day debates and stuff like that, like it just shows their position is always condescending. And not to top it off, you know, most flat earthers, not once you go into the flat earther rabbit hole, you look at other rabbit holes and then you realize it's just this giant Travis of a matrix. So even the satellite things, even though if it's explained well enough on his side that he's, you know, he's pushing a bunch of dials and buttons and he believes in it, it's the same thing with like the NASA comms network. Like they're over there like, no, man, I believe it. I push buttons and stuff. And then later on they get told, you know, that kind of garbage.
Yeah, and we know that. We know that's what's happening. We have enough forethought, and we've seen enough evidence to know that this is the fuckery that they'd have to go through, and they would have devised a very particular, like, black magic system that would confuse the user, and then they would believe the story they're told, and then the other science about like the speed of light and all these other things, like they make it cohesive because they come from all different angles to make the story viable.
Yeah.
And in that comp, everyone here should read that comp that I posted to the satellites orbiting. It literally and mathematically does not work. You can't have something perpetually falling. It just doesn't even work. So just, get that argument down. He even puts the math in there. Gravitational orbits are a mathematical David Copperfield show, he says at the very end, without any relation to physical reality, and only sleepwalkers and daydreamers can take it for real. So there's no reason to get like jumpy about the satellite argument. Their side is already.
That's what I'm saying.
losing.
If we're honest, flat earthers do that.
Yeah. Well, if you're not, well versed in the topic and you're speaking to a subject matter expert, it can rile someone up.
Yeah, but you should just stay calm. You should have confidence in the fact that we have tons of evidence for our position. Like that's what the ballers do, right? Like as I get.
Well,
to
that's
the
what everyone
conclusion of
does.
My point.
It's a human problem.
Well, as I get to the conclusion of my point, they always have to try to make sure I don't get to say it because they want to throw a gotcha red herring in, and I just don't think that's beneficial. I don't know why we have to do that. I know for a fact nothing this dude says about satellite is going to make the Earth start spinning and defying physics. So, like, I don't.
But
they have no gotchas.
Yeah,
no gotchas.
Yeah, one thing I have to agree with it. Yeah, I know you were trying to get him into a corner and shit. But then when he started arguing with the whole evidence and no fallacy thing, and then making up his own facts, even though I gave him the definition of what a fax is, that is an online dictionary. No, I'm gonna go with my belief interpretation. That's right there, quoting from the Bible right there. You went and quoted that his religion is a belief, and just stated otherwise. So it's like even if you were to corner him, he's just gonna pull up more fallacies. So I'm not saying to emotionally attack him, but I'm just saying in general. Like the moment he started arguing with the absence of fallacies bullshit, I already knew this guy was just full of shit. But I just
people that are just like equally as confident as him. When I go through the geocentric thing with them, they end up being like mind blown because they end up realizing like, oh wow, this assumption that I have of heliocentrism actually isn't as strong as I thought it was, and I think that that's just beneficial to. Like even flat earthers like to hear like, oh, this guy works with satellites and now he's like speechless and here's how you can corner anyone with geocentrism.
Yeah, I like listening to you, bro. I think you do real good. I always try and sit back when you got the floor because you do just as good without anybody. But check it out. I've just posted like 4 old satellite videos. It's a lot of information compiled, I'll DM them to you, or either Telegram them. You might brush over them. It might save you some time if you're trying to look for like some particular shit. I know you're going to put your own video together, but it might save you a little time. Might be a couple interesting tidbits in there.
Well, yeah, just DM 'em. I got them opened up right now, but I may lose them.
Yeah, I'll do it later. I'll do it.
No worries. I'll try to keep up with them. I have them pulled up.
I had to look freaking forever, bro, because I looked up the 2012 Project Loon. I'm the one who discovered that shit, dude. One of the couple things that I feel like I contributed, but they erased it, dude. When I went to make a video, I looked everywhere, bro. I finally found it. It's getting harder and harder to find, but they had a whole LTE networks, whole satellite networks running the entire continent of South America with just like 12 balloons. And that information, you can't even find it now. It's on my on one of them videos, but you won't even find that shit nowadays.
You know, the original GPS acronym was supposed to be Geographic Positioning System, and not only that, but the S means system. It's basically a multiple technology system. It's not using just satellites. It uses towers and everything. Yeah, that's literally what it is. It's not just one thing.
I have a question about his diagram, maybe for Geo or whoever else was looking at it. Why is it that there couldn't be something high enough up where he's saying the satellite is? If it's geostationary, it's just sitting up there. Like one of the things I listed in there, those all those different drones that are mimicking satellites, right? If they're just sitting up in that same exact spot, why would it work any different if it's geocentric anyway?
And how do they call that? Sorry. And how do they call that an orbit if it's just sitting up right above a position? You know.
Yeah.
Right.
If the Earth is stationary, it just sits there.
Yeah, they try to claim it's like since the Earth is spinning and then it's at a stationary or at a fixed position above the ground that it has to be orbiting around the ball.
If it's at a fixed position,
it has to be moving because it's not moving.
Well, and that's the
Literally
thing.
what
If it's geostationary, it doesn't even need to be that satellite. It could be part of an array, and then that array just interacts with the coordinate system, and it inputs it into the simulated virtual machine, and then it just spits out the shit that you want it to. I mean, a 3 millisecond delay is just natural losses. Like that could just be compute time for digital decoding. It doesn't have to be. It could be something else entirely, and he's calling it like space-time warping or some shit. Like it doesn't have to be that. It could just be like real delay, like
so
just a minute delay.
Or like Gio was saying with the sisters, they could be sending the signal back at the same time, but they could also know the distance apart from each other where they are, where the X that I just reposted it, where X and Y are. They know where S should be because of the distance apart that they are. So that could be also spoofed.
Well, I will promise you this. I almost guarantee that NASA or the governing body, they have their own like language that they're supposed to use, and it has to go through their system first. They're not going to let anything just go to Joe Schmo at his house because he's makes $500,000 a year as a satellite engineer, and it lets him log in and just do ping times and interact with the satellite and like look at the camera anytime he wants. It's not like a door, like what do they call that ring that's on your doorbell? You can see cameras. It's not like you can just log in while you're at the store or something. It's not like that at all. It goes through another subsystem, which they are. My guess is that they have to use it. They have to use that subsystem because it basically gets oversight from NASA and the DoD and whatnot. Like you can't just do whatever the fuck you want.
Right. So
to say he has discrete control over these systems is kind of absurd to even believe that in the first place.
All right. So the balloon vehicle that Worldview has been testing is the company's Stratolite system. The idea behind it is to create a vehicle that functions like a satellite without requiring an expensive rocket launch to orbit. Worldview Stratolites are designed to leisurely float to an altitude between 50 and 75,000 feet, where they're meant to hover over the same patch of Earth for up to 2 months at a time. So like the idea that you couldn't keep a balloon in what you could classify as geostationary satellite is just patently false, right? So this is like a commercially available, like mainstream company talking about how they can put a balloon and it stays over top of a certain portion of the Earth. So now,
Hey, you know what? They're bragging about this. They're bragging about this for commercial companies. Like, oh, we're gonna do this now, but no, like privately, they've been doing this shit all along. Like, it just makes sense to be using balloons. They're serviceable. They're cheaper. They're accessible. Like, they're replaceable. Like all this stuff that you can't do with a satellite in space without, millions and millions of dollars in upkeep. Like they can just do it from here. It doesn't make any sense to go to space.
this is one of the big like cogdis things for people that they're like, oh, satellites. You're not gonna find one like anti-flat earther that comes in here that's not gonna like go down with the ship with satellites, right? Like that will claim satellites prove the Earth's a globe. So it's
Well,
like
that
good for us
Brenner
to
comp
like.
shows that it's impossible for it to be orbiting. It can't fall and orbit. It can't. I mean, it's impossible for it to even do what they're claiming. It's not like they have the claim that works already. They don't even have a claim that works according to what Brenner's talking about there. So,
can someone verify if Witzet's low? Because he's really low for me. I talk over him. I can't even tell he's talking.
he's a little bit low, yeah, but he's probably got a baby.
Yeah, I do. I got a baby. Forget it.
By the way, hey, Glat Flobe got married 2 days ago. He was in here. I don't know if he still is, but.
Oh, but Austin, dude. Oh, sorry. No, that was sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt that because that was like a thing you were sharing. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I'm not trying to, make any big announcement for him, but he said in the other server that he and KJ got married the other day, 2 days ago.
Awesome. Yeah, congrats to them. Yeah. But I was going to say, Austin, on the volume thing, yeah, dude, I have to have you turned up to 150, and even with that, you're a little lower than everyone else. So yeah, if that may be like some of the interruptions and stuff, because if someone's volume is lower, like people can't hear them and they'll interrupt more. So you might want to see if you can adjust it on your side to get the volume up a bit, because yeah, it is low.
See what I can do.
Well, if anybody is friends with Charlie or interacts with him at all, let's see if we can try to encourage his engagement, because I really enjoy his information. He's not a very good debater, and he's kind of emotional and he kind of fucks up. But if you just talk to him straight about the technology, I think that's his best asset. So.
Well, the problem is he is involved with it. Like, I was going to ask him if he would be intellectually honest enough to look at it and give it an honest response. But like, the question I wanted to ask him was, if you knew,
I don't care about his honesty. I want to know the information.
Right. Well, anyway, if he's gonna, it might be hard for him to be honest as far as the satellites go, because it's his profession. Like, would he want to know? If you had a choice, of
he's here. He wants to know.
Out. What he?
I think he does. I think he does. Like, more so than the other people I've spoken to. Well, it's because he believes it. He works in the field, and he can't. Yeah. It's like if you watched a magic trick, you didn't know it was magic, or if you didn't know how the trick was done, you're gonna think it's real. If you don't know,
if it was your job that you're dependent on, and you had you're gonna feel totally different about it by finding out that it's not real, rather than just believing it is, then you might not want to know.
Well, I've got a feeling that Itri wants to say something, because he's saying a lot in the chat, but he's not saying anything in the voice. So either he ain't got the balls to say anything, and all the balls he has is to say something in the chat. So let's hear if he's got to say something.
Now?
Let's see if he's got the balls.
Hey mate, all I said you are very disruptive and being a drunk in chat, and people are not here to hear you vent because you are a shut-in, right? That's what I said. So chill out. Oh, you got muted again. I'm sorry.
Anyways, I just want to say I really enjoy Jim Jam. It's just, he's got a little confident tonight and he's a little juiced up. It's not a big deal. Just, we love you, dude. but just come back when you're sober. We'll talk it out.
He takes the criticism so well. A lot of people when they're wasted, when you criticize.
No, he's a sweet guy. I like Jim.
Yeah, he's a very nice drunk.
It just sucks for the room. That's all.
Yeah, but he takes the criticism instead of trying to be all belligerent. Remember that one time, Jim Jam, and we kept going back and forth when you were wasted about the tree falling in the forest, and you wouldn't let it go. I was saying it's a metaphor. Please don't. No, please don't get into it. I hope I don't start it right now. But he was like, "What? Why do we think that we're so special that we'd be the only ones to hear the sound? What about the animals?" Kept going on and on. I'm like, dude, no, stop.
Am I any louder?
Yeah, sound a little better. Maybe 20-30%.
I'm unmuted for 2 seconds until I get muted again. So, wow. Let me use it. Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jim Jam, if the tree falls in the forest, there's no one there to hear it.
Then there's animals to hear it as well. Yeah, other than the fucking humans. Yeah, of course. The squirrel hears it. The squirrel that's in that tree that falls fucking hears it, right? Fucking stupid. As if the humans are the only ones that can hear shit. Like, fucking hell. So arrogant. So arrogant.
They're so arrogant, right?
Yeah, there's no other life forces in the forest to hear the tree falling. No. Only human hearing is valid. Right.
It's not an actual question. It's the whole point is it's not an actual real question. But never mind.
But the thing is, though, that people seem to think that it doesn't exist unless a human hears it. I hate that arrogance. I fucking hate it.
It's not about that, though. Okay, never mind. You're right.
But what if it doesn't even? What if it doesn't even happen unless a human is there to experience it? Meaning that, like, I mean, this is more like getting into like philosophy or even like other concepts of reality. But in the way that, like, does the world actually exist outside of you, or are you actually like manifesting it? Like,
I'm not that egotistical. I'm not that egotistical that life doesn't continue without me. I'm not that egotistical. I don't know about anyone else. But life continues without me. Whether I witness it or not, life continues. It doesn't. Life doesn't evolve around me.
I really didn't want to start this because Jim Jam, we went on for an hour one night. It was just so hilarious. It's not a real question. It's not a question that's actually being asked. It's about the idea of the sound existing, regardless if there's animals or humans. It's not about human arrogance. Please don't go on about human arrogance. That's not the reason for the question.
It's like to say that if a human isn't there to hear it, then it doesn't exist. That to me is fucking bullshit.
No, it's a philosophical query. It's not supposed to be answered.
It's like, it's only valid if a human hears it.
But the
it only happened if a human witnessed it.
Answer would be that it is ego, though. Like, that would be how you would rationalize that sort of.
It's like saying that. It's like you giving an importance on humans as if that sound didn't exist just because a human didn't hear it. There's not other animals in the field that heard that.
The question includes animals. No one there to hear it means all animals, all beings.
Fair enough.
No beings.
Fair enough. Good way to propose that. That's fair enough. Then I would concede. Like, even still, though, like, just the fact that there's no human life there or no animal life there doesn't mean if the tree did actually fall, like, and there's no animal to hear it, doesn't mean that the other plants that got crushed by the tree falling didn't feel that. I don't know. It's just arrogance.
It's more like philosophical. Like, is there an objectivity to the sound? Like, does the hearing of the sound actually define what sound is? Or does the vibration that you would hear define the sound?
But like I just stated,
just because no ear actually no ear heard the vibration doesn't mean the vibration doesn't.
They didn't hear it. But like I just said, those other plants that got trampled by the tree falling, they didn't need to hear it. They got trampled. They got stamped on by the falling tree. So to them, it's very real. It's very real. Yeah.
Well, I know, right? But the point is it's a philosophical question. It's supposed to point out the paradox. It's not supposed to be answered like there is one answer.
It's not supposed to be answered like it's a real question. So why fucking ask a fucking stupid question? Fucking stupid, man.
This went on for hours one night. It was hilarious. And why ask the question?
Why ask a pointless question?
It's about how do you define sound? That's the whole point of it. Do you define sound by the hearing of it or the vibration?
Sound only exists if there's a human to hear it.
Well, and the thing that I was saying, which I'm not saying is or isn't the case, but just to kind of finish the thought I was having, was the idea, like, for example, when you play a video game, like you turn it on and then the world renders for you, meaning like you are kind of like your own avatar, as it were, in the game. Like you're sitting there in front of the screen playing, and then now there's animals and there's other beings and there's other things you're interacting with, and it's all manifested within that world. So I was just kind of throwing out an idea, like, what if, let's say, the creator, of course, has created everything and created us and everything. However, when we incarnate into a body, like in this idea, like essentially our brain, our consciousness, etc., is almost like a generator of creating the realm that's rendering for you. So instead of you being in like an individual physical realm, you're actually rendering part of the entire experience, like within consciousness. Like you're rendering it, and it may overlap with others rendering it as well. And then it's like created.
It's that arrogance. Again, it's that arrogance of it has to be rendered because there's a human there, not because there's other life there. You know what I mean? I hate that arrogance. I don't like it. It's like,
well, it's not really arrogance, because you could have a deer. You could have a deer that would be doing the same thing. The deer would be when it's born, it's rendering. Jim, bro, I mean, if you want to talk, the interruptions are just wild. So
I was agreeing with you. I said, yes.
Go ahead.
Like when you said
this question really excites me. I didn't mean to start it.
I wasn't interrupting you. I was agreeing with you. I said, yeah, like a deer can also witness these things. You know, it's like we're trying to make out as if we the only ones that can witness reality. I don't like that. It's so arrogant.
Right, so Gio, going back to what you were saying about the rendering of the world, right, to each individual.
Apparently, I was interrupted by saying,
just go ahead and continue to talk.
Go on, just mute me. Fuck sake.
Well, we don't want to have to mute anyone, but just mute yourself for a minute. Go ahead, Napalm, because you
right. Yeah, I was just going to say that in some sense, that is what takes place, not in maybe the way that you're describing it as like a video game kind of simulation type scenario. But the reality of our world is that the world does present itself to us individually through our own perspective, meaning our perspective constantly changes as we move throughout the world. So our perspective of the world is definitely rendered solely to us, the same way that you can see the sun on the water at a sunset come up to your feet, and the person half a mile down the beach can also see the same thing happen to them.
Yeah, and even in the mainstream model, that's partly how they describe it. In the mainstream model, they describe it that way. I mean, they would maybe more say, okay, you're in the materialistic, Newtonian Cartesian type paradigm, your brain is somehow creating your consciousness for yourself that is a product of neurons in the brain, electromagnetic impulses, etc. Now, they don't really have any full explanation for where consciousness actually comes from. And that's a whole nother component of this paradigm and how they're trying to break it down to only being a physical neurons in your brain, but there really hasn't been any validation that consciousness is necessarily, how that interaction happens. Like, are we an antenna within the system, or are we projecting the system?
Great point. Because me and Dicelo were talking about this earlier, and it's about like it's that. Well, it was the other guy as well, the other English guy. He said, where it gets too close to the divine, and it gets too close to that point where humans can't really put a finger on what it is. And that's what I think, like, just like with the placebo effect, we can't really understand it. There's something else going on that we can't quantify. We can't do any of that shit to, but everyone wants to see it as like, I don't know. Everyone wants to see it as like the gypsy woman that wants to give you a fucking reading of your future. That's what everyone else wants to see it as is bullshit. I must be the only open mind here, because everyone else sees it as bullshit.
Well, in the mainstream model, they would more say that your brain is creating your consciousness so that you can exist in the physical world. So they would more say that the physical world is independent from you. And then, the Big Bang and their whole kind of story of it, like this huge universe is here. And then just because you were born, the biological components allow your brain to be able to then experience it, within it, which, I mean, I can understand that perspective. It makes sense.
I would say the brain comes from the world.
Sorry, go on. Who was that? Was that Rams?
I think it's the other way around. No, it's Riggs.
Riggs.
I think the brain comes from the world. I don't think the world comes from the brain.
Yeah, it is kind of that dynamic, like the macro, micro.
No, I think the other way around. I think the physical is birthed from the mental, in a sense. Like,
that's what I'm saying, though. I'm saying the world is the mental, and that our brain is just the antenna interpreting it.
Right.
And the world actually made the brain in order to advance its interpretation of itself. So,
B.O.B. said, "Which came first, consciousness or the earth? If consciousness came first, then the universe was birthed."
Yeah, but what do you mean by consciousness, though? Because before Earth, there wasn't any humans, right? So you're not talking about human consciousness. That couldn't have come first because there weren't any humans, right?
Yeah, consciousness is not limited to like physical mankind.
Right. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. It's not. What's the word? Exclusive to. It's a spiritual thing. Like that's the thing. Like just like Ram said. Like I believe that the spiritual comes before the physical. That's what I believe, anyway.
Right.
But the point is that there's paradoxes, and that the paradox isn't meant to be answered in these questions. They're philosophical ponderings that aren't supposed to be having like, this is the answer that I could be positive of, because there's two possible answers or even more that are equally viable.
Well, here's an answer, right? What came first, the chicken or the egg? I'd say the chicken.
No, he's going back to that tree falling in the woods. That's what he's going back to. That's what he's going back to.
Then where'd the chicken come from, Riggs?
It was created.
Just out of I mean,
I mean, a chicken's not going to raise itself. You had to have like what, 2 chickens, right? You had to have 2 chickens, and then you had a baby, and there's the egg.
So then but those chickens would have to then just be like manifest into reality just from nothing.
No. I'm saying they were created by, divine creator, that's.
Well, then
like
why
manifested.
All chickens created
I wouldn't even go as far as to say what came first, the chicken or the egg. I wouldn't go there. I just wouldn't go there.
But the point is that they're not. These questions aren't supposed to be answered with "this is the answer." It's supposed to be making you ponder philosophically about.
Yeah, that one does. But the tree falling in the woods is not a philosophical.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It fucking isn't.
It is. I don't want to explain it to you again. Why?
Well, if the egg came first, it would, in a way, that would be be more of like a source. Like I'm thinking of like a toroidal field, and then like the egg is like the source of it, and it would have all of the core information in it. But yeah, you would have to kind of create the chicken beforehand. You have to know what it's going to be. You have to know what it's going to be. What if they were created at the same time?
Well, they essentially were created at the same time. Like a human female is born with all the eggs that they're going to have, right? So, like I don't know if that's exactly how chickens work, but it's the same kind of concept. Like you have to have the chicken. Like if you can't just have an egg by itself. And the only way you can have two chickens is if somebody or something made two chickens. So it just everything deduces down to is created, and it helps you. It really does help you navigate life, man. I see a lot of confused people that
but Riggs,
they're missing a couple really basic logical deductions because of
there's
society.
no answer to it, Riggs. What if God created
there absolutely is,
egg
man.
part? What if God
a chicken
created
the egg?
Chicken?
An egg doesn't raise itself.
God creates the egg. God creates the egg that becomes the chicken.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't incubate. It doesn't. It gets eaten. It gets destroyed. An egg without a parent doesn't live. It's actually pretty hard to grow an egg.
The chicken has to
either.
sit on it and keep it warm, and
exactly.
Oh, you mean full grown chicken?
Process.
And the whole point, though, is not about the full grown chicken or not. It's like the chicken that hatches out of the egg is the point. It's not a real question. That's the whole point.
Well, I know it's a philosophical question.
Full grown chicken or just a chickadee.
But like
the tree falling in the field.
I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
No, sorry, man. Go on.
I think what it is also, Jim, is that like your whatever your voice settings are on, I guess it's your phone. Whenever someone else is speaking, it just muddles. So then it just sounds like you're muddling on top of someone else speaking.
That's fair enough.
Maybe there's a setting that could help that.
That is all it is because I'm drinking. Like I wouldn't want to talk.
I don't know, man. If you tried push to talk, it might actually fix that audio.
No, I've got push to talk on. I've got push to talk
really?
on.
I don't know.
But it's just the fact that I'm drinking and I will talk louder than I normally will if I'm sober. And if I'm not as normal, I'd just be stoned, sitting in the corner like, don't talk, don't say anything. When I have a few drinks, it's like, fuck it, let the beast out. Right.
Yeah, you're enjoyable. You're enjoyable when you're just gotta maybe try to pace it or time it so you're not interrupting so much. But hey, Jim, the reason I brought it up was so hilarious, and you're still not getting it. And maybe what's funny now is these other questions are being taken seriously as if there's a real answer.
Well, the chicken and the egg thing.
Supposed to have one right answer. They're not supposed to have. That's why they're.
I get that. It's like a whole paradox question, but with me for the tree falling in the woods, that is not. I'm sorry, but that's not.
What is it? The sixth time,
Jim? That's the point.
Can we just drop that one?
It's not like somebody wanted to know that they. Can somebody help me with this? I have to know the answer. It's been an age-old question that there is no answer to, which is why people would ask it to begin with.
Come on, win me over, because I don't get this.
Is there an independent?
With the tree falling in the woods, I just hate that arrogance of that humans are the only ones that can understand and hear and listen.
Not about human arrogance.
I hate that shit. I really hate that shit.
What if there's a conspiracy in other species and they're being held down by their own kind, just like us?
But the question is not supposed to exclude the animals. It's ears in general, any ear. If there's no ear, it should be actually stated if there's no ear, just to make it clear for people.
Right. Yeah, that would be better off.
It should be. It's not about that though.
That would make me feel a lot better if they just said there is no life force in the field to hear the tree falling. That's fair enough. Yeah, I can understand.
Or no ear to hear it, because there could be a life force there, and the person could be deaf, right?
There's termites on that tree. There's fucking so many life forces that are on one tree that you're not being specific enough for people that actually know what lives on a tree.
Not about the answer though, Jim. Listen. It's about how do we define sound? Is the sound the vibration then, or is it the hearing of the vibration? That's the philosophical question.
There's that too.
Again, it's almost making out as if only humans can denote whether that's true or not. I hate that arrogance. I don't like it. It's awful.
That's why it was so funny. He's like, "Oh, we're so arrogant." I'm like, "Stop with that."
Like you're better than the other life forces on this world. You know, it's disgusting to me.
We're better because we hear sounds.
A sound is a definition of phenomenon that we're referring to, which is like a human hearing what we're calling those vibrations.
What, animals can't hear anymore.
Processing it into something that we would then, in our brain, perceive as a sound.
Wait, animals don't have ears anymore.
How do you know that they hear it the same way we hear it? Like a squirrel, let's say like you said,
way better than we do.
Tim, I don't know, man. It's way too many interruptions. I can't even. I'm just gonna bow out. Or if we could if you could just courteously mute yourself for a bit, man. It's out of control.
There are animals that can hear better than humans, so I don't understand this. Like, it's like, what? Humans can hear a tree falling. Just keeps going. Apparently, it doesn't happen, right? Because
you know what? I don't even blame him. I blame Gio and Dave. Gio for not muting, and Dave for bringing the shit up.
Because apparently, because I'm so drunk, people don't want to listen to me. Because apparently,
we do listen to you. We've just heard it 8 times now.
Do your bullshit. Do your bullshit. Do your bullshit.
Okay.
You guys are enabling him.
Let Gio talk, please. Just let him finish before you even think about talking. Gio, continue, if you want.
Yeah,
I don't know. Go ahead. Someone else.
Gio.
Oh, go ahead, Napalm.
Please.
You were paused for too long. I didn't know if you were at your mic. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Gio.
Well, let me think. No, it was just on that whole topic. Well, I don't know. We could go move on to something else, but
he was saying that animals have better hearing.
Well, now you're going to analyze him by talking about it and make him type in the text.
Yeah, maybe we should just change topics, but.
Well, it's not about the answer to it, right? Everyone gets that. There is no answer.
Can we talk about a different philosophical question or something?
What does your nose smell like, Riggs? Riggs,
what does my nose smell like? It smells like boogers.
What is the inside of your eye?
That's not your nose.
What is the inside of your eye look like?
Boogers in your nose. What does your actual nose smell like?
I think it smells like a human.
Well, how do you know?
Well, it does. We all have a scent too, right? Like in our saliva and in our oils.
How do you know your nose smells like a human?
Because you're kind of.
There's no answer. That's the question. It's a paradox. You can't know that there is no answer because your nose smells. It doesn't smell itself. It smells things that are around it, right? So it's just there's no answer expected. It's just to point out the paradox.
Napalm, what were you going to say?
No, it's past that point. No, I was just going to try to allude to the inability for somebody to mute themselves. But anyways.
Me?
And the thing about smelling your nose, like, yeah, it's a paradox, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like there's a right answer.
I don't know.
Some things that are paradoxical by nature.
I don't know. Think about it like this, though. I mean, your nose probably does smells like something, right? But, like, let's say if you're in the bathroom taking a shit, when you first smell it, it stinks really bad. But then you just kind of get immune to the smell.
Mm-hmm.
So it could probably be the same thing with your nose. You probably smell something, but you really just immune to it because you've been smelling it all your life.
That's kind of the point, right?
That's also kind of what I was going at. That's a little bit the direction. It does kind of tap into what I was saying. We don't have to totally go back to the topic, but I'll just kind of use that part of it, which is what I was kind of saying is that like a sound or a smell or a taste or anything like that, we know that like we have a physical nose that is there, like the biological part, and then there's like the part of us that senses what we perceive as a smell, and then that's going to components of the brain, and then it's perceived as that and then experienced by the entity itself. So yeah, so it's like, what is a sound? Yeah, you could say it's the vibrations, but it's ultimately like it could almost be defined as the like processing between the sensation and then the symbols and the ideas that one would then use to put words to that sensation, and then it's a description of something, and then it's even a language, which is like the communication of the language to even point at that.
What would happen if we all started auditing NASA at the same time with like FOIA requests on like how much money they spend and like publishing it, like the smell lab? Like how much does that motherfucker made for like 20 years just sniffing shit? Like, no, we can't put that in space. That smells like onions.
What?
NASA has a smell lab. If we FOIA'd all their... Yes. please.
There's literally like one guy that sniffs everything before it goes on to the ISS.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Yep.
A sniff tester?
What if we started auditing NASA and just like FOIA'd the fuck out of them and showed like where all this money is going? Because haven't you always wondered? Like instead of arguing over space time, what if we just like stopped talking to anti-flat earthers and just started auditing the fuck out of them?
Yeah, I've definitely thought about that.
Well, the thing is they don't have to show us anything.
Yeah, like
they don't have to
you
prove
can
anything.
do that.
The
You can
FOIA
do
is
that,
a
but they
law.
would charge service fees.
It's an act, right? Freedom of information.
They don't
act.
have to
We
prove
have
anything.
to
They could just say they're going to space. They don't have to even. Maybe they could say, "Look, it's the money's going to for a good reason, but it's top secret, and you don't have a right to say anything about where that money goes."
Well, yeah,
really.
they can redact whatever they want, right?
Yeah.
And oftentimes, if you have like newer and older FOIA requests, you compare them and see what they've added to the redaction, and then that shows you what you're not supposed to see, which is really key.
Yeah, Larry, and then we would all actually, if we were doing that, would be considered scientists. I had this discussion this morning with Nate Chirality.
I think Jaron did something like this a long time ago. He was trying to get footage from a specific ISS, some mission on the ISS, and it ended up being that he had to like send them hard drives, like several $100s of hard drives. Had to send them like the exact timing that he wanted to get. And then they wanted like $3,000 or something. And then when he sent everything in, they said that, well, we can't find it anyway. And they sent it all back. So like, there's all kinds of challenges and lots of money they'd probably ask for unreasonable things. There's a lot of ways for them to get out of it.
Yeah, remember that footage that Jaron asked for? That whole process?
I'm trying to remember it, but maybe you remember it better than me.
Yeah, because there's certain ways that you can like apply for certain data from them. But yeah, that was interesting what he went through. It went on for such a long time, and it was like this video footage and
live video footage that got changed after the fact that he pointed out there was 2 platforms rather than 1. Is that what you're talking about?
And they just ran them in circles for months upon months. Yeah, and just kept emails that just looped and looped to different people. He would not get an email for like 2 months, and finally he would get one. It would be like, "Oh, you've been relocated to our whatever department. You're the new contact person. You have to contact is this." And he would be like, "Oh my gosh, they have to start over."
Yeah,
and then they never even sent it to him. Well, they sent stuff to him, and then it was the wrong stuff, and it was crazy, like what they ran.
Just toying with him.
So basically what I'm saying is it's a law and they have to do it. If they deny us public records, it's like them breaking the law.
Yeah, but within a reasonable time. And then what is that reasonable time? I mean, they could just, what do they call it when somebody just stands there and talks for 24 hours or more? What's it called again?
Filibustering.
Filibuster.
Yeah, they could just filibuster the whole process. It's not.
Well, can't they just call the information top secret? Like, why do we have access to all that information? Why is that our legal right to have information sent to us?
Yeah, we're paying for it, right?
Well, we pay for military too, but they do things that they're not going to let us know about.
Well, they can redact certain things, right? They're not supposed to, but there's like different clauses that allow them to do such things. Like,
Well, what's public record then? I mean, they have top secret projects that we accept are top secret, right? So right there, we don't have access to that, so they can just classify anything.
Well, public records, I guess, would be everything else.
Anyway, it's just pointless because obviously it's like they're faking it poorly on purpose to show us the control. They're making sure that the emperor is naked so that we have to see a naked emperor. People on strings on the ISS shown to us on purpose to show that we can't do anything about it, that we have to believe that these things that are looking fake on purpose are real. That's the whole
They don't even really show us anything. They spend most of their time talking to children in interviews and shit, talking about dumb stuff like, "Oh, I pee in this tube. I've been drinking urine that's been filtered since 2009."
Right. It's obviously patronizing. and it's obviously not real on purpose, I think.
Yeah, it does seem like a very chintzy kind of Hollywood production, to where there's always a little scene that they're doing. Like, it's always a scene, and it's always very like the timing of it and the different like parts of it are very regimented. Whereas if it was real, it'd be, you know, we all know what like a real workspace is, you know, like either in a big office building or even in one's house, whatever it may be. It's like there's stuff around, like there's activity, there's wear and tear, there's all kinds, you know. And they're never actually showing, like, to me, it never seems like we're ever seeing anything like real where they're actually doing something or processing data or information or showing something. It's always this little kind of cutscene situation that has like a specific agenda.
And you know, let me just say this real quick,
right?
Before I forget, one of the most convincing things, other than like their, you know, graphical errors and like, you know, all that stuff that you know, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like the ISS is clearly a studio, a stage, whatever. But the one of the most convincing things to me is that when there is an error, like when, you know, like a moth flies across or something falls when it's not supposed to, or something just appears, or they get knocked up against the wall because the parabolic flight, you know, hit a pocket of gravity or whatever. Like the sincere look of dread in their eyes as they're like, oh fuck. Like
that could also be intentional, right?
No, I don't think so. No, these people are genuinely afraid for their lives. Well, like you could see the fear of dread in their face because they're like, they know they're live, and like somebody might interpret it as they're in a studio, as in where they claim to be. And like, you know, oh, we're not supposed to have, you know, like we're not supposed to have flying bugs in the ISS. Right? Like they're looking at that thing and they're going, oh, fuck.
But I think a lot of mistakes are made on purpose to create the spectacle. They got flat earthers watching it and the globe earthers watching it now, right?
Yeah, a couple of them, but like most of those are legit. I've actually seen a couple, you know, that's actually funny you say that, because when we were blasting, you know, bubbles in space for like about a year or so, pretty solid, especially with like the IPS, right? Thank you. Yeah. It was actually really enlightening to see that. I would say within about 6 months, they started releasing their own footage of space, and they would put these like little, like 3D rendered bubbles or little particles that would look like the bubbles we were talking about. I was like, oh wow, like they're adding that shit in now. Just trying to like capitalize on the meme, right? Say, oh, well, here's one. This is just little particles. Like, oh, but that one clearly doesn't look legit, and this one looks like bubbles are literally spraying out of a location, and that one, and it looks real, you know.
Oh, they also can do it like I think they do it poorly on purpose. So then, like, if you believe it, they don't feel so bad. It's like, look how fake it is. If you believe this, then why should we care? You know, like, obviously fake. We're showing you it's fake.
Right.
So the ISS has a live feed from the outside of it on a camera. Why are there no live feeds from the inside of the ISS?
Privacy.
That's a good point.
National security.
You say privacy, right? But people like just live stream themselves in their own homes. There's live streams from public areas. There can certainly be areas within the ISS that could be quote unquote private. But why is there no?
It's fake because there's nobody up there. That's why.
Well,
right, obviously.
Correct. But that is a bigger question, right? Like why no live feed from the main corridor of the ISS's interior? But we can stream the exterior.
They would say, duh, there's nobody up there. If you've been looking, we've been faking it, showing us on wires on purpose so that this thinking man has an out. You know, like if you're smart enough to go and make audits and make these, you know, very good questions about practical things we should see, then you should have seen that it was fake already, and there's no reason to even ask that question.
Dude, I would
well, it's a good point though.
Guru Landucci on here. I wish Witsit could get him on here because I would love to hear more, like just his presentations, his take and everything. He does the ISS breakdown so well, and he has the original like high quality footage. Like just stuff that we never talk about, and it's not in the memes, it's not in the clips. Like he literally breaks down all of the best interactions, and he does such a good job.
Yeah, he has a lot of unique stuff that like no one else has found.
Like that one where
they're
they're pulling the pocket, like the full screen footage of that in high quality. What you actually see is that when he gets caught and he's falling, because I guess one of the strings became loose and untensioned or something. The everything's like everyone's working together, like they're like part of an orchestra. Like one person presses the actuator, one person goes over here to check the harness, one person goes over here and they're all smiling while doing the task. And you hear the actuator that's holding the wire as they press the button, and it's like, holy shit, I never would have seen this from like a, just like a 2-second GIF from Jim Panda server, where they're all laughing at you. They don't show you the real shit.
Do you guys ever notice that when people are doing... Am I roboting? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, like when people do flips on the ISS, right? It's obvious they're in harnesses, but the thing that I notice they do often is they have to put their hands up in the air, and I feel like they're touching something, like locking themselves back in or something like that.
Right, there is a lock-in thing. Exactly. It's like, and what Riggs was saying, yeah, Riggs, I saw that one you're talking about. Yeah, he goes through that in great detail, and I remember when I saw that, I had a similar experience that you did. I was like, oh wow, I haven't seen this before. Yeah, and the way he was pointing it out in slow motion, because it's like they're pushing a button. There's like a button that they're pushing, and then there seems to be some way that the wires are being engaged and disengaged in that way. And then, Napalm, the thing you're talking about too. Yeah, sometimes they kind of move, they like jerk their arms in a way that it looks like they're like readjusting.
Well, and you know what that means? That means they're running an extremely small crew, skeleton crew. That means there may be, a couple people managing with them, and then they're responsible to make it look real. Because if they're the ones that are in the scene, having to fix the scene when there's stuff outside of frame, that means there's limited resources outside of the people in the show. So people say all the time, like, oh, well, how many people would have to be in on it? I don't know. I would say maybe like the 3 people on camera, and then maybe 1 holding the camera, making sure that shit works. Like it'd be a very skeleton crew.
That's a very interesting point, meaning that like in that idea that they wouldn't have like, because in big movie productions, there's tons of guys. They got all kinds of grips and key grips and all these different guys doing sound and audio and keeping track of things, and they use editing, etc. But I'm just saying, like, is that what you're suggesting? Because I've always kind of had that vibe about when they're filming those ISS things. Obviously they must have some crew involved to do some of this stuff, but I know what you mean. Like it doesn't seem like the same as a big Hollywood production. Like they're kind of winging it a little bit, almost like they're like in high school doing some kind of skit or something, like by themselves.
Speaking of which, I always bring up like the GIF I just posted in the live stream with her Pooper's Delight face. Like, think about how ridiculous it is. Okay, there's no seat, right? There's just a hole that you're supposed to hover over. Like, think about it. That's ridiculous. No one would use that as a toilet. They would have a strap if they're going to float. Just give them a cushioned seat to sit on with a strap that keeps you down on the toilet. Not just this thing you hover over trying to hold this cone in front of you to pee in. It's just insanely funny when you think about it. Nobody's using that for months on end. Nobody. The Pooper's Delight. And
they're just designing this shit. They're just trying to make it. They're trying to make it look different, so that it doesn't just look like a toilet in your house. They're trying to make it look like Space Age, where there's like tubes and little things you flip open and stuff.
But it wouldn't work logistically. Think about that. You're gonna have to aim at that little 3-inch pipe hole. Nobody's ever gonna use that
unless it has a suction or something ridiculous. I don't know.
But you're not like putting your butt around the pipe hole.
Well, she shows that tube there. I know what you mean. That is kind of like, well, it just doesn't look like it's like, it's not user friendly. It's like a design that they designed.
Not at all.
It's not like, doesn't look like it's like actual in use. Yeah.
And that's the Duper's Delight. It's like if you're not thinking about the logistics of it and actually using it, you're gonna like, oh, okay, that's just the way it is in space, But you think about actually trying to use that toilet, it's insane. Like no one would ever. And she even says it gets a little messy in here. Things get out of control. Like, why would she put that in there? It's poopers for life.
Do you think those
Just showing
actual
you
actor people, like, do you think whoever they are, do you think they know that the Earth isn't a globe, or do you think they full know? Like, what do you think they know?
They have to. They're acting like, look at her hair. She's spraying up her hair to make it look like it's floating, and she knows it's not floating.
Like, what I was just kind of like speculating on, how much do you think they actually know? That's more what I was just in general. Like, what do you think?
I would imagine they know. They know. They have to know.
I don't think they know that much, right? I think they probably still believe everything that most people believe in the mainstream, right? They're compartmentalized in some way, shape, or form, and they've been convinced that what they're doing is either patriotic or for the betterment of mankind, because just around the corner, we're actually going to have this technology. It's going to be there, but if we don't do this, we're not going to have the funding, right? It's very easy to convince people to do something that they think is helping humanity or is patriotic. And I think that's probably what's taking place.
Along, like the school shootings. I sometimes give a similar scenario. Like if you're going along with the school shooting, you know it's fake or whatever, but you're justified by saying this could happen. So you're participating in something that could happen in the future. So you're helping us prevent it by faking this one, right? Similar kind of philosophy.
Yeah,
exactly. I've thought about that too. Yeah, I've even thought about that with the big pharma stuff, that there may be some layer of it to where they're convinced that by doing what they're doing and just getting funding, they'll be able to possibly actually solve things in the future. And perhaps like some levels of it could be deceived in that way, that they're like at some level, like making certain compounds that might even cause certain problems in that sense, but convincing people that that is actually helping get the funding so that they can actually solve it at some point in the future. But there could be like different layers of that. But yeah, I've thought about that kind of concept before.
Like if they fake space
now, like if they fake space now, they can get enough money that someday they can really go, that kind of thing.
Like the Theranos thing, right?
There's other projects that are involved where the money goes that's actually benefiting mankind in a way that mankind is not ready to know about yet.
Yeah, but I mean, they must be they must have, I mean, it's like definitely got to be some level of clearance to what they're doing. I mean, seems like even a level higher than the military, because they would have to be trained in some way to keep that information, what they're doing. Who knows? They might not even live on, I mean, some of those people might not even live on these continents. They might even live elsewhere on other areas, other lands.
Yeah, they certainly could. And I've also thought in the past, just obviously speculation, that it's possible that a lot of these operations are done within certain top secret places like Area 51, right? Like, why do they keep you out of Area 51? Oh, it's aliens, it's this, it's that. There's this huge story that the mainstream wants you to believe that, is taking place at Area 51, but is Area 51 really just like space production, right? Could it be? Who knows?
Yeah. Have you heard the idea that they filmed one of the moon landing? So there's the idea that in 1969, that first moon landing, that was in a studio because it's very limited in terms of the, it's like there's that little fuzzy, that one little scene kind of thing. So there's not very much to the first one. Whereas the later ones seem to be like in a much bigger area. So have you heard the idea that like in 69, it was actually filmed like, in a studio of some sort of another, whereas the ones in the later years, like in 1970, 71, et cetera, especially when they started doing the rover and all that they actually have like an area, possibly in Area 51 is one idea, where it's like a huge, just open outside area where they then added a bunch of dust basically to a large area to then simulate the moon environment. And because there's even people think that maybe it used to be like there was like because there's like, it almost looks like a mechanical graveyard that they covered with a bunch of dust, because there's actually like Have you seen some of this stuff, like outlines of like car frames and stuff that are like in the dust and rocks? Like it almost looks like they added dust to some kind of shit, some kind of environment, like a big environment, and that it even has like some, like not mechanical. Oh, junkyard. That's what I was going. Yeah, junkyard, not necessarily. Well, it could be a graveyard, but I was thinking, like more like a junkyard type environment that they then plaster with all that dust to try to make that scene.
So my honest thoughts on the first moon operation, Apollo 11, is I literally think they told us almost exactly what took place in Capricorn 1. I literally think that.
Yeah. There's definitely a total mirror between those. Yeah.
There's another space marine I'll get the name of. I'm sorry.
For those that haven't seen Capricorn 1, it's literally what probably took place with the moon landing, except they just replaced the word moon with Mars. And all these astronauts, the astronauts are ready to go. They're all hyped up. They think they're going to space. And right as they're getting in they get in the capsule, they close it up. TV crew moves away. A guy comes, opens the door, says, "You guys got to get out of here," blah, blah, blah. Basically holds them at gunpoint, puts them down the little chute. They immediately come out of that chute and get put into a private jet. So you have one individual that gets them to the jet. You have a pilot on the jet, and then you have a few people at a hangar in the middle of nowhere in the desert. And there's already a scene set up.
Yeah.
By the way, I just that whole movie is actually on YouTube, like for free. I just posted it, Capricorn 1. It looks like it's the whole movie.
Nice.
I still have yet to see that, to be honest. I know
you gotta watch it.
That's sacrilege.
You'll watch it and you'll be like,
after that. Yeah.
Well, do you think they pulled the plot line from Capricorn 1, or do you think they also created Capricorn 1 and it's just part of the same, kind of theme?
Well, Capricorn 1 came out after the moon landing, right? I think that was literally them. Yeah, like telling the truth. Right. And if you people are too stupid to realize all we did is change the word moon with Mars, then sorry.
Do you see the Newsbenders? I think, what was it, 1968? That was right before the moon landing in 1968. You guys seen this? The Newsbenders? The one I posted there? They basically say, this is what we'll do. We'll just fake everything. It's blatantly. Like this guy's explaining. It's like this guy's coming in basically to join the Illuminati in a way. And he's saying, okay, here's what we'll do. It's better to just, why actually go there if we can just make it seem like we go there? It's like the most blatant episode of TV ever. I mean, surprised that hasn't been scrubbed.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they have like certain like themes or scripts that they kind of pull from, and then they seem to repeat them and play them out in different ways. Like even in like 1902, there was that movie, A Trip to the Moon, and there's also that book with Elon that goes to Mars with Werner von, connected through Werner von Braun. That as well, where it just seems like there's like these themes, and then they seem to like play them out in different ways throughout time at different times.
It's revelation of the method. They tell you the truth, and then do it anyway, right? Like they're lying and telling you the truth at the same time, so they don't have to worry about lying because they told you the truth.
Yeah, the book I was talking about is Mars Project, A Technical Tale, written by Werner von Braun. Yeah, where this guy named Elon would lead humans to Mars and then crowning himself the Martian emperor, an emperor of Mars. It's kind of strange symbology with like emperor penguins. But yeah, I mean, they would have had to have some environment to film those, like Apollo 12, 14, they would have had to have some environment to film all those. You guys ever thought too that the astronauts' voices that we hear on that moon landing footage are not actually the guys that are in the suits? They're like the guys in this idea is like the guys in the suits are actually just they're actors. They're totally different. They're just bouncing around and doing that stuff.
Voiceovers.
Yeah, and it's just all.
I mean, totally possible. Yeah.
Yeah, probable. Like, why would they? If they're gonna fake it, they would just. Yeah, every part of it would be fake. It's not like they actually have to have the guys in the suits talking because you're not going to see them talking anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last time with Gio. You were asking, like, when he got there, he kind of said the line like he wasn't supposed to say it. But obviously, the mistake of saying the line differently was also part of the plan. So then there could be a story about him not saying, what he intended to say, as if there was like an on-the-spot moment ever. And we kind of interpreted it as there wasn't this on-the-spot moment still, even if we know it's fake.
It seems like they really do. They spend time like every time they want to do like a little bit of a reveal, they'll already have like a cooked up explanation for that. Like they want to give it away a little bit, but then they're like, oh yeah, well it's because of this.
Or yeah, just to make the story. If there's some kind of controversy about like the details of something, then it just reifies the idea that it actually happened.
Yeah,
right?
that's a very good point, that it's real. What this is this was like a whole thing that came out. There's a bunch of articles about it. It was on the news and everything for many years, like in the 90s and even probably into the 2000s. And some you guys may have heard this, where they claim that, Neil Armstrong, when he said, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, the difference is one small step for man or one small step for a man. So it's the difference between having the A in there. Because if you say one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, if you're saying man like capital M, like all of man, then you're really just saying man and mankind, they're the same. Whereas if you say one small step for a man, a single dude, is then a giant leap for mankind. So they claimed that he didn't say the A, when he was supposed to. So yeah, like New Perspective is pointing out, like, could that be purposeful? Because then to have that story out there, it makes you think that it's real because, he was in the moment and he said the wrong thing, like he slipped up.
Exactly. And it gets people like arguing about a point that's not even relevant if they fake the whole thing.
Like, it was live. And so he whereas, yeah, if he was just doing voiceover, you would, they would just re-record it. So did they do that purposefully to put the story out there to make it seem like it was live rather than all just pre-scripted, just as kind of like a protective mechanism, just in case people may have had questions about it,
Right. It makes it seem like somebody's on the ball. Like it's kind of like weapons of mass destruction, right? Like it's not about the weapons of mass destruction. We started a whole war based on something that was a false premise to begin with, which is the bigger question. So there's a whole idea of like where the weapons of mass destruction that people get concerned about was never even the question. That wasn't even anything they were looking for. And that was the news story that covered up the real story, which is that they faked the 9/11 thing that led to it, right?
Is my mic sound any better?
Yeah, you're better now.
Dude, I cannot figure this stuff out.
Well, actually, you're still a little quiet. Earlier, when you did it before, it was like perfect for a minute, but now you're a little quiet, I think, because I have you at regular now. I put you back to just the regular 100% on mine.
All right, I'm going to keep messing with it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're still probably 20, 30% or 20% low, maybe.
I do want to say also, by the way, that Like I really enjoy the Discord community, but it seems like the behavior and the conditioning that Discord gives to communication is not really my best. It's not really a good fit for me. Like when we were first on Discord, people would take time to speak. They would take turns, and like yeah, they'd still argue and talk over each other, but they would still mostly take turns. Now it seems like it's almost like society, like the technically savvy people. They're on Discord a lot, and it's like people are trained to talk fast and talk over and like use all these tactics, and it's really not my style of communication. So I mute mostly because I struggle to keep up with like the normal Discord speed now. Like it's not like normal communication. It's just kind of strange. I just want to point that out. Like I used to talk a lot more, but now it's like I can't really even keep up because the speed at which I think and speak is just not like compatible almost.
Yeah, I hear you. Like I'm on here quite often, which I'm about to get off of here, but the amount of times I want to chime in and say something or whatever, by the time I have the ability to get into a conversation or find a space within, something that's going on, I've almost lost what I wanted to say, and the conversation is either been over talked or has gotten past the point so far that it's like not even worth it.
Well, one thing I was thinking, because with an open panel, there's a lot of people that are, and there can be a lot of quick topic changes and things. So yeah, to really get into an idea, sometimes can be, unless it's a more calm, chill vibe. So yeah, I do hear what you're saying with that. One thing I was thinking, like, because we could have like we've done like the kind of 5-10 minute one-on-one thing, but that does allow for to some degree, but there's also like we could do any type of event type structure where there could be 3 people having a conversation or 4, only those 4, or a panel of just 5 or whatever it may be, because we can use the stage channels as well. So if there's like a particular topic, like let's just say Napalm, that like you and I had some topic that we really want to talk about, we could technically just do that. We could fire it up, have a stage channel, you and I are talking about it. People could then say, hey, I want to jump in. They could jump in, add their thoughts. Maybe at some point it's a panel of 5 people or 6 people, and then we can just adjust it from there. It is an idea where that's more like podcast style, radio show style, etc. Because the open room style is one type of style, and it is awesome that everyone can jump in and it's exciting and cool. But I know what you mean. Like there's the interruption thing, which then takes additional moderation, which is challenging, and has all those components to it. And then people still will, try to chaotically interrupt as well. And there's just all the plus and negatives about having an open panel. But anyways, I was just saying, yeah, in that way, like, because what you and Riggs are saying, I hear you on, because I like the moments that are more chill where I can actually get like 20, 30 seconds to say my piece. And yeah, I hear what you're saying. Sometimes when it's really hectic, it's hard to be able to like get your idea out. And then when you feel like you're going to be interrupted instantly, you can't even get in the zone of even saying your idea because it's just like a ticking time bomb before something happens.
Well, that's why I start stuttering and like losing my train of thought, because like I'm trying to keep up with like it's like you're jumping on a bus that's moving or like a train that's moving and you just got to keep up. It's like it's just not my normal way of communication, and I've noticed more that I'm having like a speech impediment just trying to interact, when before it wasn't an issue. It's just the speed at which people like it's this platform. People have like become experts at debating and the tactics, and it's been like so many years now that there's like different tiers of people who can keep up with that bullshit, and I'm just not one
I
of
don't
them.
think you're stuttering at all, though. I don't think of you as a stutterer. That's really strange that you think that. Maybe
Well,
it's something in your...
I'm just noticing it myself. Like I trip over my words, I'll lose what I'm saying and stuff, and it's not like I'm not hydrated or I don't have the nourishment or whatever. It's literally that I feel like I'm racing to get it out in order to respect the room.
It doesn't sound like that with you at all. It sounds like you're always well thought out and you never stutter.
Yeah, I would agree. It does. Yeah, you do always sound well. Now, you do always sound well thought out, and that you're fully in what you're saying. However, if you're talking about when it's like chaotic, if there's like it's like fast paced and it's intense, then that makes sense. Because then, yeah, like when there's only like 5 seconds to get in. Is that what you're referring to? When it feels like you have to almost be rushed?
I don't even try. Like usually during the day or like early in the morning when I just don't like when Brian or what's his name? Like there's just a lot of people who they really are passionate and they get it out, and it's just not my, like, there's just different, like I said, it's just different tiers. And I think that the longer that we've been using Discord, the more it's kind of trained the way we communicate and what we find is acceptable. And some people have just like elevated their abilities more than others. And I'm just not willing to like go there. Like I want to keep my thoughts the way they are, and I want to express them the way I want to. I'm not going to just like, maybe I have like, maybe I have, changed my ways a little bit, but it wasn't intended.
Well, what would be your ideal, or what, like, and also Napalm, because you were mentioning it as well, like what would need to be changed or improved or altered? Is it just about like
it's just the medium? That's it.
Is it like the open panel style versus like a more podcast style where there's a couple people? Would that change it? Is it the pace, the speed, because like right now we're in a pretty chill mode where I can say 20 seconds, you can say 20 seconds. And yeah, I prefer this all day because I mean,
it's just a consequence of the platform. That's it. Like if we were in person, we'd be able to engage like independently and like move, like 2 or 3 people want to go to another room and finish that discussion, then come back and engage again. It's just a consequence of the digital. And also you don't get, not everyone's got their camera on, you can't really see the inflection and you can't get the points across, can't use your hands. Using the hands is a big issue. Being able to see facial expressions is also a big part of communication. Actually, that's probably one, like 50% or more part of the communication, is the visual. So, Discord, it essentially, the currency of Discord is essentially like a packet of sound. And your job is to interrupt and get in as soon as the other packet ends, or try to encourage that other packet of sound to end to get your point in. And it trains people to have this like inorganic kind of communication style. And it's a little bit unhealthy. It's like watching too much TV or being on the internet too long. And this platform trains people to debate too long and try to get their point out too quickly. And it pushes all the qualities that, it might be good and useful in some way, but it is also kind of like a bad habit and not respectful in reality,
Yeah. And I feel like whether consciously or subconsciously, there are individuals who tend to operate in specific ways for possibly specific reasons, right? And it's not necessarily to just legitimately have a genuine discourse, right? And whether you want to call it tactics or whatever, like I said, it could be either consciously or subconsciously. Who knows? Like you said, maybe the amount of time people have spent in here has conditioned them to be that way. But it's almost unbearable at times to be able to legitimately have an honest back and forth about some topics when people are employing certain tactics. And I'll just give, a very brief example would be, if somebody says something, blah, 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 and the person can come in either, very calm and in a calm manner, or very quickly and in a more aggressive manner, but start off with their response or their rebuttal as a underhanded, passive aggressive backslap to the face of the person who just kind of went, right? So it could be something like, Yeah, well, I do understand that this isn't the easiest topic for people to comprehend, and maybe that's why the disconnect is taking place, because this isn't stuff that everybody can fully comprehend, right? Like responding back in a way like that to somebody and then continuing on, right, is usually going to trigger the person, right?
Yeah.
Trigger a response from the person to say, no, it's not that I don't understand it. And then usually that is met with, well, you're over talking me, blah, blah. And it just kind of turns into a shit show. So whether it's conscious or subconscious, I feel like there are certain tactics, whether they're tactics of debate, whatever you want to call it.
They could be trained behaviors.
I look at Discord as a place to have conversation and legitimately try to learn things and express my opinions, views, and outlooks on things honestly. And I don't know if that's always what is taking place with others, which is kind of hard.
Exactly. That totally makes sense. Especially with an open room, there's going to be all kinds of different people with different perspectives that are jumping in that sense. Like with an open panel, that's open like that. But so I totally hear what you're saying. But what I was going to say is that, I agree that that's happening. All those things you said. So if we agree it's happening, it's a phenomenon essentially. Meaning, you're getting these people from all different parts of the world, and they're on The Voice and they're talking. And it's happening. So if it's happening, it's happening. Now, what are your thoughts on, are there ways to either involve some kind of structure or moderation, to amend that or adjust that in any way? Or is it, what I'm trying to say is that it's already a phenomenon that's happening. So what are your thoughts? Is it something that, just what are your thoughts? Because it sounds like it's a thing of concern, of course. I guess I'm asking, what would be the resolution or the integration if it's a problem? Because I do think it blocks a lot of ability to actually connect and actually communicate and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if the world is going to live more digital and more digital, then it is something that needs to be, resolved. And I think one of the ways they've resolved it is they've kind of deployed Zoom and, normalized the whole Skype kind of thing where everyone has a camera now and everyone can be in a call, and do things that way. But with Discord's like a different beast where it essentially caters to these very toxic debate styles. And it trains people over time to kind of turn into that person. And encourages that behavior. So one example, I don't know if you guys know, there's a streamer called Destiny, and he is known for being kind of like a little bit more center of left, a debater, and he takes up debates on anyone. And if you notice, he just matches people with the way that he speaks. He will use the tactics. He will use all these things and guilt the other person. And it's all about you know what it's done? It's basically made debating popular again. And they've, there was always a debate club in school and stuff, but it's turned it into it's turned debating viral to the point where all these kids now, they've been trained to just debate people with Google and talking points and using these tactics and stuff. And it's we're not even talking to people anymore. We're just talking to people who are basically doing this as a video game,
I think debate is kind of a net positive though, right? I think
it could, it could be, but I'm saying that the way this platform works, it doesn't really encourage the net positive. If it was a real debate in person, I think that it is much more well received, or if it's a video that's dispersed or live streamed or something. But if it's Discord and it's just chaos and you're trying to start a shit fest and you you don't have good intentions, or if you don't care about the topic, you just want to win, right? Debate online, or especially on Discord and most of these channels that I go to, it's not really about being right. It's about winning the debate. And when you win and you earn people's validation, it turns it into a contest. And then it just supports that behavior and it encourages it.
Am I still really low?
Still a little low, yeah.
My goodness. Dude.
Not for me anyway.
So this is what I think. Like, this sounds terrible in my headphone, but I think that it's the paradigm that this conversation is in. So, like, the flat earthers want to come here and be like, dude, you know, Napalm, what do you think about radiant energy? I found a paper from Tesla. And then me, Napalm, and Dyslow genuinely want to try to learn about the idea of ether or something. Like, I think that flat earthers have like a different motivation to be here. I mean, I'm not going to say that they don't enjoy debate or whatever, but I just think that ballers don't have that motivation to be here. So it's much more of like I'm only here to be combative and debate vibe. I just think it's more, yeah. I mean, that's my opinion. I think that's the catalyst of it, and then the behavior gets reciprocated both ways, and then like I'm definitely like one of the worst about it, where it's like I'll dive right into that vibe, you know, and like match the energy, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna out debate you, but like before that happened, then we would have been having like a real chill, productive conversation. So I don't know. That's just my opinion.
No, you're not even wrong. You actually just made my point, is that I'm not even discussing about this topic. Like if I say fuck flat earth and I go to another server, it's the same problem. Like it may not be as passionate or as about as many topics. You know, it's much more cookie cutter, but it's the same problem. And it's literally this platform, the way it functions, the particular type of delay and the particular type of like, noise cancellation and all the different settings and everyone's different setups. Like there's a quality problem, and I'm not sure it can be fixed. Maybe another platform will come out and it'll encourage different types of discussions, or like maybe there'll be like a mandatory camera thing or something. I don't know, but like Discord, it's good for what it's good for. It's low data. I can run this shit all day on one battery. It's okay. Like, it just is what it is. I'm just kind of pointing out that the behavior of internet conversations has degraded so much. And while in some aspects the discussions have broadened, the quality of discussions have fucking tanked. And that's coming from somebody who used to be on the internet and like would have long form discussions on forums and shit, and had lots of people that I talked to online. And it was just like, there was so much more quality to it. Now it's like, kind of degraded, even though there's way more people, and that's what I'm pointing out.
What is the experience of degradation you're even talking about? I'm not quite understanding, because I mean, Discord just allows us to talk on voice and type in text. I mean, so it's not really any. I mean, to me, it's not really anything other than. I mean, yeah, there might be the little bit of delays and the different effects, but I mean, it's just we're talking. And I was just going to tap onto that because I know I kind of asked you a question there, but it seems to me like there's always kind of two main modes. One of the modes is like, you could call it a debate, but sometimes it is like an actual good back and forth type debate. But then other times it can go into where it's like name calling and interruptions and chaos and the whole shit show thing. But that's more like a fight almost. It's like a verbal fight. And in our world today, a lot of people have a lot of fighting stuff because they were maybe treated that way in their childhood. And we're grown up like middle school, high school. There's people have fighting going on, et cetera. So just all the, in people's families and just the kind of situation of today's world, anger and misplaced anger, all that kind of stuff. So there is this kind of verbal fighting thing that some people may want to engage in, and that ends up happening. But then there's like the whole other mode. So like I said, yeah, there's kind of like healthy debate. There's like verbal fight debate. And then there's like that whole spectrum. But then there's like the chill mode, where it's like more like podcast mode, where like each person's getting their full like 20, 30 seconds to lay out their thought. No one's going to interrupt. Like right now, I'm pretty confident no one's going to interrupt me. I can probably go for a solid 45 seconds even, or maybe a minute, and then whoever goes next, like, you're going to get your full time. So this is like more like podcast style. Now, if you want to have this all the time, we'd have to have some kind of structure. Like I said, have use the stage room, or have it to where it's only like 4 people that are on the panel, and then you can bring up people for questions, because that way you can't just have someone come in. Like if Zanuck just wakes up and he's just feeling feisty and he just wants to come in and he starts saying whatever, if he starts throwing that out there, he'll get the whole room going, because someone's always going to want to do that with Zanuck. So if we want to have more like the chill podcast mode and have it not interrupted, so we could actually go over stuff like ether papers or documents or things that were like research we're doing, things that we're going through, we could just either do it on Livestream 2, or we could even do it in this Livestream room and just have different, structures to them, because that's the only way that like we could actually get into something. Like I'd love to hear more on like, Austin's thoughts on Witzett's thoughts on ether and so many ways. I would love to hear like more and have actual engagements between him and Dyslo and others, where we could get into that stuff. And when it's open like this and anyone can come in and it's an open panel, then yeah, it can throw it into, who knows where, and sometimes into that kind of verbal fighting or debating kind of thing. So those are kind of my thoughts on it. There's just the different modes. And I think it just takes the kind of structure, because when it's totally open, you're going to get different people in different moods that are going to be coming through. And I think it's good for the community to have an open panel. But I also think like as the, if we want to do other things, I would be way more interesting, I think, to a lot of people to hear a lot of that stuff as well. So.
Yeah. So good points. And I think that, it all depends on what people want to do. Right. So there is a decent thing within 24/7, right, where they have like the chill chat. And it's just an open room for people to go in and have off-topic conversation. And it seems to regulate itself for the most part pretty well, especially if there's a mod down there, where if somebody comes in and wants to like try to rile up the room's just like, basically get out of here, you're going to get muted kind of thing. Like you can't come to the chill space and try to ruffle everybody's feathers kind of attitude down in that section. So I think that's like a decent option. But also I feel like people enjoy the kind of stage debate kind of atmosphere as well, like setting up certain events or times or whatever. I don't know, it takes a lot of planning and effort, and I know people have a lot on their plates and all that kind of shit, but having a time where two people that seem to go back and forth about the same topic every single day, it's like, hey, let's give you guys the stage, just the two of you. Here's a half hour. Then it opens up for people to come in and ask questions or whatever, or something like that, and just having little events like that. And then also spaces for people to be able to go and just kind of chill and have the conversation. But that being said, it also takes the first person to be in that room, the second person to show up, and the room to like regulate itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. And perhaps just kind of community coordination in different ways. Because there's like Livestream 2 as well. It's, so we could have, that's always available, and I can turn that one on live anytime as well. So that could be on a stage channel or an event, etc. Or we could always do that in this live stream as well. But it made me think what you were saying, like the difference, like anabolic and catabolic, the processes of the body of either breaking down or building up, anabolic and catabolic. I was thinking how the two discussion types we're talking about correlate with those, where like right now we're kind of more in like building mode. We're like building ideas and thoughts, and we're sharing the mic, and everyone has freedom to speak and have their full time to speak. It's like more building. Whereas when it's like either a debate style, or even if it gets into that more of like a fight style, it's almost like breaking down. Not necessarily always in a bad way, because a debate can be good, but it's like you're breaking down the ideas. You're coming to with the heat of your mind to be like, no, this is it, or this is it. What do you, in that sense, it's not as much kind of sharing and understanding, like, which is more building. It's more breaking down the ideas and trying to get to the bottom of whatever it may be. And then, yeah, sometimes that can go overboard to where it gets too like harsh or too fast paced or interruptions to where now the breakdown is just going into chaos. So it's just interesting. I was thinking about that kind of on the spectrum of the building up versus breaking down. And I think they both have their value, and then they both have their positives and negatives as well.
Like I don't know, like earlier, I was trying to make the point of like the geocentrism thing with Charlie or whatever, and it's like it was just this weird, disingenuous like tactic type thing. You know, it's like uh the absence of evidence. Let's argue about what that means. Let's argue about what the definition of facts are. Blah blah blah. When it like if I was talking to I don't know, so like if it was a chill conversation, we'll say, like it would have just been like, oh yeah, yeah, that is a trip, you know, that all the observations can be explained both ways, or it would have been about the subject. And then I feel like people get frustrated and then it becomes redundant, and then people's frustration builds up because of the redundancy, and then they want to jump in, and then people start jumping in early, and then the people that were being patient, they're like, wow, I'm never going to get in, right? Because, and I'm not going to say I really have this problem. I almost talk too much. I don't dispute that at all. But like, I'm just saying this is what I see happen, right? Like people get frustrated because they're like, damn, you know, as I'm about to be able to jump in, someone interrupted right before it ended. And if that happens every time, then I'll never get in unless I interrupt. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, totally. That completely happens. And actually, like, yes, because like really what would have been ideal at that moment, we could have just created an event on the fly. Like that's almost what I was wanting to hear. When you and Charlie were going back and forth, I was like in the car, I was doing stuff. I wasn't even at my computer at the time, but I was thinking like what would have been awesome, and it's an idea that we could do as well, where like you guys were going back and forth. It would have been cool to like have it be just you guys, like not just a 5-minute one-on-one thing, but just like I could literally we could create an event, and I could make it so that any moderator can create an event anytime. So like literally, if Charlie's there and you guys want to actually get into something, you could literally just create an event, just type in Witsit and Charlie or whatever, and boom, and then now it's that event, and everyone would be muted for that time. So it's kind of like an impromptu event, basically, is the idea I'm throwing out there. Because everyone's on different time schedules. Charlie happened to be in here for a while. You were here, because sometimes people are not around and stuff. So if that's the case, it would make sense to like maximize that time. Now I realize if it was just you two, it kind of shuts down the open panel vibe. But we could also have that in Livestream too. Like we could just, the Livestream 2 could always be the open panel, and Livestream 1, but then everyone seems to congregate in one Livestream. So there's that issue. But anyways, at least if you guys could have had like 20 or 30 minutes, just you and Charlie, everyone else muted. And if that needed to be moderated as well, like ideally have a moderator that doesn't let either of you interrupt each other. That would have been awesome, dude. Because you guys, there was very interesting things there, but you guys were trying to go back and forth. He was getting heated, and then it started, and he was interrupting and stuff. And then you get other people that are coming in, like boom, and like and then you didn't feel like you got, like he heard your point. He threw out some other point that he thought was responding to yours, but it wasn't really, and you wanted to respond. But by the time you wanted to respond, since it's an open panel, someone else has barreled in with something, and then you're trying to remember to bring it back. Like I know we all kind of experience like some portions of that, of what I'm saying, I'm sure, because that is kind of how it's going down. So like anyways, I'm just saying one instant solution for that is like just to literally just create an event right away to where now it's you two for however long you go, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. Because I would have loved to hear you guys actually break down those ideas. And also that's when the real intellect can come down to it. Because now when there's not interruptions, there's not side swiping and all kinds of derailing or non sequiturs in that way, then you could actually get to the core of it and your points can be brought to bear. With all that being said, the open panel is also really cool too, to let everyone speak and stuff. So yeah, there's value to that as well.
Yeah, like I guess the ironic part about it is like people being impatient and not wanting to let like someone else's conversation go through or whatever, and then interrupting. It causes what could be a 5-minute exchange to turn into like an hour of trying to like get the same first question addressed. And that's kind of like what was happening there. I'm not saying I'm never guilty of anything. I'm just saying that, say I had that one question for him, but if every time I'm about to finish, he interrupts, or someone else interrupts, or right when he's about to finish, someone else interrupts, and they bring up random gotchas they think they have, dude, we'll never get to the end of it. So ironically, the impatience makes it take longer. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like it would just be a few minutes where no one throws any life jackets or distractions or anything like that, no interruptions, then it can be like a 10-minute thing where it's like really productive and you actually get the like intellectual points like out for the edification of the room, and then it moves on. But it's like normally what happens is like I could have, for example, I could have maybe stepped away and came back, and in like it would have been the same like side shoot conversation for like an hour. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. It's like
Right.
this crazy vicious cycle. It happens quite a bit. You know.
Oh, I totally hear you, dude. Because when him and I were starting to talk about the satellite thing, for some reason the room was like no one else was interrupting. It was just him and I, and therefore him and I were at least somewhat able to get to the bottom of that within like 5 minutes. Now he felt like he had to keep repeating himself, and he was like in a state of it seemed like he was tense. But I at least feel like we, for the most part, got to the bottom of it. And I know what you mean. Like we were able to. Probably could have even quicker, but he was in an intense state. But either way, I know what you mean. Like we were able to actually, and I know that, I mean, this happens a lot. I know it frustrates Jeremy a lot too, because Jeremy's trying to go back and forth with someone, and then someone else comes in, and then you feel like you didn't get to complete your point. So I don't know. It's just, I mean, I'm open to any suggestions as well, but it's just a matter of moderation. I mean, if it's an open panel, then people shouldn't feel like they're going to be muted because two other people are going to talk. But at the same time, if it's always an open panel, then, you know what I mean? You have to be like really hyper with the mutings. Well, first of all, if it's the spirit of open panel, then anyone should be able to jump in. So in that case, you're not just going to mute them, you know? So if we want to like only hear like you, like in that case, like you and Charlie go through that, or like you and Dyslow talk about something about electrostatics or something in particular, it's like we need to either change the room from the open panel to you guys for that like 20 minutes. Like I said, the easiest way is just to throw an event thing at the top of the server. So then it's just like, that's what it is for that 30 minutes or whatever. That way people know, you know, so you kind of know what I mean. Yeah. Cause we don't want to just be muting everyone. Like, you know, to have people come here and be like, oh, I get muted every time. At the same time, like the open panel has certain restrictions in being able to have like productive and, you know, just the content itself and just our own like mental state of being able to talk about these things and get these things out without, you know, feeling like it's just got sideswiped or didn't get to the completion of it, and just, you know, just the productiveness of that part of it.
Well, okay, like I think that the open room thing is cool. Like I know everyone's been saying this a lot lately. Like I think I'm the king of flat Earth and I take over the room, and when I'm here, I think everyone has to listen to me on stuff. But I guess they missed it like 7 consecutive hours. I just sit here and like barely talk until people bring me into the room or whatever. But I do know at times I talk for a while or whatever. But like to me, the open room vibe is cool, right? Because it's like you can get lots of points. The answer isn't convenient, which is everyone, it comes down to like an individual thing. So like the people would have to know, oh, well, if I'm going to jump into convo, it's going to be relevant to the convo. It's going to be relevant to the point like being spoken about at that time. It's going to build the point. It's not going to be like to jump in, sidetrack, oh, definition, gotcha, red herring. That's really why, because in my opinion, the best vibe is the open room thing. And like let it breathe when people are going back and forth. And like if you have something to throw in, I think everyone should be able to jump in and throw something in. But it would require people to be like honest with intention. You know what I'm saying? So like, oh well, if I have something else I want to talk about, I'm not going to jump in the middle of this and say it when it's not related. If everyone would kind of like try to like respect the point talked about, and then like give everyone a little bit of room, like we were talking about a second ago, like give them like a couple seconds after it ends, you know, like that would change things drastically. I don't know that that's realistic, you know, I don't know that that'll ever happen, but I think that that would maybe be the solution to it, you know. I think the problem is people get frustrated because they're like still trying to make a point, and then there's like 20 different diversions brought up, and then people start talking over each other, and then people try to beat the other person to be the next one, or then they all start interrupting, and it just like before you know it, like an hour goes by and no productive conclusion is reached. So
yeah, the fact of the matter is that you're not going to have moderators who know exactly what to do all day. It's a very popular topic. It's going to be a big room no matter what. And one of the nice things about this place is that it is a big room, and you can pull from a lot of people's brains, you know, and you can have a very large discussion. So that is, I don't think that is something that people want changed, right? And I don't think that people are going to want to use that stage feature in Discord. I think it's malnourished. It doesn't have all the features that people want. And yeah, it might be good to have like hosted events, or like at least put the event up on the top of the server if we're going to do one. But the reality is that I just think that people are going to be people, and that's what my comment was about. Is just this platform is kind of like it's bringing out a new quality of large groups of people discussing all at once, when in reality this kind of communication doesn't really happen because it's not suitable unless there's one person who has a microphone and everyone else is listening.
Yeah,
so
and I agree.
It's just a consequence.
Yeah, and I agree with the like sometimes it does get annoying when you get like the instant burst interruption, and you also get the individuals that are just gonna straight over talk another. But there are sometimes that I've been here for a while now, it's like you get people going on and on, and it feels like for 20 minutes it's just a one-on-one debate. And I'm just sitting here, it's like, isn't this like an open room? Can we just and mind you, the guy that you were arguing with just keeps moving the goalpost and keeps moving the goalpost. So it's another topic and another topic and another topic. So you're just stuck there. And at the point you can't even jump in to add into anything or any other criticism. It takes a long while. So yeah, if you want like a single debate and it starts to feel like a single debate, maybe there should be another channel where it could just gets moved in for a single debate,
Yeah, or like people. This is my honest opinion. People should be like held accountable. So like when I asked him a point blank question, he didn't answer it 10 times in a row, and then people would jump on. This is I don't want to like sound prejudiced or whatever, right? I'm just generalizing here, but like a lot of time, ballers will use the tactic of like diverting, and then the flat earthers will take the bait, and so then it just like you said, the goalpost gets moved 100 times, and then like I'm pretty stubborn, so I'll keep trying to make the point. I'll keep trying to bring it back to the point, and then the conversation is like draining and redundant, and it's like, oh my god, like someone else say something, So I think that's one of the main problems is people aren't like held accountable to not like divert and obfuscate, and I think obfuscation leads to frustration. So.
Well, see, now for that, what makes me think of that in terms of structure for live streams is a live stream host where, where if someone's hosting it, like for example, in that scenario, if you were hosting it at that time, I mean, like the original way, like with the live stream host role, there's different ways to do that, but you can have it to where like for example, if you were live stream hosting in that moment, then you could actually like control the actual conversation, as it were. Not that you're controlling what people say in that way, but more just that like if you wanted to stay on that point or like you could. I mean, we all kind of do this at times, kind of act as a host in that sense, or as like even back on 24/7 for years, we've always kind of done that. Like there's be different people that kind of help to like, okay, you're next or you're not, that all of that kind of stuff. Like hosting. But I guess just what I'm saying is that because the spirit of an open panel is that if you did have that point with that guy and it didn't get to the completion, in theory with an open panel, someone else can come in. Now I hear what you're saying. If they're coming with a whole non sequitur topic, there's that part of it. But like, so whereas if you were hosting, you would be able to, say like, okay, no, wait a minute here. Let's get to this, and actually ask other people. Because like I said, if it's an open panel, then they're kind of free to speak. And we're not, it's not really right just to mute them if it's a free thing. However, if you are hosting it, or in that case, or whoever's hosting it, they could just mute that person. And it's not like it's not about shutting them down or anything. It's about the fact that the host is curating the content for the listeners, just like the way a radio host does when they like take phone calls, and sometimes they just cut the person off. It's because they're actually like, they're the ones curating the content. So it's not like really rude necessarily to mute them or cut or in that sense, because they know that they're like just guests on that stream. So anyways, yeah, it just makes me think of that where, the host role kind of would allow for that to be done, where like, if you were the host and you wanted to get to the bottom of that, then that's what the room would be doing for as long, in that sense, for as long as it would be required. Because otherwise, if it's open, it's going to probably, there's going to be that tendency for someone else to jump in and to not actually get to the final point where, really one side would have to concede ultimately, like be like, okay, or it would have to be unresolved.
Yeah, like when Winston cornered the guy and the guy started changing topics, it should just be where like, all right, let him finish him off. Let's move off of Charlie, and then let's talk about something else, because I thought the satellite thing was just dragged way too fucking far. And I agree. Like this guy did, this guy kept dodging him. Wissett would just go like, well, can you answer the question? And I know like a few of us kind of jumped in there a little too fucking fast. Even I cornered him on facts. just that alone. I'm like, all right, let's move on. This guy's a charlatan, But yeah, I see what you mean, man, Gio.
Why don't we have like a topic Tuesdays or a day of the week set aside to do like a specific topic, so we can maybe have a separate room or the main room, your choice, and we just discuss like a topic of the day. That way, I mean, not the whole day, but maybe a couple hours, 3 hours set aside time. That way, you get sort of people can come with their ideas. It's not just random. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep, to have like a set topic.
I mean, you can do abortion. It doesn't have to be flat earth. It could be, different things, abortion, communism, capitalism, whatever. It doesn't have to be, any specific topic.
Yeah, a little chat polling to see what do you want to vote for, which topic you want to talk about.
Yeah, I'll vote.
Yeah.
Also, like I noticed in the big Discord servers, a lot of people don't talk at all, and I think part of the reason is because you have to basically fight over each other to talk. You have to interrupt each other because people are very long-winded. If you look at most servers, there's a handful of people that always talk, and they kind of fight their way in. And it's very difficult for other people to get a word in because the person talking, most of them, don't consider that other people want to say stuff. They just want to like monologue. If you notice, most of it's not back and forth. It's one guy trying to monologue all the time, not because people want to also talk and they don't pause. And then the people that are like fighting their way into it, those people talk. And the rest of the server never talks.
My thing is, there's not enough honor for some people in here to be in here, I think. And I really hate saying that some people just shouldn't be in here, but some people just come in here with, so many tactics on their argument. It's like one of those dudes that has like 15 attachments on his AR-15. It's like, whoa, bro, what are you doing here? Like, what is going on? Like, there's no honor, right? And we just kind of need people to, pause and quit filibustering so much and allow everyone to get a piece of the pie.
Like have like a 1 minute or a 2 minute limit, for example, unless you're doing a discussion of some, but normally just give a limit. People don't monologue the whole time.
Well, I've noticed that some people will have like 6 minutes of speaking time in like a 10-minute period.
Yeah, and they'll keep doing it. The next 10 minutes, they'll keep on doing it. And it's like people that want to say something have to basically interrupt.
Yeah, and then you got like guys like over there where Charlie, where he pauses every fucking 20 or 30 words, and then you go like, okay, it's time to jump in. Let me finish. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then Gio gets in and he wants to talk, and he's adding to a point. He hasn't even gone to 30 seconds. I even did a time thing too. And this fucker just jumps in, and then Gio has to explain, let me just get to my point. I had to jump in and just say, yo, let Gio finish his point. And that's the issue. It's like either like people need to learn to talk just straight through, no pauses, and they go like, all right, I'm done. That's it.
I think what happens too is just the emotions that we all have, in different ways. So especially when it's like more the heated, either like intellectual sparring or debating, or even if it goes more towards that verbal fighting kind of level, in those scenarios, like when emotions get involved, like people don't want to hear that. People don't want to listen to someone else saying something that they think is wrong. Like it makes them feel uncomfortable that the other person's saying something's wrong. So then they just get impulsive and just want to impulsively interrupt. And then that can play into tactics as well, because now they're interrupting. They don't want to hear what you're saying. They don't want to face, especially like even on the deep level, like they might not want to face that they're wrong or that the other person is right about something. And then in a reaction to that, they would sometimes the emotions get involved, and then then the interruptions happen more so, because it's like people, there's that kind of charge that's on the line.
Yeah, like I understand that, and that's why like another example like Witsit would say, it's like once you start arguing with like some of the Globers, I've argued a few of them. Yeah, they get emotionally charged when you start calling their shit religion. And I understand that, because they start throwing out these big fancy words, which is a fancy way of saying belief, no evidence, proving evidence, and all this other nonsense. And like I said before, I can remove the emotion to a lot of things and talk about it But then it's the constant interruption. That's the shit that needs to get nailed down in these chats.
Maybe we should make some sort of way to like nominate people for a mic pass. Like, hey, dude, for the past like 10 minutes, you've really been, getting a lot of speaking time. I think you've had your share. Something, I don't know.
Yeah,
Not to, like,
kind of just
ban them, but just, force past the mic.
Yeah, kind of let the room breathe.
Because there are certain people who really like to hear themselves talk, and I'm probably one of them, and I should probably be held by the same standard, right?
Well, I have my moments, like the last hour or two I've been speaking more. I have my moments, but I always try, even when I am more active, I always try to like pause, enough in between to make sure that it's not kind of only me responding in that sense. Or I'm just always trying to be conscious of that. So yeah, I think if everyone could be conscious of that, because I'll notice sometimes, like right now it's like a good open convo and everyone who wants to get in can get in. But like if one individual comes in and then they start that monologuing thing, then it kind of creates like a chain reaction where they're talking so much. And then if no one just like straight mutes them, or if no one says anything, and then they do that, then it's like people stop engaging because they're the only one talking, and then no one responds. Anyways, yeah, so it can kind of go into like a no man's land zone with like just that one person talking, and then it kind of, the conversation is changed because of that. Like the interaction factor has been lost, it seems, in some cases.
Sometimes it's really good, right? Sometimes two people go back and forth and, be in control of the mic, and everybody's good with it because the conversation's so good they're willing to listen. But a lot of times I think people just get triggered and get so excited they want to jump in, and I think they're not mindful of other speakers who need equal talking time. So yeah, honor would be great if we could get some of that back a little bit.
Yeah, in a way it is like just basic respect, ultimately, just letting another person say their full point, respecting their time on the mic, and vice versa.
The honor goes away when we start attacking. The person is trying to win the discussion, but not listen or not be fair.
Yeah. Well, and also back in the day, like all the insults and that whole thing, because that takes it into an instant shit show. So it's taken months and months to get out of that endless cycle. That was the way it was for years on pretty much all these servers. For just pretty much all the time, it would be that. So it's taken us here like at least all this time to even get it, because I mean, some people maybe think we're strict on the moderation with all of that stuff, all the attacking stuff, and then some people think we're too lax on it. But that has been, seems like, eliminated mostly, to where it's not just a shit show of insults. So I think it's all kind of,
Jeremy
making progress. Because it used to just be that, like any conversation would just end in the two people screaming insults at each other, and that was it every single time, like a lot of other places. But yeah, the next step, I mean, beyond just respecting each other enough not to just scream insults constantly, but yeah, the next step is some of the stuff we're talking about, just kind of like people, being aware and just kind of conscious of each other and respectful and letting everyone get their full idea out. But yeah, Godric, you're right. I agree. There's times when, the emotions or people there's all kinds of different factors that get activated. Or if you're, and then there's the sly insults too. Like, oh, well, yeah, like I don't know.
You don't understand? When they do that,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a big one.
we need to tag them out. Like, okay, you just said that I don't understand, so we're going to tag you out for a little bit and let someone else talk. Because if you're at the point where you don't have an argument and all you're going to do is, the rumpus fallacy, you don't understand it, therefore it's not true. Like, okay,
Yeah,
well,
but
we need to
but
tag.
what that does is they just leave. Like Rumpus. If you mute Rumpus, he'll go deafen or he'll leave.
Well,
What would be kind of cool for that though, like the tagging out thing? It'd be kind of cool if Discord had a feature that was like a light mute. Like maybe instead of the thing being red, it's like yellow, and it's like a light mute, and it's like timed, so it's just like 30 seconds or a minute or something, and they know it's timed. But yeah, that's kind of because that's kind of what, like, if someone does that, or like is doing some of these things that we're talking about, like either the tactics or, without just like full blown like muting them kind of thing. Because ideally, we don't really want to mute anyone. Like that's the thing I've been thinking more and more. It's like we really just want to have is like no mutes. So we have to figure this out without even having to do those things. But I was just thinking like a light mute thing or some kind of flag on their name or something, or I don't know. There's just different ideas.
Hey, what about the Star of David? I think that's a good one. Just make them wear a star.
Well, like if Zanuck comes in, for example, sorry to call out Zanuck, but if he comes in and starts using like condescending ad homs, it's kind of like, instead of just letting him do that for the next hour, or just having to straight up mute him, what if it's like, all right, dude, like, foul, like a foul kind of thing, like you're in the penalty box or something, so then the conversation could actually progress without it just being that tactic for the next half hour or whatever it may be.
Just give Zanuck the gas, dude. Just give him the gas.
One of the problems with Zanuck, is like, so when I jumped in this room earlier today, I was driving to the post office. I jumped in. They were talking about radiant energy from Tesla, and I'm like, oh, this is a fire combo. I was gonna like say what I had read from one of his papers because SE put me on, and then when I went to say the point, Zanuck jumped right over it and started bringing up like microwaves. I mean, it's just like completely disregard whatever someone's talking about. You just want to preach and act like you have to teach the flat earthers about your point. That's like, and that's when it's like someone takes the bait, so then someone else jumps off their mic and they're like, what do you know about microwaves? And then the four people that were going back and forth calmly about radiant energy end up getting pissed about the fact the whole point just got thrown away, right? And then it just devolves, because then it's like, then we're going to talk, and I'm guilty of this for sure. Then we'll go back 5 to 10 minutes about who interrupted, who was wrong, blah blah blah, what's wrong with Zanuck, blah blah blah, and then it's like this beautiful like intellectual conversation with like 4 or 5 bright people talking about a really deep combo just got completely thrown into the ether, and now we're just arguing about nothingness. Like that's like one of the most reoccurring things. It's like it's not being honest. I mean, I think it happens on both sides, but like not responding to the actual thing the person said, but predetermining your response and then just like waiting to see how quickly you can say what you want to say with like complete disregard for what else is being said. I just think personally, I think that's the biggest problem. I don't think there's like some setting or some way you can set the room up or something that's going to fix that, other than like whoever is moderating is like specifically pointing that out.
Yeah. I mean, that comes down to the moderation, and like I mentioned earlier, like because to me that's more of a live stream host, like somebody who's hosting it. But it also could just be that the moderators could do that as well. Well, it just depends, because like, well, how to resolve that? So you're just saying that without necessarily having to even use mutes and stuff. I mean, so would that have been as easily solved? I mean, you're a mod, obviously. So would that have been as easily solved as just being like, whoa, Zanuck, hey, man, we were just talking about this, we're on this topic. See, that's a fine line, though, between an open panel, right? Like if it's open, then technically, yeah. But at the same time, there needs to be like a respect for the topic and for what was being discussed. So that's another question, like whether the open panel should have some nuances to it to where, like if someone just wanted to start talking about something random, right, off topic, like that, we would actually moderate for that, you know what I mean, and not allow that to happen. So
yeah, that's what I think they're two different things, right? Like open panel and then like blatantly just ignoring like as in like no respect for like everything someone just was saying is like two different things. Like everyone can jump in, everyone can talk. I'm certainly one that could like work on being more concise or yielding the mic when I get worked up into what I'm talking about. But it's like, that's different than, well, what do you understand about microwave? Like if me and New Perspective or in Dyslow are talking about pure potential state of inertia, and then Zanuck's just a good example. I mean, he jumps in, he's like, Witsit doesn't even understand Coriolis, right? Because if you and starts monologuing about Coriolis, it's like there's just no way that can be allowed. There's no way it'll never stop happening where it's like real contentious if that keeps happening.
Well, did you let it happen though, or did you say, "Whoa, Zanuck, we were just talking about"? Like, did you let him do that?
Well, I actually got upset, so I was like kind of upset about it. And then I guess Jeremy was kind of like working, and so I didn't really hear that Zanuck had interrupted to change the subject. And then I'm like, dude, no, Zanuck's doing this, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I did tell him. Zanuck kind of fell back, believe it or not. He ended up kind of falling back. I think he left the room, actually. He's like, Woods, it doesn't like me or something like that. But it's like, no, it's just like if like they're talking about radiant energy, and then you jump in and say, well, you don't even understand microwaves. It's like, what? It's like, you're clearly just here to teach, like to talk down to everyone about something that you think you understand. So it just creates this like bad vibe. Like, I don't know. Earlier today, when I was jumping in talking to Charlie, I was trying to like be real chill and just like bring up the point that we could meet in the middle somewhere, right? Like to remove the disingenuous thing. So I don't know. It just seems like it's a very tough task to have like genuine conversation where the flat earthers disagree on plenty, where we can disagree, but we have like genuine intention, it seems. That's my opinion. But I'm not suggesting that we like ban Glovers, of course. I'm just saying like that is the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is one side seems to have more pure intentions to be in here, to try to figure certain things out in an open-minded conversation. One side wants to just tell everyone why they're wrong. Just want to tell the flat earthers why they're wrong and try to teach them basic textbook explanations of, remedial subjects. So I think that's my opinion, but that's like the catalyst of the issue. So I'm unfortunately I'm pointing out a problem I don't know the solution to, but
We just got to be able to tag people out, and then when they're tagged out, it's just enforced. If it's obvious that one or two people have been really hogging the mic for like 10 minutes, and other people are trying to get in because let's say it's a busy time like Friday night or something, then people have to like honor that tag out. And if there's no honor, then what's the point? We should all be able to speak freely. And just because some people are quicker on the mic draw, doesn't mean that they have the right to speak automatically because they're just so quick because they're not at work like some people, right?
Yeah, and that point, like that, what it was talking about in terms of like someone being able to come in and just derail the whole thing. I mean, that can just be done with just moderation alone. I mean, or even without, like I said, ideally we have as minimal mutes as possible. Like, so really just like being a moderator here in that sense, like doesn't, because if we're not even muting at all, so it means kind of anyone can help moderate in that sense. Because I think as a group, if we were all, to me, it's almost like respecting the topic at hand. Now the topic can also change. So that's kind of a fine line. Like I'm talking about like in an open panel thing. So like, even though we're on this right now, if someone did come in with something new, there's that question, but maybe like, it'd be better like as a group, if we decide like, oh, do we want to move to that yet? Or we still want to finish this topic? Like almost like a respect for the actual topic, almost like it's a thing in the center that it's like a topic. It's a thing, rather than just chaotic. Oh, this person wants to fight with that person, or person wants to push their agenda, kind of thing, and actually respecting that conversation. So in that case, like if you and Dyslow and you guys were talking about that, if someone came in to do that, especially being a moderator as well, it would make sense to be like, oh well, wait, no, we're actually not finished with that topic. If you want to change the topic, that's cool. We can go on your topic next or whatever. But let's like finish this one that we're in. And even if it took you guys 45 minutes and you were in that, it's still an open panel. So he could jump in and contribute to it, but he can't just necessarily derail the entire topic, away from what you guys were discussing.
That's right. I mean that's probably a good solution. Is like the people involved in the convo are kind of like, well, are you guys want to wrap this subject up and move on to that or whatever. But like, yeah, I don't know, because what happens is like, just like he's saying, like in a real life setting, say me and you and Dyslow are talking, and then Zanuck and Riggs want to talk. They can talk at the same time in the same room. Just they'll just get closer to each other and talk. You can't do that here. So then it's like, someone's like, did Zanuck say microwaves? I know about microwaves. So then they want to talk to Zanuck about the microwaves, even though the microwaves was a blatant, like, disrespectful change of subject. So then it's like this crazy, chaotic, like, fighting for the mic. I don't know. I'm not even saying, like, I'm more than willing to admit that at times I probably just like throw my subject out there, and I could take note of this as well. But I think that is also another problem is though that people need to come in. So this is one thing I do know. Okay. So the moderation will oftentimes just be like, look, just let them finish, let them finish, let them finish. But it's really redundant and they're talking past each other and they're intentionally not being genuine. So it's like the room does get frustrated with that, right? It's like an hour of like these two going back and forth and they're just talking past each other. It's like the moderation should maybe at that point be like, look, he said this. Do you want to respond to what he said? Instead of like, wait, just let him finish. But they're just going to keep talking past each other. You know what I mean?
Right, like a more hands-on approach to the actual topic and holding people to task, basically.
Right, like actual moderation that's like foreign in today's society, but it's like, well, he just said you use this fallacy. He says because of this. Like, are you going to respond to what he's saying? Are you like, look, he said this point. He asked you this 3 times. Like, will you answer his question so we can progress the convo? Yeah, like a more like hands-on modding instead of just moderation is just like don't interrupt. Because like if that's the case, then people kind of abuse it.
Right. If anyone gets their mic time, no matter what. Well, it's just that fine line between an open panel versus. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, and yeah, moderation can do that to be like, oh, well, are you guys finished with this point? Okay, if you're not, then let's finish it. Oh, if you are, okay, now let's move on. The thing is people do jump in with different topics. It's almost like it becomes like a full hosting role where you almost have to like be, writing down like a queue of people that want to speak and then the topics and, okay, Zanuck wanted to talk about microwaves. Okay, that's on the list. We might do that one next. But however, there's 2 other topics that were on the list as well or something like that. So it could start to get complex, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Like moderating in the sense of, but there's even like debate moderating too, where you're actually moderating. It's not just about let people finish, don't interrupt. It's also, okay, hold on. We're on this point. Witsit has said this. The other guy has said this, and even get a little feedback from the audience. Like, do you guys feel like that's complete? Are there questions on those? And then actually trying to get to even on the most, like to get to on the scientific level, like the actual validation of things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like actually moderating the debate subject with specificity instead of just yield the floor for the other person. For sure, because there's so many tactics in this arena, right? Where it's just like this tactical, like gotcha mentality that it's just really redundant talking past each other type of stuff. So it's like I could have asked my question to Charlie 20 times. He didn't have the intention to answer. So it's like either what my opinion is, you trust the person to try to corner them into having to answer, where the whole room can tell like, oh, he knew he was supposed to answer that, but he didn't want to, so he's being disingenuous. Then the moderator jumps in. But if everyone's just like taking the diversion bait or throwing diversions out there, like life jackets, I call them, then it's like, bro, a 5-minute conversation turned into an hour and it just sucks.
One thing is stalling. Like a lot of people are intentionally stalling on, certain topics in the early part of the conversation that they should be agreeing on, but they're just saying, nuh-uh, you don't understand what you're talking about. And what that does is it holds the conversation back for several minutes because we can't even agree on definitions. Come on, this is the easy part.
There's that too. Yeah, but I know what you mean about. Yeah. Wow, it's so what you're saying as well. Yeah, like the way that. Like sometimes if someone doesn't want to answer a question, they'll just, when it's their time to speak, like you were saying, Austin, like, oh, it's that dude's time to speak. They just have their time and then they can just say whatever they want. And if that's the case, it might not be responding to that question. And then the other person's like, well, wait, you didn't answer my question. Now, the thing is that then it could go into a fight or sometimes it goes into chaos or whatever. So yeah, like in that case, the moderators are free to do this, of course, as well, or really anyone can. I mean, because we're not really trying to mute anyone in this room ever. So it's like anyone could do this technically. But yeah, like, see, the problem is sometimes people don't want to ask questions. It gets to like a sore spot because they might not have an answer or they might have an answer they just, don't have full validation of, or they don't want to face what the answer might be. And then the other person gets frustrated.
That's their problem.
Yeah.
That's their problem. I think there should be strict enforcement of this, right? That's my opinion, just for whatever it's like strict enforcement. Like it concede you're wrong or like you really don't need to be in here. Like if you can never say, oh, I don't know. Oh, okay, fair enough. Or like, I don't know the answer to that. Or you can tell like they cornered you in where it looks like they won that point, quote unquote, right? But like, You just have to answer it. Like if you'll just go on for 2 hours refusing to answer it, like that shouldn't be allowed, right? In my opinion, because that's like what my modern day debates are like, And the moderator never helps me out. So rarely is my modern day debates ever productive because like no point gets actually like concluded.
Dude, that moderator, he shouldn't even be called a moderator. He just sits there with his face at the camera facing his monitor, like to the right or whatever. And he doesn't do shit the whole fucking time. It's like, what are you even doing there?
He's just there to collect super chats, man. That's all he does. Like there are times that they interrupt. I saw they interrupt you. That guy that got, I forgot, there's like 3 of their known guys, like the guy in the armchair, the Weasley looking guy that's always a Glober. Like he gets upset. Like if you start denouncing NASA in front of him, I've watched this guy overtalk you. He goes from debating to interrogation. Like I'm interrogating you. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Moderator just like, all right. And like it's like 20 minutes later. So it's that's why modern day debate's like a really cesspool of a place.
Every time that I bring up a point that they don't really know the answer to, they never concede ever. So they just changed the subject. Like Doug, I went to the after show of my last debate, and a baller jumped on, and he's like, "So I think the Earth is round, but I have to admit that Witsit here, he comes in and he wants to bring up a specific point, and I think it would be beneficial that the point's actually addressed, and then you really just wring it dry and get to the conclusion." And it seems like the baller side, always like refuses to do that. They always immediately start changing the subject when they don't know the final answer or conclusion. They don't like the conclusion of what he's saying. So they just change the subject. Like a baller said that. So,
no, I hear you on that, but I was just thinking how that, to me, that feels like the nature of the debate type style, where it is more of that breakdown versus building up. Because like in breakdown, there's like 2 elements that are coming together. And in alchemy, it's like there's 2 elements that are coming together, and it's like they're fusing, almost like they're burning, or they're coming together and they're fusing, and there is something new that's coming out of it. But they're also both like they're losing their essence, and there's another essence coming out. So the essence coming out is all the listeners that are listening to the 2 points and considering the points. That's kind of the end result. But with you guys, it's almost like it may never be resolved. In a sense, because you guys are both very knowledgeable on the topic. You have a lot of history. You have a lot of reason to believe the way you believe that it is, or not even the word believe, but know it or have whatever it may be. So that's another factor. Reminds me of almost like those presidential debates, for example. Like I know those are like ridiculous, the mainstream news shit, but they don't interrupt that much. It's very well moderated. They ask the guys their questions. And even those guys, like, they don't feel like they're resolving anything. You know what I mean? They're just they still like they're talking past each other and whatever their presidential debate thing. So I'm just saying it's partly the nature of being in it. But I also agree with you that if you have a moderator that is really helping stick to the points, it's almost like you have a whiteboard and you're like, okay, on Witsit's side, he's saying that ether is this, and then the thing he also wants to address is that a straw man, et cetera. So you almost have like a list, like topics there. And then the other person, and this moderator would be laying it out. And the other person is saying that, that it's these other things. And then you can be able to go through those points, and each person can be able to give their full points. And ideally, even to the point to where if there's a lot of like honesty and there's a lot of structure to it, like the person perhaps could even concede to the point where it's like, okay, I do see that your point is logical. I don't have a full answer yet, so we're going to have to put that on the list as possible concession or unresolved or whatever. We could even like start creating like a database of these different topics, and even people's position on the topics as well, and like what's completed and what's not completed, because that starts to get to where now there's like real productivity happening, where there's actual like either there's results in a sense, like, and there's actual like statuses of these different components.
Yeah, I mean, the Charlie example was good, right? Where I was like trying to tell the flat earthers, like, look, I don't know why you guys are freaking out. Like, let him finish and just respond, or be like, oh, I don't know, because this doesn't negate all the other information and evidence that we know. And it's like whenever I guess it was his name, Jim, he was jumping in the middle of Charlie talking over and over and saying like, you're going to get your own point where it's the center. It always looks like it's the center. And I had to jump in and be like, no, dude, that's not what he's saying. Like if both sides could kind of do that, right? Where you don't have to like, conceding 1 point or conceding someone isn't wrong, or like siding with a person that's on the other side of the aisle on occasion isn't going to negate your entire, position.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And a little concession like that goes a long way, because it shows honesty and that you're willing to put your intellect and be honest in the exchange. So like I do that any opportunity I can to concede that the other point could have whatever validity, to it.
Yeah.
That's good faith.
And to add on to that, it's like I think we all got to understand in retrospect, like most of us have talked and did our own research to get to this point. Like, I'll tell you this though, like when it comes to the Glovers, they all have the condescending attitude, the ego, the libtardness, all this other stuff that is really hard to approach and talk, right? And even bringing up like the jab or whatever, and you'll notice that they'll just go from like 0 to 100, even though there's evidence. And sometimes they go like, well, I want a source. All right, let me use the sources that you deem worthy, and they get all mad and upset. And that's what it is. You're never going to get a conjecture of honesty out of them, right? It's always going to be them moving the goalposts. Like all of us here will be pretty respectful and moderate when there's none of them here. But once they get in here, they're extremely aggressive. They're annoying. They don't want to give 1 point. It's not a learning experience. It's an ego thing. They came in here to pretty much say, you're dumb, I'm smart, and this is them to get points. But it never works out well for them.
Yeah, I think another thing, I guess it's quiet in here, huh? I think that another thing that really helps kind of elucidate the honesty or lack thereof is like the occasional like jumping in and saying, hey, okay, it seems like you're not. Could you like repeat his position so that we know you understand it so we can move it on? Dude, you'd be amazed how many times someone cannot do that. Can you still man their position? Can you? I'm not gonna lie, like that's strongly in disfavor of the Glovers. Like they can't do that. So
I think we can. Well, I think we can do all this stuff, but it does take a tremendous amount of respect, mutual respect between people. Because, for example, if two people are going back and forth on something, if one person is asked to basically steel man or repeat the argument, if there's any amount that people are going to judge them or laugh at them if they don't know it, then they're probably going to resist doing it. So, but if we come at people with like a lot of respect, be like, it's okay if you don't know it, that's all good. Let's just get to the actual information. Let's just make sure you know it, and because that the tendency in that scenario might be like, oh, repeat what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm saying. Oh, you're not even listening. And then it goes into that route, versus, so I'm just saying, I think if there's like a lot of respect with it to where, people are not going to be ridiculed and just attacked if they don't know what it is, then we could maybe go through it slower and make sure that person fully registers and understands what's being said. And then if it needs to be repeated or whatever it may be, and even if they don't want to concede, they don't have to. They could be like, well, I'm not sure on this, or I'm just going to be unresolved. But it would be interesting, to do it that way, because then there actually is a full productive exchange that's at least occurring. And even to the point where if we wanted to, we could even like I said before, like almost have records of it. Like, okay, like Witsit provided this citation for this point, and the other person has not yet read it, or they have read it and they haven't refuted it. There's like all kinds of categories that could be documented.
Yeah, well, so honestly, normally what's going on is one side's not listening to the other person. Like they predetermine their response. So it's like, that's why, and you know how it gets in this room too, like being open panel. Like I definitely am guilty of this as well. Like as soon as that person's done, you want to jump in because if you don't, then you won't get to say anything, basically, right? So like people get way too caught up in that where they're actually not listening to the other person's point. And like, dude, realistically speaking, with a room with 30 people in it, there's no way that all 30 people have such fast processing speed that like the second the final word comes out of someone's mouth, they fully understand their point and they're ready to rebut. You know what I'm saying? Like that's probably like never the case, really. Very
Right.
rarely, I would say. So then they jump in, they say the point, and they had predetermined their response. Like if they had to really listen, they maybe have noticed, oh well, my response, he already addressed it towards the end of what he was saying. And actually, I'm just wasting everyone's time right now because I wasn't listening. That's why I think that it's really valuable. It's like, wait, did you not listen to what he said? Like, could you repeat, what he said, or were you not listening? I know that it makes people uncomfortable when it feels like they're being attacked or something. Well, then you should just not be disingenuous in the conversation. You should like be honest and like try and listen to what the other person's saying. I think that's one of the major problems, bro. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. Every time I ask a baller, I'm like, dude, like if I gave you $100, could you still man my argument I just said? Like they can't do it, bro. They literally can't do it. And I hate to pick on Zanik, but he's a perfect example. I've asked Zanik that 100 times, and he's never said it back. So like, yeah, I mean, it's no surprise in that paradigm that you're going to go back and forth redundantly past each other 100 in a row because, yeah, I mean, no one's listening. So that, I don't know. I think I'm just saying, like, yeah, maybe don't do it so derogatory, like mocking someone because they can't still man the position. But I think that'll help a lot narrow down how redundant and how long the exchanges are. I think that's one of the main things. If we can keep the exchanges shorter, that way people don't feel like, like, damn, like I have to listen to this all day, or I could just say something.
Yeah. Well, it makes me think of that because in a way, some of these issues may be kind of like bottlenecking the server in certain ways. And I think it's all a learning process, a growing process. I mean, obviously, any moderator here is welcome to do those things. However, it does mean everyone being on the same page. And it just made me think how some of these issues might, in a sense, like when I was saying bottlenecking, like it might, like some people may not want to listen for as long as they would otherwise because of some of these things that we're saying. And so it's kind of spotty throughout the day. Sometimes it's really good, but then sometimes there's other stuff happening, et cetera. So just made me think like, yeah, like, I mean, I think I'm probably going to add some moderators soon as well and probably have a meeting as well. But perhaps if we coordinated on some of these things, we might be able to have more people that would be coming regularly, because there's like, I don't know the total numbers on the server right now, but there's over 1,000. So, I mean, it seems like we should be able to have 2 rooms that both have like 20 or 30 people in them. And if we have that with 2 rooms, then we can actually kind of orchestrate these things. Because I think if you only have one room, then it is that kind of dynamic between the open panel or not open panel. And I'm wondering if like right now having like the numbers in VC vary from 8 or 10 up to like 30 or 40 at the peak. But maybe if we like improve some of these things and started because it's basically improving the content at the end of the day. Like it's coordinating more as a community, as a group to. It doesn't even matter who has the moderator role. It's just more everyone together working together to actually have like more, productive, satisfying, interesting conversations that have like better content that's also more consistent so that when people tune in, they're like, oh yeah, I know I'm going to hear a really good exchange where there's a lot of intellect being put on the table and, people being held to task and these topics and the truth really being broken down and discussed. Rather than, it might be like tactics and straw man and interruptions and chaos. And, if it's like intermittently that, then it's more likely that, people are going to tune out throughout the day. So yeah, just made me think that if we improve the content that way, we may be able to actually have more people regularly in the VCs. And then that would give more options to have different kinds of rooms for different events and things like that to kind of give variety.
Yeah, and I listen to this room a lot, like either on YouTube or I just sit here like muted. So I'd be happy to like maybe debate and talk less and like moderate more to try to help out with it. But I think that is actually it's like the specific parameters of moderation. Right now, the predominant moderation is simply try to limit interruption and then make sure the other person has time to respond, which is obviously like a requirement, but that can't be like, in my opinion, it's not like the only thing. Where like if someone's intentionally talking past the person over and over, then you have to like mod that as well, right? Where it'll make a 20 like comment exchange, like a 3 comment exchange, It's not going to be like over and over and over and over and over talk to each other. So
right, because in some cases,
yeah.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, because that could end up happening where, like, let's say, like you and Zanuck, like if that's happening, then it's almost like every day you guys have to rebroach the same topics because, you know what I mean? There wasn't an intermediary sort of either moderator or some kind of structure to validate, like, okay, Zanuck, like I've already, you know, for example, like if you feel like if you've refuted certain parts of relativity, and if he just keeps saying they're not refuted, I mean, at some point, it's almost like we could also have like a voting system too, like even in the chat where people can click, you know, like, and that could just be for fun, but, you know, where people can vote like, okay, like did Zanuck accurately actually refute Witset's claim on this very specific particular thing about relativity or Lorentz contraction or whatever it may be, you know, rather than just him being or whoever being able to kind of run tactics and use all these things to not really get to the bottom of it. And then they're just repeating those same points. Because this would, like, in terms of the truth, this would help the truth the most. That's the thing. This is like for the truth ultimately, because if people who don't want the truth to really come to the light, then there's going to be more likelihood to have the interruptions or the chaos or whatever, non sequiturs, all that kind of stuff. You know, whereas like the people who do want the truth to come to the light will actually, you know, and if we can do that and be patient in doing that, that actually, it's like starting to get to where there's actual, you know, productivity rather than tactics or like, you know, side rails going on that allow them to kind of win in a way. Like in a way, if someone who's, you know, is doing that, they're getting away with it, then it's almost like it's not that they're winning like in the truth or anything, but they're almost like they're getting their way, I guess is the way I'm saying it.
How do we stop people who refuse to govern themselves if we're not supposed to mute people, though?
You can mute me.
Well, then there's that whole thing. Yeah. Do we mute people or yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But Gio.
You're saying if they can't, like, yeah, well, see, ideally we don't want to not have to mute anyone, but yeah, I mean, in some cases it's almost like you have to, but then no one likes to be muted and everyone gets angry when they do. But then, like you just said, Larry, yeah, like when if they can't chill out or govern themselves and yeah, exactly, then there's kind of no option at that point, it seems.
Well, if someone is being disruptive or they're disrespecting the room with the quality of the chat or what they're offering, I mean, they should absolutely, you know, not be upset if they get muted. You know, it's a culture you're trying to breed. And I need to make I don't know, I think correction is the wrong word, but I heard you say earlier twice, as least amount of mutes as possible. I think that is the wrong marketing. I think you should have just as many necessary.
Yeah, but
I think that should be the phrase, because like instead of like having this hands-off attitude, you need to have a somewhat, you know, feeling the pulse, hands-on attitude. Even if you're not like totally involved in the conversation and interrupting to say, hey, wait a second, don't do that, whatever. Like, even if you're just shadow muting someone to let the conversation foster, that would even be good moderation, I think. Now, you can explain to them through DM or later or whatever, but they should know why they're being muted also, like, because that's the culture you're breeding. That's just my input, though.
You're just a hypocrite, man.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that will help is whatever side you're on, right, is you try to like make it a point to vocalize defense of the other side when they're right. Does that make sense? Like, if I'm listening to a flat earther and a Glober debate, but the flat earther is strawmanning the Glober, I should quickly jump in and be like, that's not what he said. You know, like, because then that's going to kind of create a paradigm of good faith where it's going to bring people's guards down a little bit, right? Where it's like, oh, well, the flat earther is being honest and helping out the Glober, and it just creates this non-bias vibration, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you're team shirts and their team skins, and shirts pass to everybody, but skins only pass to themselves, right? There's going to be like one team that wins, right? So, you know, just because we do that doesn't mean that they're going to do that.
Well,
you just got to take the high road, man.
That's what the moderators should be doing. That you shouldn't be concerned so much about what the teams are doing. You should be worrying about what the you know, the referee, what you should be doing as a ref, you know.
But that doesn't happen every time, right? So like we could just be honest about it. There are Glober moderators in here that will never voice up to moderate a Glober unless they're just like off the hint. And then the same goes, and like I'll even admit, I'm sure I'm subconsciously more lenient towards a flat earther, right? Where I'll hear a Glober interrupt like 3 times, I'll stop him, but then I'll hear the flat earther interrupt. I'm like, oh, I'll give him a little bit. Where like I could be more conscious of like just this black and white. I honestly do try to be like honest, right? Because I think it's just not productive for either side to like straw man and talk past each other and interrupt. But I'm just saying, I think if people were more conscious of that, it'll bring people's guards down a bit, you know? So
Yeah. No, I can get like where look, I really do get the decorum and the honesty and the honor and wanting to do it. But I get where the emotions are coming from, and I get where everyone's trying to make plans and stuff. Like, but I do have to say this though, like think of it of the individual and what year we are right? We're now in the year of 2023. We got through one falsity to another, and a lot of people are coming out of not just flat Earth, but a few other government bullshit conspiracies. And so when they arguing with a Glober, that not only are they arguing with their past life full of lies, but sometimes they're arguing with the system itself, the Matrix. So I can see where a lot of people want people to wake the fuck up so we could change reality, so that way we can actually have a real pioneering of a golden age of knowledge. Because right now, as it is, there's so much that flat earther scientists and observers can go without being denied going to Antarctica or be able to use some of these modern technologies. We're all being striped away from knowledge, and there's that emotional rage. And then you have these shills that come in here who are not looking to learn or express some sort of viewpoint, willing to be changed. They're coming here to argue, to feel good with a condescending attitude. So it's kind of hard to remove the emotion and the anger from that kind of talking situation.
yeah. Yeah, I will say, like, I mean, that's one part of it that, like, I mean, let's just be real, right? Like I said that at the beginning, like one side is in here because they're like, yo, humanity's being lied to. Dude, did you guys hear that this happened? Did you guys hear like what the World Economic Forum said? Have you heard about this and that? What do you guys think about this? Here's this paper I found. Have you looked into it? Another side is just kind of sitting back, like watching the show and then occasionally jumping in to just like poo-poo on the show. And like that's just kind of how I feel, right? Like on a basic level, the flat earthers would be here with the pure intention of like, oh, we've been deceived. We've been lied to. We need to spread the truth and try to figure out how to do that. And the other side would just kind of be like, oh, we definitely haven't been lied to. These people are crazy. I'm just going to tell them how crazy they are. So like there's a fundamental difference in motivation. But I guess the alternative would be an echo chamber, right?
I have an idea actually. So let's keep the live stream the way it is, but then maybe have, instead of this live stream 2, maybe make that room like the whole concept of anabolic and what's the other one? Well, anyways, you basically have this room for kind of like the bigger, more active chats with basically who have a completed thought already, who want to share that thought. And then you have another room where it's basically like, let's do research. Let's have ideas and building, those kind of conversations. Like I'm looking into this right now, so I'm going to idle in this room, and then people want to research and read books and talk about like, hey, can you help me with this equation and how does this function? It's more of an inquisitive room instead of a debate room.
Yeah, exactly. Well, one of the it was like what was this, September, October, November, like somewhere around there. The server just had a huge surge of activity where we had like 30, 40 people in the room pretty much all the time, and that was quite a bit more than it was from before. And so around that time, we were thinking of starting to do 2 rooms. Of course, 2 rooms, then there has to be moderation for both. And then, of course, then we're not all listening to one stream. Everyone's, there could be one or the other. And one of the ideas we've had with that would be to have, one of them would be more, kind of like that anabolic, catabolic kind of idea, the building versus breaking down. But also that idea of like the debate style, where it is more like you're putting your ideas on the line. It's like a test of mettle and mind and truth and all of that brought to the table. And of course, like I said, there could be a spectrum of that where it's more contentious or more chill, but either way, it's debate. And then the other room is more, like podcast style or like building style. So in order we could do that, it's just a matter of usually everyone congregates in one room. So if we're all in here having a chill conversation, then there's no debate happening. So we then have to have a separate room for that. And if we're going to have two rooms that's separate, then you have to then moderate for it. So then if we're in the chill room having just a building conversation, just exploring ideas and actually, doing that type of, building research and all of that, then if someone comes in hot off the press and they just want to debate, like they just got out from the gym and they're like, I want to debate. They're just, then it's like we have to moderate, be like, oh no, the other room's for debating. And then it does split it up. And it's a matter of having, the people.
Well, it could be titled. Just like literally change the name of the room, no debate, or something like learning lounge or something like that. I don't know.
Just do like an impromptu. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Like I could make it so any moderator could add an event. So right now we could just call it whatever, chill chat or whatever it would be. So that's an idea too. But
I'm just gonna be honest. You're never gonna be able to fully prevent the whole congregation congregating in a single room because obvious reasons, right? Because this is what I do. So say I'm like working on my computer or I'm driving. Like if I run by this server and there's 3 people in there, but then I find another server where there's like 30 people in there, or if there's like 5 here and 30 there, and then no one's talking here, well, I go to the other one, right? Because like I'm trying to pass time while I drive, no one's talking here, right? So it's like if I come in here, I'm all like that's the way most people use Discord, right? Like they go where they see a good amount of people and they think the conversation's interesting. I'm like, that's how I use, like if I come in here and I hear Zanuck and New Perspective talking about flights going from the north to the south, I'm probably not going to be able to take that very long. Like I'm sure when people come in here and hear me and Zanuck talking, they're like, oh my God, not again. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's really feasible to prevent like the singular congregation. I think people kind of like to just be around the group of people that they kind of have a bond with on the internet. You know what I mean? So they're going to always kind of migrate towards, I guess it's worth a try. I mean, I'm not saying it would 100% not work. I just think it's kind of inevitable that people are going to always lean towards the group.
Well, in terms I hear you for sure. Yeah, exactly. And everyone wants to be where the action is and hear what's happening. Yeah, like what's kind of popping. But I just think it's a matter of size and activity levels, because if there was 40 people in this room right now, there might be 10 or 15 that would like to be having a different conversation, So at that point, there would be enough people to want to do that even.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you would just have 2 shows going basically.
Yeah, I agree. So it's like then, it's like, oh, these people are clearly going to be going at this subject for a long time. Like we could duck over here and talk about something else.
Well, because there's also times when in these conversations where there would be 20, 30 people in the room, but it's really only 2 people talking. I mean, it's actually been the way it is for the last couple hours here. I know I've been talking a lot, but I'm just saying it's only been like 2 or 3 of us. So, but sometimes when it's really like 2 people, if it's just like Brian Leakey and Zanuck or something, it's like they're the only ones talking. And sometimes no one else can even get a word in. And then it's that topic issue too, because if they're just on that one topic and then there's no moderation to kind of like, if someone else wanted to bring up a topic. Anyways, yeah, so it can end up being like that. But I'm just saying, if there's a room of 30 people and there's only really 2 people talking, maybe everyone does want to listen to those 2 people. And there's value to that, because I love listening when it's 2 people or 3 people as well, and just listening for hours as well and not talking at all. But at the same time, they may want to talk about something else. And so, just having that option to be able to have that, I think could be helpful.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I do think a major, I think that would change it so like in such a major way is definitely just like, all right, Witsit and Zanuck, shut up. Or not literally, but like, okay, you guys have kind of said the same thing to each other like 10 times. So, look, this is what Austin's point was. Zanuck, what's your response, or vice versa? Boil it down to a conclusion, and then actually kind of facilitate the transition to someone else's subject. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Jeremy does a pretty good job of that, right? Like Jeremy does do that to an extent. The only thing I see moderation wise is it's basically people know that they're going to be given this allotted time once the moderation comes in. So they have no intentions of like actually addressing the other person's point specifically. It's just like, oh, my turn to talk. So then it just kind of like, it's just literally two people talking to themselves kind of.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting about that with the whole like debate versus podcast style, just to use those words, you know, the building versus kind of debate style. The thing about that is that if it like on this stream, like we often will blend in and back and forth. And those are very different vibes, because if it's a debate vibe, then you are wanting to hold their feet to the fire. And that's actually like the purpose of that style of discussion. Whereas if it's an open style discussion, it is just everyone sharing their ideas. Like you and I right now are not debating like at all. You know, I'm sharing my thoughts, you're sharing yours. I'm like hearing yours, I'm thinking of mine. But like there's no like point on the table of like, you know, that needs to be like resolved or anything like that. So I'm just saying it's like, so if there is like a normal convo that is not the debate vibe, and then all of a sudden it goes into the debate vibe, then you know what I'm saying? Like there almost needs to be like a signal or some in the room where it's like, okay, now we're in that mode. So it's not just people sharing their ideas freely. You are actually being held to task, you know, for the claims, for the truth claim, whatever it may be. You see what I'm saying? How like those two modes, like the debate one holds people to task. The podcast one is just everyone's sharing their viewpoint and sharing their ideas and research and everything.
Yeah. So basically when the Glober comes in, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah. I see what you're saying.
Or when some contentious thing is brought up, yeah, then shifts into that. But I guess we know when it's in that mode though. So the moderators could still just think on their feet and do that. Like we could still just do that. And, you know, at any point, like it's pretty obvious when it's in that debate style. So
yeah, just have a soundboard that has like a gauntlet sound.
Yeah.
Ready.
Like trumpets, like dun, 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 like American Gladiator style.
Yeah, the ready fight, whatever that game is.
I mean, the cool thing, fight, Street Fighter and all that, Mortal Kombat. You know what else? But what would be cool about this though, if we did this to more of a degree? Like, dude, think about some of these points that you have with these guys, with like relativity and some of these very multi-layer, complex components of the mainstream model of cosmology and all of these other components. And of course, a lot of them are refuted. And then, of course, the claims out in the world and everything going on there too. But like, if we had some sort of even like a record or even just more structure around this, it would be cool. Because like, if you have a certain point, like about Lorentz contraction or whatever it may be, and I mean, it's already been like this. Like you already do this anyways. You bring the points, you do hold them to task. We already have had many, many shows, hours and hours where that's been happening. However, I'm just saying if it's a little more structured and with some of this moderation, like you could perhaps like come into the VC one day and you could be like, okay, guys, like, you know, this particular point, it still hasn't been refuted. You know, Xanax supplied this, it didn't refute it. This person said that, you know, J-Ace is still waiting to get back with me on it. I'm just saying it'd be kind of interesting to actually have almost like the way like a business has like a business plan. You know, they're like, okay, we got to get this done and that done. And everything's kind of kept track of. And I'm not trying to get into like a social credit score, some kind of like crazy thing where everyone's being tracked for their ideas. Because I know like there's like some wild idea of that kind of thing, which is not really what I'm referring to. But I'm more just saying like in terms of getting to the truth and certain of these points to where like if you have a very valid refutation to the mainstream model on relativity or Lorentz contraction, whatever, you know, any of these things, that you could actually like have that point like presented almost to where it's like on the table. And if days and days and days go by and no one has refuted it, then it's almost like that's the status of it, you know, because if you have something true, instead of just, you know, people running tactics or trying to distract you or, you know, getting into like an emotional, you know, thing, you know, in some cases, if people are getting emotional about it or interrupting, you know, it's like actually a point on the table that is valid until, you know, a conclusion is brought or like until a conclusion is reached.
Yeah, I think that's actually like, I think that's a pretty dope idea. Like you have like some little whiteboard or something, like a digital version of a whiteboard of like with people's names and their irrefuted or their yet to be refuted point. So if they could check in, they can come in and be like, so like, let me check the whiteboard. Has any Glover submitted a direct response?
Well, we can do that.
So you
with
can just pick it up.
Discord. Yeah, we can do that with Discord. With like, there's ways with messages, and actually, Telegram has a really good system for that. Where you know how you can reply to people, and then it creates like a separate chat for it and stuff. But Discord has that too with the threads. But there's actually multiple ways to do it with Discord. But I mean, we could even have it with Discord. People could vote with emojis as well. Like how many people think that this point has been refuted or has not been. But even outside of the voting, it could also just be documented, and then people could even add their response. Like they could, with the whole like support ticket thing, that's like it doesn't have to be only for a support ticket. It could just be a submission. So they could submit, hey, I have a refutation. Like for example, if you have a thing about relativity that you're refuting, and like JACE, if JACE comes in, instead of like a scattergun conversation that's a little bit chaotic, but you guys do get to some good stuff, you know, if you guys were able to have that kind of thing, like it could be documented. Like, okay, this is the point Witsit brought up. And then if JACE is going to try to refute it, then we add that to the document. Like, okay, we add literally JACE's name. Like we add his name. Okay, now he's added to the list that he's refuting it. What is his refutation point? And then of course, give him ample time, to be able to hash that all out. So yeah, it could all be documented in that way. And then and then obviously getting to the finale of what's true, that's the deeper part of it. But
well, I think this would actually definitely elevate the intellectual efficiency, right? Like I know that Discord has a new feature where the chat, you can change the chat format to where people can create separate threads under like subcategories of the chat. So you could literally just have like length contraction, or even if it's a person that proposes a certain argument about whatever. And then you go in there, but people would have to occasionally kind of run through them and be like, okay, you're going to have the Glober trolls probably run in there and spam non sequitur things, and they'd have to just be deleted. And they have to be told not to do that. Where it's like almost like a university vibe, it's like specific, intellectual, formatted refutations back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Where then someone could come at any time, no matter how alive or dead the server is, and they could go kind of keep up with the progression of each subject. I don't know. I mean, it would probably take some ironing out, but I think that's actually, because then let's say you want to have the conversation, then both people are in the room at the same time, or they could both be caught up in that little subcategory thread of what both people's argument is and kind of iron out more of it, but they'd have like a starting point to where at least like they could coherently go through it, for the room's edification or whatever. So I don't know. I think that's kind of a cool idea, honestly, because then it would be beneficial because we'd be able to really strengthen our arguments with specificity instead of like we get fruit out of here, but it's like you really have to like sift through a bunch of like nonsense and like chaotic diversions and obfuscation, and then you get like a couple pieces of fruit out of it. You know what I mean? Like that's usually what happens. And like sometimes people will bring up contraction to me in here, and like, dude, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Like I don't want to talk about contraction with Zanuck anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like I just objectively don't in any way at all. But I know that if I hear him make claims about how I don't understand it, I won't be able to help but to respond. Then I've like gotten sucked into this like vortex, this Zanuck vortex. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think that like a coherent layout of specific arguments that are kind of relevant at the time in this room would be pretty fire.
Yeah,
I'm not sure exactly how you would do it, but I just think it'd be dope.
Definitely. Well, one start to that is what you were saying before, like more moderating with the topic, like actually in that sense, so that if, like for example, if we're on some other topic. And if in that example I said, let's say JACE comes in and he's like, yo, Witsit, I just submitted a rebuttal, on the channel page, whatever it is. I just submitted a rebuttal to, your claim on this specific thing. And then he could be like, hey, do you want to go over that now or another time kind of thing? And then the moderator could so JACE would basically be kind of asking the room or asking the mod if that's cool. And then you would have to like either agree or disagree. So you'd be like, oh yeah, I'll do that. Let's do it right now. And then the moderator would have to agree. And then, okay, now we're doing that. And then now you guys get your time. You're not interrupted. That's the topic. The topic is you guys going through that thing in that sense. Now that does close off some of the open panel vibe if we do it that way, but that would be one way to where the content is actually able to be hashed through. And it's like moderating for topic. it's like the two things we're talking about is basically moderating for the topic and then also moderating for holding people to task on the actual points, whether that's answering a question or responding to a rebuttal or either denying or confirming a logical fallacy that was used or an ad hom or whatever it may be to actually get back to where the conversation was and actually just, so it's those two things it seems like kind of we're talking about. Like, moderating for topic and structure and then moderating for actually holding people to task, especially in that more debate format or where there's like what's true on the table.
Well, yeah, I think that would be a very valuable thing, right? So, and then say, name whatever two people are having like a specific topic that they're discussing. Say like, I maybe wouldn't sit in on this one. Let's just say like Data and Zanuck want to talk about something, or Data and Bacon talk about celestial navigation. Well, they can share their screen, right? So like you can come in here and it's like this real like pro learn vibe. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, I think a lot of people would actually be interested in that. You could also integrate the open panel into that after some of the meat of the discussion has happened. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people like to just kind of come here and bring up stuff. So you'd have to you have to mess around with it and find like the sweet spot, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting topic because it's just the dynamic between an open panel or having it structured and whether you do that on the fly but I agree with what you're saying. But the thing I'm thinking about is that I think actually more people would want to come here. Like I know this is a positive shout out to Beerman, but I know Beerman, he's very like gentle, he's calm, and he really is just all intellectual. Like he wants to build ideas, he wants to hear research and ideas. He, he's not into any. It seems like, I don't want to speak for him, but he's not into the shit show and the chaos and stuff. And he's actually said he's like I don't come in VC as much because sometimes there's these aggressive characters or there's these heavy things going on. So anyways, it's just an example where I think there's a lot of people that may contribute more or want to contribute more if we have some of these structures. So it's kind of the double-edged sword of an open panel as well. But there's just multiple ways to do it. And it sounds like you understand what I'm saying about that dynamic between it being open or not. And I guess we just would have to decide. I mean, it's not like I'm the final arbiter necessarily of how things are here. I mean, like obviously anyone who's a mod here can suggest things or build new structures, and it's very open in that sense. So it's not like it's all just up to me. Like if we wanted to start doing certain events, I've always offered for anyone to do an event anytime. I've always offered to host them anytime anyone wants to do an event. I've even said like they can submit a support ticket and say what event they want to do. And there's also like we did a live show for a while, so we could kick that back up again and do like a regular show like every day or every, once a week or twice a week or whatever as well, to where there's like a set topic. So it's just all those dynamics between like events. But it does seem like, especially from everything we're discussing, that maybe like we've gone through the open panel phase for as long as we needed to as a community, as kind of a human family, as it were, to kind of work out everything we have had to. But maybe at this point, it's almost limiting us more than it's helping. Because there is a good thing about that. It lets people be able to meet people, connect every day, speak every day to people. Whereas if there's always events going on, then they can't even do that. But perhaps we do need to think about, ways to kind of almost improve the content in a way that is more productive and even more satisfying for everyone as well. And that may end up actually bringing more people in and more contribution, which will then lead to more truth, more research, kind of have more of that structure so that we can actually move things forward in those ways.
Yeah, I would say there's probably like a healthy mix, right? Like I definitely wouldn't say fully eliminating like the open panel would be good, because that's like one of the beautiful, like the organic, have you guys heard this? Like I jumped in and I'm like, bro, did you guys hear they claim that the earth is slowing down, speeding up, slowing down, speeding up? And you kind of get to hear a bunch of feedback. And so it's like this really valuable resource for me to go to this server and then be like throw my idea out in the ether and like hear the feedback, even from the Globers, right? I kind of look at them as like employees. So I think that's valuable. I think that there's probably like a sweet spot of like a really good mix of the two, where there's like structured conversations or topics discussed, and then there's like the open panel vibe in between. And yeah, I think that'd be cool. I'd be down to help out with it for sure.
Nice. Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, we could even do it as is, like, even because, like I said, having 2 live stream rooms would mean that we could have one that's open and then one that's because there's a couple ways to do it. You could have it to where one's a debate style and one's like a building podcast style. Then there's another way you can do it where it's like one of them is open and then the other one is more of like presentations, or like where, let's say a lot of the room is muted, but there's only like 3 people speaking, or something like that. Like even like Globebusters, for example, like it's like a panel show. Like you guys have your panel and you guys have taken calls and stuff. But I was just, it's just that difference between having like a panel show where you have just like 5 people on it and then everyone else is listening. And then there's a blend of that where you have people call in as well. And you having experienced all of those, you've been able to experience that, the differences and the what they both allow for, like you said, because there is a lot of value to the open panel, and then there's a lot to the kind of podcast style too, or like a limited panel as well. So it's just a matter of whether we have 2 rooms, but if there's not enough people to fill 2 rooms and we're all in one room, then we may have to kind of just blend it, and maybe because we already are doing that anyways, but maybe for now we could also just have a little more moderation and structure around that, like you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, if you could get some type of feedback from people where it's like, do you guys want to hear these 2 keep talking about this, and people could vote real fast? I mean, that would obviously be like real ideal. I don't know if that's feasible, but it's like, because then it's kind of like a democracy of sorts where they're like, I don't want to hear Austin talk about length contraction. I'm voting no, and then like 80% of the room's like, no, we don't want to hear Jason and Austin talk about length contraction again. I don't want to hear Kosho talk to Austin about time dilation. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really know
that actually causes more problems that's been tested for.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it causes this thing. I think it's called crowd forming. You just get like clicks that like force, and almost like for fun. It's like the debate thing, except with 2 people. You have 2 teams, and it's like people fighting against each other over like different points. It's just because.
Well, I mean, just to decide if they want the conversation, that to be the conversation, and if you're not in VC, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. Or like, I don't think that like chat skinks should be allowed to vote because they're gonna troll. So
hey,
well, I mean, there's even a dramatic way. It depends on how many people are at their text, because some people are only on voice; they're not looking at their screen. But I mean, we could even create a separate channel that you can only access if you're in the voice channel, and then in that channel have a little voting thing. So only people in VC. I mean, that's. But yeah, some people will always vote for one or the other. But there is something to be said for that. Like, what's the read of the room? It's kind of like if you're at a party, it kind of happens too. But where it's kind of like what does everyone want to do, and then you kind of have to make some kind of a group decision.
Yeah, like I think I mean, this happens at times. I guess like it's just openly thrown out. Like, what do you guys want to do? And then some people will voice up. But I guess like the last couple of days, I've heard a lot of people be like saying the whole like Witsit thinks he can take over whatever room. So like I think if the people could just be like, no. I don't know. I mean, I just feel like that maybe would help. Like, it would be very detrimental to certain people, right? Like, I think that a lot of people wouldn't want to hear Zanuck talk about Coriolis or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I don't know how feasible it is. Honestly, I don't think you're ever going to create like a perfectly copacetic environment on Discord, hence the name. But yeah, I don't know. I think that I think the biggest thing, and I'll stop talking so much, is definitely like more debate specific moderation, which requires integrity and honesty and like no bias towards sides, where you're like, look, this person's made this point 3 times, you're not responding to it, so will you please answer this question specifically, then repeat that person's question, but it's coming from the moderator, and like them not answering isn't accepted. Like, it's just like kind of, there's like that moment where it's like, to progress the combo, you have to, we got to like kind of hold your feet to the fire, blah, blah, blah. But I think I've said my points a few times now.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And I think the thing is, what I was thinking is like, if we're spending our time here, whether it's 20 minutes a day, 10 hours a day, whatever it is, listening, or it's like at the end of the day, it's like if we're spending our time here, then we have to think about how to value our time. So, I mean, right now, like obviously we don't have 10,000 people listening. Now, perhaps in the future, but not at this moment. So obviously, it's not at that point yet. However, we are still spending our time here, and so making it like the most productive and beneficial, even if it does require some additional moderation. I guess it's a trade-off,
Well, if you're looking at that, you have to foster growth. So you need to have more of a slow room, more of a growth room, growth area. You can't just have this like high speed. Everyone's battling each other all the time. Nothing's gonna grow.
Well, this is kind of like a live panel show, essentially, that's always running. So it's like, yeah, it's like open panel in that sense. But there are some really unique things about this type of setup, though, and I think it's interesting with the shape of the Earth that this is, because a lot of servers that we all know, like 24/7 Gems, etc., other servers have this similar structure, and to me, it's almost like the shape of the Earth kind of brings people together in a way that it's almost like there's like a communal. Just interesting how there's like, but there's also a lot like Globebusters and lots of other shows that are obviously panel shows as well, and we've done events here, and there's a lot of different ways to do different types of content. I guess. Sorry, I'm responding to what you're saying and still think about what I was saying, but yeah, I was just saying like if we're spending our time here, it's just how to make like better content and is more productive and fruitful for not only ourselves but everyone else as well, without shutting other people down. Yeah, it's just these fine lines how to do that.
I have a request. I don't know if you'd call it a favor or what, but is Shane still banned? Do you happen to know, Gio, if Shane's still banned here?
Yeah.
Would you consider? Would you take consideration like ever at all, or is that totally off limits?
What was he banned for anyway?
Well, he was
for a little bit.
Man, I want to talk about goblins.
Well, no, it's just like, yeah, the YouTube censorship is just bullshit at the end of the day, and it's just not cool to have to deal with them. But I think just even being on their platform, it's like you're within their realm in that, and especially if you're saving the videos to it. So, anyways, all
you
right.
know what's so crazy? The questioning the validity, real quick though, questioning the validity of the election. The fact that you would get like a strike for that, or get,
that's what I'm saying.
Live.
It is live now, but yeah.
Oh, okay. But that was something in the mainstream. You know, I'm sorry, but they questioned it right in the mainstream. I can't even believe that would be something that would be like so censored. Anyway, yeah, on to no more talking about that. Sorry,
dude. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that if like the same people that are like, 4 jabs in and like super proud of it and stuff like that, like, do you think it would be a good thing if the really, really like gone NPCs like became flat earthers?
I
Like,
know.
would that be
It'd
like a
bad.
net positive?
It'd be terrible. It'd be actually the worst thing.
I don't know that it
This
would
is
be
as good as
good
it gets
either.
possibly right now.
No, I think there's a lot of open-minded people that saw through that and stuff that still should learn about True Earth. I just
Right.
think that the goal isn't actually to get everyone to have to accept it. Like, I think that would be where we like it isn't a net positive.
That would be the
Well,
end of civilization, would it?
So, we learned something back in
Okay.
2017.
See, this is
That's
what
a
you're
true
making
thing.
my point.
The website flatearth.com was owned by Taco Bell. Go figure.
Hey, little
In
sidebar. Little sidebar here. One of my neighbors took a photograph of the SpaceX launch from the very tip of Northeast North Carolina. Didn't know what it was. He was asking questions about it. And I just thought it was interesting that you could see it that far north. And it's still going up.
Yeah, the SpaceX goes higher than the Artemis, man. I got a video. I was filming Artemis, and the motherfucker disappeared on me, like right when it lined up parallel with North Florida. It fucking and there was a star where it fucking disappeared. I'm like, how the fuck? I thought it was the clouds, and then I looked back at the video, and it disappeared right in front of a star. I couldn't believe it, dude. But SpaceX, man, looks like that bitch goes up pretty high, dude. That bitch goes up like probably 20 miles, maybe. It's way up there. Artemis doesn't look. Artemis looks like maybe about 10, 12 miles. I don't know.
And so
that's just what it looks like. I'm just saying.
I just think it's funny that I'm seeing this thing. Yeah, what's that?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, from North Carolina, could you actually see the Falcon 9 leave from the pad?
No. Funny enough, this is probably like 2 minutes in.
Yeah, you could see it here too, man.
I know what it is.
It's so high.
You're seeing it in Florida. I'm seeing it 4 states away.
Yeah, you're about 500 miles north, bro. Yeah, you're. I can see it passing north of me. Like I said, SpaceX is up pretty high too, man. So we might even be able to see it like in between us, man. Because I don't know.
Why do you think for Red's rhetoric it was curving down, and for me up here it's still going up?
No, it's already not going up, bro. Look at my video of SpaceX.
Dude,
I got a wire in my video. I got a wire that's parallel, and you can see it not getting higher on the wire as it gets closer. Right. It seems like it's coming up. As soon as it levels out, it's going down, bro. It's not going up.
No, I understand.
It might be going level though.
Explain that. No, that's going up. You can see the horizon, and it's going up.
And Brian,
I'm just wondering why it's going up.
What are you talking about? No, I'm telling you, when it got level with me, like there's a parallel wire to see. You can't. Anything's coming up as it gets near you, bro. Right? You agree?
No.
Birds, clouds. So
that's not going near me. That's going across my field of view.
So an airplane that comes flying doesn't look like it's going up, or a cloud.
That's going across my field of view.
I'm not going to talk to you, bro. If you can't be honest and say what it looks like, then why are we talking?
I don't know. You decided to chime in and bully your way around, but
how about anything? How about we go about it like this? How about things going away from you? Okay, whether the Earth is flat, curved, who cares? Everything going away from us appears to drop, right?
Well, we can look at the smoke trail and say that that's going away from us. Yeah.
Yeah, everything. There's no exceptions. Every single thing in the world, everything that goes off in the distance appears to drop. Can you give me an exception?
I can, Brian.
No.
The sun, the moon,
Sun drops.
stars.
Hey,
Yeah.
I heard David Weiss the other day talking about sunsets, and he was him and David Avocado Wolf. They did a stream together. I think recently. It was done fairly recently. So yeah, I was watching parts of it, and I'm sure David Weiss has talked about this in a lot of his other videos as well. But he's talking about how, like, when the sun sets, why does it? I don't want to speak for him, so it's kind of my interpretation of what he was saying, but in a sense, or it's kind of it's at least connected to it, where the sun actually disappears. Why would it disappear over a flat plane? Of course, there's perspective, there's all those factors, but he was also talking about, especially during sunsets, where it's like the sun is basically going beyond the layer of clouds. So there's like, and I've described it this way as well. That's why it resonated with me. Whereas if you're standing on, let's say, the beach or whatever, and you're looking at a sunset, it's perspective. It's all of those factors as it's fading away from you. But the angle of the sun is getting, lower and lower in your perspective view, even though it's just in this perspective over a planar surface, and et cetera. It's not actually going down. It's actually just moving away from you. But as that's happening, the angle is getting lower and lower. So if you point at the sun when it's setting, you're going to be pointing almost horizontal. If you point at the sun when it's right above you, you're going to be pointing vertical. So obviously that angle has changed dramatically because it's setting due to perspective. And in addition to that, you're going to have all the cloud layer from the plane of the earth going out. So there's the cloud layers going, above the earth. And there's going to be an intersection point where the clouds, your line of sight to the sun and the clouds that are in your line of sight are going to fuse, and the sun will thus disappear because those clouds are closer to you, and your angle is going to hit, your eyes are going to hit those clouds before it can hit the sun. And that can be connected to sunsets, and the way that, like, why the sun disappears, as the way that it does has to do with that cloud layer.
What if there's no cloud layer?
Sunset I've seen, it looks like it disappears into a fucking inferior mirage every day, every night. I mean,
Could I just ask Brian? Could I just ask Brian a quick question?
Nope.
Okay, good for a start. Can you change your profile picture? Because hearing your voice is very disconcerting about the shape of humanity.
That's my wife. 10 years ago.
You're doing well then. Does she know you're a flat earther?
Man, she fucking, when I told her about the possibility of it, she's always been a fucking concave earther her whole life. Like, she thinks it's concave like a dinner plate. She's never thought otherwise. She won't even discuss it. And I tell her, look, that's flat if you think it's like a plate. And she's like, no, that's concave. Is a fucking plate flat? And I'm like, I can't even have the discussion with her. She's a fucking mule concave earther.
Okay, dude.
She's like, something's got to keep the water in. But she's set in her ways, man. She just doesn't really care too much about it.
Even
The
though
land
you're a
is
flat
actually
earther
stuff out of the water.
and she's a concave earther, you're punching, mate. I commend you.
Love her to death, man.
We're all concave earthers. If there's, like, does flat Earth mean there's no water? Come on. So obviously we're all.
Actually, the
If
land
it's a
just
bowl
comes up
shape,
out of the
then we're all
water.
concave earthers.
The land actually just comes up out of the water. I think that one of the biggest things Flat Earth kind of got misled on is the idea that the Earth's an object and water is contained within it. I think the land that we call the Earth is just land that's risen up out of the water. That's all encompassing, but who knows?
Yeah, like if you have the great, like the idea of the great deep, like if you have the great deep, whatever that even is, like the depths of the depths of the depths, and of course underwater and under ice and whatever else is down there. And then if you have like great heights of the sky, upwards, the heavens as it were, and so on. And then the water would be like that, the horizontal, like would be that midpoint, like you're saying, and then it's just land coming up out of that water. So yeah, it's interesting to see it that way. It's not like a thing. It's not like a thing that you could just pick up and, it's this Earth, but it's actually just, it's Earth amongst a landscape of water.
Yeah, and like I think even water above us, I think there's like water everywhere, and then there's just like land up out of the water. And I think a lot more of the land used to be out of the water. I think that there are a lot of ancient civilizations in the oceans.
Probably varied. There's probably been more and less. It's probably changed. I don't know, but I think water. There's a lot more to water than it's probably right in front of our face, and we're missing it. But I think there's a lot more to water than we know, or that they let on.
Do you guys remember like a mainstream conspiracy kind of theory that I heard repeated? In fact, I heard my aunt say it, and I heard it on different TV shows that people thought that by now that New York would be underwater by this point, in like 2025 or something, like we could expect New York to be underwater.
Dude, I got a ton of old National Geographic. I was looking through them the other day. My brother gave me like 2 big giant boxes of National Geographics. I think I finally threw them away, but I was looking at them, dude, and just like back in the early '80s, late '70s, dude, they're fucking talking about. I mean, it was all over the place, like another ice age coming and all this shit, dude. It's like, but every freaking episode of National Geographic, it's like a different scare on the front page, like
it's going to be really high.
This forest, this ice coming, fucking fucking volcanoes. It's just like, dude, it's looking back, it's so crystal clear now, but it's
but
crazy.
There would have been people in this room defending the most recent magazine every year,
Yeah.
Wasn't that like a popular thing? Everybody else remembers that, right? That New York was supposed to be underwater by 20.
Well, yeah, I've seen that you can supposedly fold one of the bills and see it looks like New York's underwater and stuff. I don't know.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
And
if New York goes underwater, then the whole East Coast. If New York goes underwater, then the whole East Coast is basically going to go underwater. Ain't like Chicago's beneath sea level, but that ain't on the ocean, okay? But
I think that actually came from the
New York City's right on the water, right? So.
No, I remember seeing it as a glober, and they never said New York was going to be underwater by now. All they were saying was because New York's so low to sea level that in 100 years, if shit keeps going, it won't all be underwater, but parts of Manhattan will be underwater.
My whole state, low sea level, man.
Yeah, they also used to say that the sea levels were going to drastically change from the 70s to now, and they're the same. So maybe
in the 70s, they were still predicting an ice age.
They're exactly the same, dude.
But you know what the reasoning was? The reasoning was that the ice was going to melt off and fall into the water, and just like ice cubes, is going to make the water level rise because these big chunks of ice are going to fall into the water and change the water level. That was the theory from Al Gore.
No, they were more interested in the ice that was going to melt off of Greenland and all the stuff that's not in water.
Dude,
become water and pour into the ocean.
And I can just drop all kinds of mainstream articles claiming that the sea levels would rise by the 2000s. And
not one of those articles directly stated that. It was just
imagine believing that. Imagine defending it too. Like that's what's so weird. Like we were just talking about how they made all kinds of contradictory claims over the course of the years. And you guys are defending
because you're looking for something to have. Not one of those articles said that would definitely happen.
How can you make a claim about one of those articles? You don't even know what articles he's talking about. How can you make?
Because they're just like, dude, it's insane. It's like a movie or something.
I think it's like a movie.
It's a hypothetical. If we all carry on being dumb cunts, this will happen eventually. This may be a time frame.
What they claimed would eventually happen was contradictory, though.
Well, there's two
the
things
ice age.
going on here.
Yeah, I don't know why they had decided the ice age was coming. I mean, I know it's on schedule, and so maybe they took a couple of year range of time that they were looking at, but I don't recall why they said it was an ice age was coming. Don't remember
Someone
how
needs to drop the
a solar minimum.
You guys should see the compilation of the magazine covers over the course of like the last 30 years. They're hilarious. They're
Well, there's
just
always
like
been
blatantly
clickbait titles.
contradictory.
It did get real cold in '85, dude, or '84, man. Real fucking
Yeah, I
cold
remember
that
that. I remember that. I was down in
Oh,
Virginia with my family, and they got these snowstorms that were unprecedented right about the same time as those kinds of particles
we
were
get
going
snow
out.
about every 15 years, man, or maybe every 20 years is what it seems like. But
Wow,
Exactly.
it's almost like the weather's
The
in
thing
a
is with these
cycle or something. That's crazy.
this thing with the sea level rising propositions is there's two things going on. There's people who suggest that it's going to melt, all of it, and then there's a set of people who, separate from that actual proposition, have surveyed all the ice and snow that's above sea level on a global scale and have calculated if that melts and it propagates it back into the oceans, what manifest effect that have on the oceans.
it wouldn't be enough to put a
You can do
film
that.
on the fucking ocean.
We don't live on a globe, so there'll be no problem.
No,
We don't
it's
live on a
nothing to
globe
do with
anyway.
it's nothing
So
to do with
I
that,
get
Jin.
that.
Jin, if there are certain
And
people who have
Jazzaconda, if you stop being an Aussie cunt, you might get it. All right, Jazzaconda.
see there was a conversation going on.
Mate, you dumb fuck.
It's got nothing to do with that. There are people who have surveyed the ice in the Arctic regions and know how much ice there is above sea level, how much snow and ice
But
there
they
is.
were thinking
It ain't enough to put a film on the ocean.
time, you see. We're
To
not
be
living
fair,
on
if
a
you were talking about a flat
globe,
Earth,
so that's we got
there'd be
nothing
much
to
more
worry.
water, so you wouldn't get much sea level rise at all.
You think it's more ice than the Great Lakes, all put together, the entire Great Lakes?
Oh,
yeah, definitely.
If the Earth was flat and all the ice melted, it'd be a fuck ton more ice rise.
Yes.
Water rise.
Oh my
Did someone actually ask me? Did someone actually? Is someone suggesting there's more? If you look at the North Pole polar regions, the Arctic Circle, you look at the regions around Greenland and Iceland, and someone's comparing the ice that's on those with the Great Lakes. That's preposterous. Look at the size of the Great Lakes on a map.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
Yeah, but
water.
it's
Trust me.
they're deep as shit though, bro.
It doesn't matter.
No, they're not.
You could fill them up 20,000 feet high, and they still wouldn't cover the whole Earth.
I think
So
Lake Michigan's only 600 feet deep, isn't it? At the deepest point.
This is the point, though. Whether one party's proposition that it will all melt is true or not is under contention. The other group of people who are surveyors and understand land and sea ice and the effects of it melting if it all melted, they are engineers working just on that proposition of it all melting, and what they calculate is with their expertise. Now, they're not actually saying it's going to, that group of people, but they say if you melt it all, this is how much volume of water you'll have. And whichever map you use, you just look at the surface area of the oceans and you transfer that over the oceans, there will be a significant rise. Not like covering,
You don't
not
know.
like
It's different on a
biblical
flat.
flood.
It's different on a plane and a globe, though. Like just objectively different.
But then, have you on the globe? The globe Earth has a suggested surface area of the realm we live. Has the globe Earth got any
Correct,
idea what
yeah.
that would be? Has the flat
I
Earth got
don't
any
care
idea
about
what
the
that would be?
fairy tale though. Like we live on a plane.
Yeah, the fact that we don't live on a globe proves everything, ladies and gentlemen. Suggested, yes. Do we actually live on a
But
globe?
that's got nothing to do with
Are
what
we worried?
that's got
No,
nothing to
we're
do with what I'm
not.
saying.
Thank you.
Let's
You understand it would be different.
Yeah, of course, but let's appreciate then that if they have a model and they propose a surface area, and then the other experts have a amount of snow and ice they're dealing with, which they suggest melts, and they're saying what the volume effect change that will be. You could, if you proposed the surface area in the flat Earth realm, work out what the equivalent raise would be, wouldn't you? Just by proportionality. You don't have to believe their figure. You could just map what they say is the volume increase in water onto another map.
Oh
That's
yeah,
not-
you mean
that's
if you
not-
just if you took their surface area? Why
Well,
would you do that?
know that there are people who have worked out the volume in cubic meters of water which are manifestly contained within all the snow and ice above sea level in the northern regions. Let's forget the
I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe that
Why
for
don't-
1
why-
second.
why
Of
don't-
course you
don't
don't.
believe that,
Models.
Jim?
Sorry, no.
Why wouldn't you believe-
That would be
why
very
wouldn't you believe
difficult
that
to
someone-
do.
why
Sorry,
wouldn't you
they're
believe it?
lying.
Why would
Just like they
Jim,
proved that they give us
Shut the fuck
stupid
up.
things that happen on planets that we've never been to. More lies.
Jim,
Sorry.
why wouldn't you?
Dude, Jim goes to respond and y'all just puke all over him, dude. What the fuck?
Because he's a dumb fuck.
That's not how this works.
You're about to get muted, man.
Why
You gotta have to admit that
And
Jim
also,
does just say
Jen,
nah.
Jen, he was in the middle of something. Don't just interrupt in the middle of his conversation as well.
This is not a point of contention. Why wouldn't you think that someone's worked out the area of Iceland, for example, as a country, the surface area of it? Why wouldn't you think that they can, at spots all over it, measure the depth of the ice on it, and subsequently they would be able to calculate the volume of ice above sea level? This isn't a point of contention. If you believe that people could do surveying of a country, and you believe that people can evaluate and measure the amount of water, then clearly you can come up with a really reasonably
Don't worry
accurate
about it, man.
estimation.
According to Zanuck, dude, the water will just compress, dude.
Okay,
Right.
can we not interrupt, man?
I thought he was done. You did ask a question.
Brian, you know he wasn't done, bro.
Wasn't,
Come on,
and
man.
he was addressing me. And the point of contention is, no, they cannot predict. It's just models.
Right.
Models don't often become reality. Like the
Right.
heliocentric model doesn't exist. Sorry.
So
You
I
got nothing
could
going on there.
work out the surface area of my garden, measure the depth of the topsoil, and work out what tonnage of topsoil I got. Is that what you're saying,
We're
Jim?
talking about doom and gloom with the ice. They're not
Talking
going to
about
make
no,
that
we're not.
right. It's
No,
happening.
Jim, you're jumping to conclusions. I'm talking about the surface area of a region and the measurement of some depth on it, and from that deriving a volume estimation. That's all I'm doing here, and you're arguing
They're
with it
giving
like
us
it's some
globes here,
massively
man. They
contentious
can't do
thing.
nothing right. Get
Wait,
out
how
of
do
here.
you
There's
get
no
the
way
depth of the ice? How do you get
There's
the
no
depth
way to
of the
predict
ice?
how much sand you can put in a box. You know, it's just you have some
Hey, how do you get
sand.
the
There's
depth
no
of the
way you can
ice?
predict how much you can put in that box.
No,
Hey, how
that's
do you get
true.
the depth
Actually, you're
of the
right.
ice?
It's
Or how big
impossible.
the box is. There's no way to know how big
Right.
the box is.
Or
Yeah.
there's no way to
Jin's
know the
right,
depth of
actually.
the ice.
How would they know? How would they know the depth of the ice in a certain point? How would I work that out?
Yeah, tell me. That's what I want to know.
Let's think. If you were standing on a surface and you made the presumption that underneath it was some rock at some point, yeah, and you wanted to know how far down the rock was, what could you possibly do?
Oh, so if I made an assumption and then I made up a story about where that assumption took place, is that what you're? What?
Are you? I mean, is anybody here suggesting that Iceland isn't a landmass with ice on top of it?
Wait,
I don't know.
how do you know how far the ice goes down now? That's what I'm asking.
Ground penetrating
Well,
radar, sonar, drill ice
Oh my
cores
god.
down to the
Ice
rock.
cores,
Okay, so you
drilling.
use radar.
Are you
Oh my
suggesting
god. So we.
Are you saying these people haven't got the means to work out how deep the ice is underneath their feet?
They don't know what's 4,000
There
miles
No,
you
of
can't be
go.
done.
the
There you
supposed
Can't be done.
core
You
of
can't
the
drill
earth.
through it and measure it.
4,000.
No, can't do it.
They don't know that.
You can't measure. You can drill all the way through to the ice to the rock.
Yeah.
Okay, if
you've
they
got a
did that, I
glacier,
mean,
if you're stood on a glacier,
you're making this up. So
why am I making this up?
I don't know why you're making it.
Why would you think
There's all of
that
those things, though.
Why would you think that someone standing on a glacier can't measure the depth of a glacier if they wanted to?
Because they didn't. Because they didn't.
Right. Okay.
Oh, they didn't.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
that's a
then.
lie.
Technology
so
will
that's
justify
fine.
it. You couldn't
If
do
you
it. They
evidence,
don't
man.
know. It's impossible.
Why are you guys
Stop
so
lying.
emotional, man? I'm open
Well,
to
they're
them.
not
Because
emotional.
you are just
Oh my
denialist.
god. Oh my god. See,
I
this
mean,
is the problem, man. Like either you have to like raise your voice
The
with you
globe,
guys,
there
or
is
you just
no
have to
molten
disengage,
core.
right? So, pretty much the
this
only
is not a
options.
discussion about the
Raise your
globe,
voice or
Jin. This is not a discussion about the globe. This is a discussion about people being able to ascertain how much permafrost and ice there is on a landmass. This is
right.
not.
I'm not trying to explain. Oh my
When it's a
god. Can I
globe
just
that
please
don't
respond?
exist.
Can I please
So
respond to save us time?
their
Can I
credibility
save us
is
some?
gone.
Oh my
No
god. Oh my god.
credibility.
I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not literally saying it's impossible. I'm just asking you, have you actually verified how they did it? Or are you just assuming that you know that
meaning
they
have
could
I
do it?
personally? I'm sorry.
No,
Have
you
I
know that's not what I
personally
mean.
gone up
You know
there
that's not what I
and
mean.
checked their findings,
You,
or do I
you
know
know
their
that's
findings?
not what I mean. You know
No,
that's not what I mean.
I do not know that's what you mean, because there
You
is
even
plenty of
check the numbers.
documentation out there that says that
Is
they
there any
use
way you
radar
can verify
and sonar and ice cores to determine
So
depth.
have you
So I'm
looked
just
into
not
it?
sure where you think this question.
Have you looked into it to see that that's what they did?
I
Is
have
there any way
seen
you can
documentaries
verify
on
their
that
findings?
stuff.
I've seen citations of it, and I tell you, when I was younger, I worked for a cartographic company, and we worked at the depth of lakes, and we worked at the depth of ice on mountainsides. By comparing ground surveys in winter and summer, we knew how much snow there was trapped on a certain mountain for a glacier, and what for not non-perma snow, and how that would affect a reservoir's capacity further down the valley for which someone was constructing a dam.
Why don't I believe you? Why don't I believe you? You always
because you don't believe anything. Because Jin, you don't believe anything I say, Jin. Jin,
wait, can somebody post the numbers, please?
Okay,
That's
this is just becoming a shit show, man. Can you please calm it down and one at a time?
That's what's so weird. It's like, I'm just saying, like, I'm open to the idea, but like, you bringing up snow on a mountain is a non sequitur, nor is it not. It's not analogous. You just basically asserting that they use radar doesn't mean anything to me. I've actually looked into the attempts to tell what's underneath the ground, and they are almost always assumptive and speculative. So if you're saying this is one of the scenarios, that's not the case. I'm certainly open to the evidence. But then I asked you both, and I got, I've seen documentaries on this. So like, if you guys have
what's wrong with that?
Well, I would like to see the actual evidence.
I'll get some numbers for you, okay? I'm in my car, but I'll get some numbers for you.
That's all good. So yeah, because like people trying to push the idea that the sea level will rise this much has consistently been wrong. Every single time they say that, they've been
with all due respect, you're missing the original tenet I put up. I said there were two parties: those who make the proposition that the ice on the lands, if it melts, would happen because of global warming, and a completely separate group of people who are not interested in that proposition, who have, as part of their surveying mechanisms, worked out the amount of ice that's on land at various points.
Yeah, but look at this.
All right,
sorry.
Carry on.
Sorry, I thought you was done. Okay, look at this. Look at the ice age that they claim. There was big glaciers that swept down from the north, like covering entire North America, and then all next to it, the oceans beside it, and then all that shit melted, and Florida's, Florida's still fucking above water. I mean, what the fuck is a little glaciers on Greenland gonna do when the whole damn world was frozen?
Look, his point isn't like illogical, right? Like, if they know how much ice there is, and it melts, and there's this much water, that blah blah blah. The point is, like, for example, in Antarctica, they don't know how deep the ice goes. They don't know how dense the ice is. They don't know. They objectively don't know. Admittedly, they don't know. So if you're saying they know somehow in Antarctica,
I deliberately left Antarctica. Just to state, because I'm going to make this clear, I wasn't talking about Antarctica because that's proposed to be all ice. I'm talking about the northern regions, land with permafrost and ice on it. You can calculate the depth change just by looking at the northern hemisphere.
At least just a moment of correction there. Antarctica is supposedly a big landmass with ice on top of it.
Sorry, yeah, big landmass. And the north,
at least they ain't crying that we're running out of water.
Okay, non sequitur.
I'm saying I'm open to it, but what I'm tired of hearing, and I don't know, this one guy seems much more reasoned than the other guy, where it looks like he's actually looked into this. But saying I've watched a documentary on it before doesn't mean anything to me. I would like to look into it, because every time I look into claims about what's under the ground, it's super shoddy and like inconsistent.
You mean the one time? The one time you looked into it? Meaning specifically the Kola Deep borehole? Because I haven't heard too many times where they've showed confirmation of what's underground.
Every single time, there's all kinds of gravitational anomalies and mass distribution anomalies and mineral anomalies whenever making claims about underneath the ground. Every time.
Really, every time they go and they find oil based on this.
There's tons of anomalies with that too. That's why I
of
love
course, it's not a perfect science.
You guys always have talking points, but you guys don't ever actually supply the data. That's the point.
Actually, lots of times they supply the data, usually to poo-poo it. But yeah. Well, how do you know that that's absolute proof?
You basically asserting, chanting, and poisoning the well. Somehow that'll make your point valid.
I think you are probably guilty of the most poisoning the well ever.
Let me ask him a question. Hey, if the let's say the ocean levels went up by by half a mile, would the atmosphere rise up with it, or would pressure increase? Would pressure increase? I mean, what would happen with that?
I wouldn't expect pressure to increase
So
substantially.
the carbon line would go up like half a mile with it, or would the pressure increase?
I would think the carbon line would follow.
There'd be more gravity, right? Because
let me think
liquid
about
water is denser than ice, right?
The water is there already. It's in the form of ice. I don't know how you would describe that. It's going down in one place and up in another. So I don't think, relative to you, wherever it is, if sea level went up, let's say 300 feet, you would still read sea level pressure roughly at that location.
All the air would expand right back into Greenland, freezing it again, just as it tried to melt.
I don't know what that means, but
wait, doesn't like permafrost doesn't a lot of ice, like the permafrost shit and certain other kinds of ice, they don't even turn into water, like that blue ice, like that.
Actually, it does. That's part of the problem. The glaciers are unquestionably. Nobody can argue those glaciers are retreating.
Hey, let me just go ahead and do your job.
No, we can argue. We can argue it. It's fair mongering, and I think it doesn't work on a globe. Your doom and gloom cannot work on a globe. That's your problem. It's a globe.
That's great denialism.
It doesn't exist, right? It's doom and gloom. It's not working. It's all flat. Nothing's going wrong. Okay, we're not fucking up the earth.
So does anybody contend that the Iceland green sheet glaciers are retreating?
It's part of the normal cycle on the flat Earth. It's normal.
Is anybody disagreeing with the Iceland green glaciers?
Can I read that?
No, I'm not. I know it's melting, but it's not doom and gloom.
Okay, let's read the evidence. How about that? So the Greenland ice sheet is a huge inland glacier with several glacier tongues calving into the sea. It covers roughly 80% of Greenland. The average ice thickness is 1,600 meters, with the highest summit reaching 3,200 meters above sea level. It has a volume of about 3 million kilometers. Until recent improvements in remote sensing, it was hard to measure whether the polar ice sheets were growing or shrinking. Most series remain short. There is, however, a general consensus from different approaches that ice loss from the Greenland ice sheet has accelerated. But this is 100% not speculative, and it's definitive, and we know exactly how much there is, right?
I can show you images of the ice, from the 1900s to present, that the ice sheets have retreated miles.
Oh, so I'm just reading the European Environment Agency. So, what do they know about your claim,
So they say that it's retreating also. So what the fuck are you talking about?
They said it's speculative consensus.
Right. What depth range did they give for the ice cover on Greenland?
1,600 meters.
And what they said it ranges. So there's areas where they think it's thicker and thinner, don't they?
Well, it just says the average
1,600 to 0.
It says the average ice thickness is 1,600 meters, with the highest summit reaching 3,200 meters above sea level. The estimated Greenland ice sheet contribution to sea level rising during 1993-2003 is 0.14 to 0.28 millimeters per year. Of course, these are all estimations and averages and assumptions.
Yeah, but they can even if they just use those figures, and let's suppose those figures are bang on, okay, right? And they know the area, the depth of the ice everywhere across the surface. They could. Would you agree? Because they know the area, the volume of the water, they can calculate the volume of water by knowing the height in, say, a certain region and just the area of the surface that they're dealing with. Yeah. So if they're all right, they can come up with the figure. If they're way off and they've got it and they've doubled it accidentally or deliberately, if they're being nefarious, yeah, that means you'd have all that means you'd have half the amount of water. And if they're way off and it's double, you'd have double the amount of water. Either way round, in all of these cases, it's a catastrophic amount of water should it melt completely and make its way into the sea.
Not if the southern oceans are 5 times bigger than on your globe.
Yeah, that's the argument that they have. They don't have a map.
Okay. Well,
imagine
the thing is,
you didn't do anything. Like you can't even think for yourself. You've never had to develop anything yourself. You just think that you have a model that was made for you. The person that's mocking and ridiculing the fact that we don't have a map, when ironically you don't have anything.
I verified the map. I verified the map on all continents of the world. I verified the distances to all continents and direction and orientation of all the continents.
None of it's right.
Except, I'm sorry, I didn't do Antarctica.
It's all magnetic declination bullshit.
Nope, that's not how I did it.
Well, you did it wrong.
The volcano told me the direction and the size of all the continents.
told you.
Moyak was out in the ocean with a ruler and a snorkel. He was measuring the oceans.
I'm not retarded. I'm not retarded like you. I can use information that's available.
10,000, and they all worked for him around the clock for 15 years, and he charted all the coastlines of the world.
Got a typewriter calculator, crunching numbers.
I took barometric readings on all the continents and their location of them. I associated them with a globe. And then I looked at the arrival times and was able to predict the arrival times of a shock wave that was randomly generated somewhere on the surface of the Earth, aka Hunga Tunga. And that random event determined the direct size, shape, and direction of all the continents.
Really? How about where it hit Key West before it hit fucking Arizona? How'd that work?
Go ahead and run the numbers. Show me the arrival time of the shock wave and take the measurement. I didn't run it for that specific scenario. I ran it on all continents.
It's just an anomaly. I guess it's just one of them anomalies.
No, actually, it may actually work. I didn't check that out. Let's see. What is the area you're saying?
Key West is and Key West is way further closer to the event than Arizona, and even in Miami it hit, or in Alamorada it hit Alamorada before it hit Key West. Hit Arizona before it hit Key West. So Key West was an anomaly, right?
No, I gotta go verify because there's an antipode and it depends on what direction the Great Circle route took. So I got to go and see whether it makes sense or not.
Well, you will admit, I ain't gonna say admit, but agree that there are a lot of anomalies. I mean, not maybe
when I looked at it,
big percentage, but there are like a good handful of anomalies.
No anomalies that I found yet. So I'm going to go look into your crazy anomaly and see if.
Bro, I found anomalies the first 10 minutes of looking at the shit. I just quit because they said anomalies. I was like, dude, I'm running into anomalies right off the bat.
With my visual analysis of this, I saw the shockwave form concentric rings around the U.S. when they show all of the barometric sensors across the country, and you can see that those rings followed a concentric shape across
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So no, shut up. So that concentric shape goes across the continent and hits Florida at exactly the right time. So I suspect that you're wrong, but of course that wouldn't surprise me.
The only way I'm wrong is if I'm talking about the wrong event.
It is currently not possible to predict the future development of the Greenland ice sheet with confidence. Glacier models account mostly for accumulation of snow. Scientists are now trying to understand the processes driving this phenomena. That should in turn allow better ice models to be developed. But for models to predict the future well, they must be validated by data from long-term measurements. Until science comes closer to this, our ability to predict the sensitivity of the Greenland ice sheet to global warming will remain limited.
The sensitivity has got nothing to do with it. The proposition put forward is that they have estimated at various points on the surface and measured on various points of the surface, and they've interpolated between them how much ice there is in certain areas of the country. Irrespective of the sensitivity of it to temperature changes, the cartographers and the people who have looked at the ice are only interested in one thing: working out, estimating what volume of water there is above sea level on that surface. That's all. This isn't about the shape of the Earth. This is engineers working out what the volume
I never
of
said anything
ice
about
is.
the shape of the Earth, man. What are you talking about?
Neither did I. Other people have though.
Well, yeah, Jen always says something about the shape of the Earth.
We better build an ark, bro.
But the bit where they're not sure about the sensitivity of the ice to global warming is a different factor, because that's a different area of investigation.
No, I refuted the first factor already.
That's arguing how much temperature fluctuation do you need to melt it. The first proposition, which is one I was discussing, was people who measure the ice and say if it melted. They're not asking what the temperature is. They're not even saying it's tenable or realistic. They're just asking.
No, I already explained that it was a speculative consensus based on an average with margins of error and that
Yes,
they are
it's an
guessing.
estimate.
They're actually guessing how much ice is there. And when I said
They
that
are.
they're just guessing how much ice is there, you guys knew how much ice was there because you saw a documentary or something. I don't know.
No. To be clear, they can't know exactly how much ice is there. They can make an educated guess or a qualified guess, which they continuously improve by more data. But the point is, it's unlikely to be way off because ultimately they've done at various points on the surface evaluation of the depth of ice in a local position.
So when should I move away from the coast, bro? When should I move away from the coast?
Wait up, no. See, you guys
I live
were
on the
saying,
coast,
painting
so
this.
you tell me.
See, I only jumped in because I know how this works. You guys painted this narrative that we just use radar and we know exactly how much ice is there because it's like some definitive science radar and it tells us how much. That's not how it works.
Say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, so what? So you agree that
I
I've been
said
right from the
that,
beginning, then?
and I have, radar is one method they use not just radar, ground penetrating. And they go through a homogeneous material like ice, and then you wait for the return. You can identify where the ground is and where the ice is based. You can do it by sonar. I'm offering options, not saying that is exactly how they did it.
No, well,
Those
it
are
says that they
very
actually just
feasible
guessed.
options.
Good thing I just went straight to the source, and they say that they have to guess. So
it's always a guess.
The guess, if I'm not mistaken, the guess that they were making, from what you said, is the amount of melt that they're having per given period.
No, the amount of ice there is a guess. I already read it.
Oh, that's sampled. It's not an exact number, as he said.
Wait, where is all the snow coming from? Ain't it already coming from the fucking water from the ocean anyway? I mean,
the snow came and froze there, and it's been there for a long
time. But where did the snow come from?
Yeah, what the fuck does that even mean? It came from the
evaporated
ground,
water, bro.
It's a good point. Like on a globe, if it's limited, then you've got this ice that's on top of the water. And so if the ice melts, like in theory, it would raise the sea levels. But that's on a globe where you have like that limited system, the way that they claim, because kind of the vibe.
Absolutely, totally. They're working out. This is all they're doing when they say it would rise this much. Is that they're taking estimates of how much ice there is entrapped. Water is entrapped in snow and ice above sea level. And those figures might be wrong. They might be out by a factor. They're not going to be out by a significant factor because ultimately they've done some evaluation of the measurement. No one's who's been given the task to do that says it's 4 inches everywhere. Fuck it. How what's the volume we're talking about? And just do it that way. They actually, these people that pursue this measurement don't have a narrative other than that's their field of expertise. And they've taken the surface area of the planet in that model, entirely within that model, and they worked out what difference it would make. Now, clearly,
know what the answer is.
but we don't live on a planet, though, do we?
I know. Well, let me finish what I was. Jin. Clearly, if the surface area that they propose isn't representative of reality, then the sea rise as a consequence of that amount of ice is irrelevant.
Exactly. So what you're saying is irrelevant. That's what I'm saying. We don't live on a globe. It begs a question, doesn't it? Obviously.
So I found two different sheets of data already. One saying 1,500 meters thickness. One saying 1,620 meters thickness. These are supposedly both averages.
At the same spot. Are they measurements at the same spot? Are they?
Yes. This is the overall average of the thickness of
that's not the same. No. That's not the same as saying that two people measured at the same spot and it was wildly between those two values, is it? That's saying those are the ranges.
This is them taking the average of the ice sheets in Greenland, okay? And then what they claim is that they're different, okay? And what they claim is that if they all melted, then sea level would rise 7 meters.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're taking an average depth of ice, multiplying that by the surface area of the land in question, and that gives them a volume of water. That, as an exercise, is just based on their estimate. Someone takes and they extrapolate. I know, and someone takes that and they extrapolate that out and say, what would that be if you spread that volume over an existing volume of surface area of the world?
We get the concept, man. It's very rudimentary.
We get the concept, but we're not living on that concept. Is the problem?
Exactly. So the question,
So it's
So,
irrelevant.
but you can. I know. But what I'm saying is, if you can estimate or surmise what the volume,
so you know you're not
surface
living
area.
on a globe. Thank you very much.
No,
Welcome to the club.
no. I said if, Jin. Be quiet, please. If you can surmise what the surface area of the world is in an alternative or proposed model that's flat, then you could do the same calculation. And just for the point of view of an exercise, you can say, if all the ice melted in northern regions, how high would the sea rise? Now, clearly, if you believe the surface area of the seas is a power magnitude higher than on the globe model, then it won't make any difference. If it's less, the sea will rise more. It's just a mental exercise. That's all it is.
Yeah, we all understand that, but my point is that I'm sitting here reading the official sources saying that, well, there's just a consensus on an agreed upon average of what they think the depth is. So,
Yes.
yeah,
and,
sure.
And an
Like
agreed
a
upon
5-year-old
average.
could understand it's like globe, this amount of water, ice, frozen water.
Yeah.
Ice melts, goes to the other water. So now there's more water.
Yes. But the point is you're making some sort of contention for the consensus estimate. That is a consensus of various measurements made by qualified people, and an average.
Well, I'm actually
means
looking into the measurements, though. So you say that.
Yeah, the measurements suggest there's a range of heights.
Okay, how do they make the measurements? How do they make the measurements?
Well, we're reading the article. You tell me.
Okay, I'm happy to. So they use gravimetric data.
Right, gravimetric data. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So
how
this
do they
shoot
how do they know the gravimetric
laser
sensor is
beams
reliable?
down and all this. Oh, they
Yeah, so
don't. I'm glad you asked. They don't know that because if you look into gravitational anomalies, we actually have over 20 to 30 different alleged causes of gravitational anomalies. There's a huge unpredictability with mass distribution in the globe model, admittedly so. So they're using a gravimeter, either spring-loaded or interferometry. Normally, it's interferometric gravimeter, right? That's what they normally use. Okay,
you're saying that whole echelon of science that measures the depth of ice and water or different densities of rock strata using gravimetrics is all fake. Is that what you're saying, or unreliable?
I didn't say it was all. It is admittedly very speculative because of gravitational anomalies. It depends. Like there are gravitational anomalies upward of like 10%.
What in a given location?
I mean, I'm sure there are even more than that.
So let's suppose there was a
increase in gravity somewhere on Earth. I don't think that's fact. 10% from what?
Yeah, there's a
10% from expected.
Yeah.
Okay. Really?
And there's probably more than that. I just remember reading a paper about like 11% gravitational anomalous figures.
Yeah.
So
you understand
that just one of the ways they do it, and then they claim. I'm going to tell you how they actually claim that they do it. The number one way they claim they do it is satellites. It's the amount of gravitational pull on a pair of satellites.
That they don't use that method to measure the depth of ice in Greenland.
Actually, the way that they get the this is literally from NASA talking about the ice in Greenland. And they say, wait, okay, you tell me how they do it then. Because I'm reading the actual sources. So.
Yeah, and there are people who do boreholes, and there are people who do measure glaciers, and then people who measure all manner of ice, and they don't necessarily have to mount for the ice to melt. Put an imaginary line in the sky, and then measure how high it was before it was there. There are lots of ways you can measure ice and permafrost. Okay, I'm on my way to work. I'll find some sources, some papers.
You're for
I'll
sure
find some
you've
papers and I'll bring them.
That someone. I'm just asking you. I trust you. So you're saying that they've dug a borehole all the way through the ice in Greenland.
I spent 10 years working in cartography, building analytical plotters to take aerial photography and extrapolate land features. So I know that there are various mechanisms for working out and evaluating ice and snow, particularly not permafrost. It wasn't my thing I was exposed to, but sheets of ice and snow on mountains that seasonally adjust themselves as a consequence, working out volume precipitation and how that manifests itself in valleys and dams and hydroelectric systems further down the terrain. So I can go and find it. I have read it before. There are papers. So I'll dig them out for
Gotcha.
you.
Yo, you want some? I don't know if you're ready for the real gravy, but the ancient maps say that right above Greenland there is a huge like whirlpool of water, and all the water dips down into that vortex. Okay, okay,
Right.
I get it. You guys want to live in a
Did
state
he
of
measure it?
fear. You guys want to live in a
And how
state
they
of
measured
fear where
that?
we're on a rock that's tilted, wobbling,
No.
gyrating with a
Did you
finite
measure
amount
that?
of land and every
Sure.
I'm
and,
going to
and the
turn this
fact that we
around on
Have you
you.
drive
Did you
measured
measure
cars,
that?
the
Have
fact
you
that we
measured
drive
that? Or
cars. I'm not the
do
one
any
making
modern maps
definitive claims.
corroborate this whirlpool?
But you're suggesting it's possible.
You
Okay,
guys
well,
are.
then
You
radar is
see the
possible for
emotional.
measuring
You
snow.
see the emotional, visceral reaction you people have to like
Well,
anything outside of your
Oh,
religious
look at
belief.
this.
That I
I'm going to
just.
claim
no,
emotional
seriously
There
though.
you
damage.
go.
No,
Well, hold on,
come on,
Toya,
Toya.
dude.
To be
We've been
fair,
having like,
yeah,
yeah.
to be fair, we have actually been talking about propositions of what people are doing in surveying, and you're trying to dissect that. And then 10 seconds later, you're talking about ancient mystic maps of whirlpools of, and none of this is measured. None of this is proposed as actual fact. So they're not quite the same, are they? And for us to get
Well,
a
I
bit
just.
derisory about
You
not
guys
quite
are
the
just.
same. With all
So now
respect to
you're
you,
just. What the fuck? Why do you
with all
guys
respect to
interrupt so
you,
much? You interrupt and then you monologue a narrative.
Oh
Like
my God.
I explained it
I
very
tend to only
clearly.
interrupt when you're disingenuous
I
to me.
said you're
So we
probably
locked
not
in.
open-minded enough for this, and then all you did was proceed to prove my point, which was like,
Okay.
okay, I said, okay, I get it. You prefer to live in a state of fear where there's a finite amount of land on a ball, and that driving cars is going to kill us. But I'm explaining that I don't believe your fairy tale that defies physics, and that the Mercator projection that you
about you
believe
there.
in actually used to have a central position that they took off the map. I guess they forgot to teach us that part in school, and they showed us the very map from Mercator that they all teach us with. And that map used to say there was an area in the center. And when I go to Google Earth, I see nothing but cartoons in the center where the North Pole supposedly is, and it's illegal to fly there or to traverse there. So, if we look into the possibility that there's a water cycle coming from the center, which is what all the ancient people said, including the current map that we use, with that north
Yeah.
taken out of it, yeah. So then I'm not really
Okay.
worried
The
about
North
it. That's my point.
Iceland is nowhere near the North Pole. That's your problem. So if your whirlpool's at the
Why are we
North
talking
Pole, it's
about
not at the
Iceland? You
Greenland.
said Greenland.
Greenland's not at the North Pole.
Greenland's nowhere close to the North Pole.
No, it's miles away. What's the distance between Greenland and the North Pole?
Oh, you said it's nowhere near, and now it's
600
miles. Of course, it's miles away.
All right. It's in the northern region. So in the same sense as Great Britain is near the North Pole, then, or Spain
What's
is near
the
the North.
closest landmass to the North Pole?
So it's not. Oh, you said your map
Oh.
had your ancient map had it directly over Greenland. This whirlpool.
No, I didn't say that. That's why the
Well,
impulsive
they weren't very good at measuring
interruptions.
things back then, were they? They weren't really good at measuring things back then.
Okay, I get it,
Someone
man.
needs
You
to,
gotta
someone needs to
believe
go
this.
from this. Someone needs to go from this whirlpool now and actually measure it now, don't they?
And too bad it's illegal to do that. And the fact that you don't know that.
Have you tried using one of these ancient? Have you tried using one of these ancient maps to actually navigate? Have you tried verifying any of them?
Well, that's a very, very interesting concept in terms of like they like refer to it as like a maelstrom, like a vortex of water. Absolutely.
Is it illegal? Is it illegal to talk to people in Greenland who have binoculars and telescopes that can look up, just as a matter of interest?
What does that have to do with anything?
What you're saying something is over Greenland, and yet people who live in Greenland
I
can't
didn't
see it.
say I literally never said anything about being over Greenland.
He was saying north of it, like going further north.
Yeah.
And a second ago, you were saying that Greenland is very near where this is, but no one can see it with the telescope or binoculars looking out over the sea.
It's the closest landmass that we know about to the north, the quote unquote North Pole. Yeah.
Yeah, and the
Right,
ancient
and-
maps that show like the 4 rivers and the 4 islands, that would also potentially link with there being, like you were saying, like a water cycle where you have like a balance and a transfer of, because like on a globe, this whole global warming thing with the ice, like that's a whole fear driven thing. But on an Earth that is not a globe, that's a stationary surface, who's to assume that the water melting or the ice melting is going to even change the sea levels at all? Like there might be.
Well, that's what I was talking about 10 minutes ago. I said if you propose a completely different volume of surface, an area or surface, by magnitude order from what they're proposing in the globe model, then yes, the effect of all melting all the ice, whether it's in a cycle or as a consequence of one disastrous, human-led catastrophe, is negligible or irrelevant, because the volume of the surface area is massive, considerably more would be on the globe model. Then it diminishes the prospects of the volume actually changing the sea level. That's what I was saying 10 minutes ago.
Right.
Yeah,
and
but I was
also,
actually adding something additional to that, which is like what could be north of Greenland, but you're like freaking out, and then we had to go all the way to me telling you
Well,
the actual two
to be fair,
primary.
to be fair, you did evoke ancient maps which no one can corroborate, talking about whirlpools in the air which no one has seen or measured, in a
You
conversation about
invoked the
measurements
modern
and
map that no
evaluations
one
of the
can
world.
corroborate.
What water map did I evoke?
You invoked the modern globe map, and no one can corroborate that. So
I didn't talk about the globe map. I talked about Iceland, ice on Iceland and in the northern regions, and if it melted, what would be the manifest volume of water that would generate, and how that would propagate, if you believe the surface area alluded to in the globe map.
why
I
would
didn't
we
say.
believe something that's been falsified?
Yeah.
I did.
Do bearing in mind,
listen,
you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe anyway for all this disaster to happen.
I
Notice how the
I have.
flat Earth is
I
exposing
have.
the
You're
floor
right,
of the
Jin.
globe.
Jin,
Yeah, can you
I've told you a
notice?
million
Have you
times, Jin. I
noticed
haven't done
how
that.
the flat Earth is exposing the globe's stupidity? Can you
I'll be
actually
honest with
see
you,
that?
man.
Jin,
I think that this is
Even
an.
your
I
doom
think you're.
You're
predictions
talking
don't
over
work.
Jin.
I thought he was
Yeah.
done. I think you might be passionate about this, right? Because it's like people get really caught up in like these exciting ideas of like cataclysmic events, but I don't know. I don't really know why
It's
this
not
would
that. I
even
don't know why
be
you're
like
invoking that. I was
you like what
entertaining
would
a conversation about.
all the ice melt in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the actual purpose? How is this actually realistic or relevant to our lives in any way?
That's not what I was talking about. I was entering a conversation from the get-go about how they would work out the volume of ice, permafrost, and snow that is above sea level in the northern regions. That's all I am talking about, and that's all I've been talking about.
Entertain a bit of reality, though.
Hey,
Whilst you're
Pazza,
there.
I have a question for you, Pazza. If they claim that global warming / climate change was so severe that they had to start doing lockdowns, would you go along with it? Would you agree with it?
I don't know. Wow. What?
He would, yeah, of course he would.
If they said they had to start doing lockdowns and shutting off the power for 12 hours a day, whatever shenanigans, would you go along with it in the spirit of what they claim of global warming to save the world kind of thing?
If I could understand and absorb a meaningful narrative that made sense to me, yes. If they said the sea level, hang on. If they said the sea's going to rise a meter, a mile, right, and everyone should stay at home, clearly I would put two and two together, know where I live, and I go, fuck that. I'd get in a car and I'd shoot my way out of town to get to a higher land. I would qualify the decision to go along with what they're saying. I don't trust what they say implicitly, because clearly some of the time they're talking out their ass.
Yeah, they're gonna pull it off, bro. The people are gonna
talk out of your ass every day because you think you live on a globe that you've never proven. You haven't even proven the opposite globe, man. So you're
I've
talking
told
out
you
of
a
your ass every
million,
day.
Jin, I've told you a million times before I haven't proven the shape of the Earth is a globe. I've told you that a million times, Jin. You keep bringing it up.
No, you haven't.
You're like a
telling me for the
puppy with a
first time
squeaky
now.
toy.
First
You're
time.
like a puppy with a squeaky toy, mate. How many
First
times have
time
I?
to hear you say that. Don't lie.
No,
Haven't
that's
told
not
me a
true.
million
I
times.
have
I've never heard you
evidences. I
say
don't
that.
have a
You've
proof.
never proven the globe. But
All
yet
right,
you got all
amongst
this
the
doom and
fucking
gloom
bickering, it sounds
disaster.
like Dawn
But the flat
wanted to
Earth.
ask a question. Y'all just bickering.
Yeah, hi. Pazza, what if they lied about the
I'm
ice
just saying that the globe doesn't
for
exist and the
some
doom and
reason?
gloom doesn't work on a globe.
I can't hear
Sorry.
you.
Hold on, Jin. Don was trying to say something. Go ahead, Don.
What if they lie about the ice, Pazza, for some reason? How would you know?
I wouldn't, would I?
No. So would you accept?
Neither
that
would you.
they
Neither
might
would
be
you know
lying?
they're lying. Yeah, they might
You
be
accept
lying.
that
Yeah,
they might be lying.
they might
about
be
it.
lying. They might be lying. They might be lying about everything. Everyone in this
They
room
claim
might
they
be
use
lying.
satellites to determine what's going on with the ice. That's the primary way they claim they keep up with the ice.
But no, that's them doing. That's from imagery, isn't it? Most of the time.
No, that's how they supposedly get gravimetrical measurements.
That's one evidence they use. They also use imagery to look at retreating ice, and they look at how it's changing, how the terrain is changing with respect to the ice melt. Yeah.
There's
that's
another
not
evidence.
very definitive though. Like they use satellites to
Yeah.
supposedly get the
They
gravimetrical
claim
measurement.
they use satellites, don't they? They claim, but satellites
They
don't
claim.
exist.
Exactly.
So what's going on there?
You're
Excuse me,
asserting
I've been waiting. I've been waiting a while. I just want to ask Brian a quick question. Brian, what was the second city after Key West that you thought was in question, and what was the question?
Arizona, I think.
Arizona.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just saying, like, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this, but they're clearly propagandizing us to be scared of the climate. And all I'm saying is, let's just,
I'm not scared
whether
of the
you think it's
climate.
true or not, okay, it can clearly be used for a huge power grab, right?
Totally.
Like, that's for sure. When we were just
And
talking
it
about how
probably
they're
is.
actually rolling out lockdowns in Europe for the climate crisis. And that's why Gio asked you that, because we were just talking about that. We were wondering, like, how many people would actually fall for it. And we
A
think
lot.
they'd have to pull off some type of, like, weather events or something. But that since people are so conditioned, they'll fall for it. So I don't buy any climate scare narrative baselessly. I need, like, verifiable evidence because I can see a huge motivation to lie.
I agree with you. Again, my conversation today was not about whether all that ice is going to melt and whether the predictions about it going to melt are accurate. I was merely talking about how they would. On someone early, I should have basically bit. Someone clumped two things together, and from my experience in cartography, I said no. The fact that some people think all the ice is going to melt, and the fact that someone else has measured with the ice, are two irrelevant top fields of investigation, two irrelevant disciplines, and two irrelevant sciences. The fact that someone says it's going to melt, and then turns to someone who knows how much water there is and goes, shit, how much water are we talking about here? That's two separate things. The people who measure the ice a lot of the time around the world and measure the water and measure, for example, the difference between lakes or lake areas in drought and in rain seasons, they can work out the volume of water that a city is using. They're all using measurements, both cartographic and aerial photography. And those people aren't actually concerned as to whether there's any truth or the narrative as to why the water is going down too quickly or there isn't enough water in the city. They're merely interested in doing the measurement. That's it. I don't believe
Yeah, I
all
get
the
it.
ice is going to melt. I don't believe all the
So,
ice is going to melt.
yeah, this whole measurement thing, though, is a little bit, can you at least admit it's a little bit more
Estimating?
to it than kind of what you were insinuating?
What do you mean by that? It's estimates. Estimates based on best evidence. That's all. It's a surveying
But I mean,
mechanism.
I don't see much evidence for like many like ice bores or whatever you call it, ice holes in Greenland to determine. It says that they determine the thickness with satellites.
Well, there are. As far as I'm aware, there's been oil exploration in various areas in Iceland, and that even if they're just in isolation, they would give you an accurate measurement of localized ice depths. And people that know that would then catalog that, and so that if someone wanted to, for example, use a radar system or a sonar system or a gravimetric system, they could calibrate it at that point, and they could go to another place where you had an ice bore, a drill bit that goes down, and you could also see if it aligns to that. Now, clearly, if you used a piece of equipment that aligned to those known reference markers, those known fiducials, as they call them, in the data set, and you couldn't get them to marry up, you couldn't get them to corroborate, you would, if you were being intellectually honest, say, okay, this piece of equipment I'm trying to use is shit because it doesn't align to these. If it does align to them, then you could possibly, there is a utility in moving around to areas where there isn't a drill bit, doing another measurement and going, okay, that's probably where an estimate of how deep it is here. Then you go another 10 miles, yeah, it looks about the same as here. You go another 10 miles,
But
oh, hang
according
on,
to
this
NASA,
instrument's saying it's,
according to NASA Earth Observatory, they say that specifically that there are huge gravitational anomalies in Greenland, and that it has sporadic readings of gravity that exceed the predictions. So,
okay, wow, that may be something else altogether going. That may be something subterranean. It may not necessarily be as a consequence of the water. I don't know. NASA are always bigging up what they do because NASA are trying to get funding for what they do.
well, NASA also doctored quote unquote global temperature recordings all the way back to the 50s to push the climate change narrative, like provably so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust.
I don't know. I don't know about that. But I mean, there's lots of effort and passion and individuals who get involved in this sort of kind of sciences, who spend their lifetimes measuring this, who've got absolutely nothing to do with NASA. Some of them religious, some of them atheists.
Check this. The GRACE project team at the University of Texas converted the streams of raw data from GRACE into monthly average maps of Earth's gravity field, which Velasagna converted into ice mass changes. Since Grace cannot directly calculate the total amount of ice, her study would assess the redistribution or change of ice mass. She knew it wouldn't be easy to tease out the signal in Earth's gravity field caused solely from mass changes in Greenland's ice sheet. Other geophysical processes in Earth's environment are also changing, such as ocean circulation patterns and large-scale movements of water on land. So, like, this is where they're point blank saying, like, the Earth's gravity field caused by changes in Greenland's ice sheet are, like, hard to distinguish.
Absolutely. And they're being intellectually honest because they're telling you in very, very clear terms where the vagaries are, where the conclusions they make are, and where they can't draw any conclusions. All in those 4 or 5 sentences. You've got to concede that that's purposeful.
Well, yeah, because anyone that knows anything about gravitational anomalies would automatically know that if you think somehow Greenland just doesn't have them, that would be insane. So your whole model's wrong everywhere. So
sure, but I'm glad you read that out because it at least demonstrates intellectual honesty in the content you read.
Well, yeah, it directly refutes the idea that they know exactly or anywhere close to exactly how much ice is there. So
no, that's
and you say anywhere close. That means they've
What about this
specified how close they are.
gravitational anomaly? I mean, gravity doesn't even exist, though. So why would you take that on board?
I'm disappointed you said
I mean,
that.
come on.
Great contribution.
I'm disappointed you did that, frankly.
It says they cannot directly calculate it, man. Like, what do you want?
Using gravitational anomalies, yeah.
Which is how they do it. So
well, yeah, we don't have gravity anyway, do we?
Again, you're now asserting the only way that they know how much ice there is on the surface of, say, for instance, Greenland is because of satellite.
Dude,
who's being intellectually dishonest?
You said they dig holes, they go to another place. You could then actually calibrate the gravimeter based on what you dig there, and then you could go to another place, and then you could calculate it. They're saying you can't directly calculate it. So,
but no, read out what they said. You can't. Where did they say you can't directly calculate it?
It says, since Grace cannot directly calculate the total amount of ice
from in what context? Using satellite gravity measurements. Is that the article you're talking about? Grace isn't. Yes, so Grace isn't a land surveyor calibrating gravimeters and various equipment on Greenland. She's someone working on satellite. Well, no, you've jumped. You see, what you did is you jumped. Since Grace can, you're saying that people on the ground can't. No, I'm disappointed you said that, frankly.
No, what you don't understand.
He hasn't jumped anywhere. What it is that you're bringing in things that beg the question. Gravity,
of course.
satellites.
Begging the question, yeah.
These things don't exist.
No, I didn't talk about satellite. I just gave an example. I just cited techniques. I just cited a series of techniques that don't use satellites. This gentleman I'm talking to alluded to an article that talked about what's data from satellites and what Grace couldn't do. Grace, in this article, is working on satellite data. He said, as a consequence of that, they can't
begging the question.
Right. Okay. That's where we are in here, is it?
So what?
Well, if you could drop actual evidence that somehow their huge calculative assumption with an assumed rate between one location to another is actually accurate because land surveys independently verified it, that'd be cool. But that obviously doesn't exist. So.
Okay. I'll see what I can find for you.
What?
Okay.
Anyway, thanks for the chat today.
Yeah, bro.
Of course, there is existing ways to look underground at ice. Of course, there's ways. Man likes to look through stuff and find stuff. Doesn't mean that they don't lie about it or misrepresent the results or put their pre-assumptions onto the results.
Yeah, I mean, even the ways they use, they admit that they can't actually It's not like an amazing, like definitive scientific process or something like. You know.
It's not.
I'm certainly not claiming they can't know anything, you know. So. And there's clearly a political bias.
Back in the early 2000s, they were predicting by 2008 that the Arctic Circle, North Pole, would be ice free. I posted the documentaries; they're in there, right? They're very short, 5 minutes the pair of them, right? They were predicting that there'd be no ice in the North Pole by 2018, and then they had to revise all that. Then they went 2013, 2020. Look, it's still got ice there. But I posted 2 documentaries. They're called The Tipping Point. Very good. I watched them back in 2008 myself. Okay, so you know, and we've still got the ice. This global warming is rubbish. It doesn't exist. It's fantastic, isn't it? Honestly.
I mean, does it really make sense that you can spend hundreds of years pumping polluting gases and particles into the air and it have no effect on the atmosphere of the Earth?
Oh my gosh.
A straw man. I love your voice.
What if it doesn't?
Right.
Flat Earth and the creation. The creation
These
itself
people
is
are.
so.
Sorry.
Destroy it. We will destroy ourselves first before the Earth gets destroyed. I know that much. That I've got.
Dude, they're gonna
So we
go into
can't destroy
lockdown,
this
dude.
Earth. We never made it. Yeah,
I
we
hope
never
to
made it.
God
We
you
never
guys
made
don't
this
actually
Earth, so
go
we're not
into
going to be able to
lockdown
destroy
because of the
it
climate, bro.
anytime
Like if
soon.
you,
We are the weakest thing on this Earth.
You know what I was
I
just
would
thinking
need more.
too?
I would need a shitload more evidence
Yeah.
before I would start reacting to it in any meaningful way.
But is it in the realm that you would though? If it was a whole campaign
Okay.
that they were rolling out,
If sea levels rose by, let's say, a meter, and Manhattan was now relatively underwater every day, then I would start to really seriously take it into account. Of course, then I would be also experiencing water in my front yard, so I would have to react to it.
Yeah.
So
I don't think the
that kind of
creator
evidence,
has
if I start
designed it.
seeing a marked increase in sea levels, then yeah, I would start taking my fair share of the action.
yeah, but could they get you swindled even if there isn't that actual, if there's no actual measurable change yet?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'll do things like, right now, the actions I'll take is I'll try and be more efficient. I think that's just good stewardship of the planet.
Good
so
point. Good point. That's
and
what I do.
it's also self-benefiting. Yeah. So
yeah, that's what
there's
I
no
do.
downside
I agree
to it.
with that.
But when I get rid of my boat and I no longer burn fossil fuels and stuff like that, I'm not ready to do that yet.
but you know what? They don't just say it's sea level. They say that like extreme weather in general would be caused by. Yeah, so they could get you with extreme weather conditions, which the government admittedly manipulates and can weaponize. And the Air Force has a document called "Weaponizing the Weather by 2025."
Yeah. I get it. On conspiracy world. Good.
But I just don't feel. I'm trying to add my little bit in there. I just don't feel man is that powerful that it can destroy God's creation. So God's already put that all into the design here. So whatever we're doing is not destroying the earth as the way we think it is. Okay, we might have
we seem to be
quality. We might
Jim?
have some. I'm still talking. We might
I
have
know.
some bad air quality. Yeah, but that can be rendered. We can fix that. But we're not powerful enough to destroy this earth. We will go before the earth goes. That's a fact.
Well, in actuality, you are right in that we can't destroy the earth. We can make it very unpleasant, and change things dramatically. Now, the only thing I say, you said we can have pollution and stuff like that, air pollution, and I agree. There's and I think that you can demonstrably show that carbon dioxide levels have been rising, partially, for whatever reason. And we do know how much carbon dioxide we put into the air every year. Those are all reasonable analysis. So you can see that there's probably a correlation to how much that we are adding to the problem or adding to the effect.
Dude, it says
carbon
this is pretty
dioxide
funny,
thing.
bro.
We wouldn't have an exact number there. We
Not an
wouldn't,
exact number.
because
We never have an
each
exact number. That's a
country is
silly
lying
requirement.
about what they put out, so we wouldn't have an accuracy there
Real,
at
That's
all.
real
That's
fast.
absolutely not.
ambitious.
August
Okay,
1st,
thank you.
2022.
Thank you. I know it's increasing. Okay, great. Glad to hear you
Okay,
say
what
that.
about it?
I misunderstood you.
Scientific studies indicate that extreme weather
I thought
events
you were
such as
saying
heat
we
waves.
knew exactly how much was going in there, but
August 1st, 2022.
Scientific studies indicate that extreme weather events such as heat waves and large storms are likely to become more frequent or more intense with human-induced climate change.
Yeah, I won't even guarantee it's human induced, or at least, there is climate change. We can see that.
What are you talking about? Climate change, bro? Climate change. What the fuck is?
Stop.
Can you be more? Can you be a little more specific?
Shut your mouth.
Sorry,
God damn. No, you're not.
Well, you say climate change. What the fuck is climate change? Can you be a little more specific?
Hold on. You guys are just yelling. Hold on.
No, he's interrupting.
I know.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
I know. You're screaming back, but go ahead, Moya.
All right. Yeah, no, we definitely have climate change. We see that. It has gotten warmer over the span of my lifetime. Whatever the cause, I can't guarantee it's man-made. It could be some environmental factor. But if man is potentially involved, I see no problem with taking as best you can mitigating action.
Okay.
Like I said,
Try
to reduce your footprint.
Yeah, give me a little breather
Give up
room
your
here so
guns,
I can
Moya.
paint this narrative. Check this out. So they claim that you get heat waves, large storms, like large tropical and more intense tropical storms, and larger periods of droughts, right? So say that they start having these crazy hurricanes hitting like back to back all over the world with like crazy intensity, where there's like this random huge influx in hurricanes and tropical storms, right? Which the government has already admitted that they manipulate. And then they say, wow, we underestimated the severity of human-induced climate change. We, out of emergency, have to have an emergency climate lockdown due to a climate crisis across the board. Like, we have to drastically cut down carbon emissions and carbon footprint right now as a last-ditch effort to save ourselves from these like crazy weather patterns.
Did you get to read the new book by Alex Jones?
No.
It's a good read.
Like, she had to interrupt him to say that.
Would fall for it. I think a bunch of people, after being conditioned with lockdowns already, I think a bunch of people would do it, and then it worked the same way because people would have a virtue signaling narrative where they could like ridicule and mock those that don't go along with it as if they're selfish people. And I just can foresee that being really bad, and then it would cascade into electric shortages, food shortages, fuel shortages. So yeah, I don't know. It seems like they're kind of conditioning us for that. So
hurricanes ain't like they make out on the news and shit. They're just big ass storms, and you know, I will admit, loose foliage and loose trees and shit fall, and that's the shit they'll show you on the news, and like fucking weak ass structures. But any decent house, man, I've never seen a decent house get knocked down in all my years here, right in the Belt Hurricane Alley, and they'll show us even on local news. They'll show us like the one thing in town that fell, like the one structure or something.
Brian, dude, the whole city we got married in got destroyed, bro. Like in Fort
yeah.
Damn.
That bitch was under sea level, man. The levee broke. Yeah, are you talking about New Orleans?
No, Fort Myers.
No, Fort Myers.
It's gone.
Really?
Dude, it's all gone. The very city we got married in. Yeah, bro. And then Sanibel Island just like destroyed, bro. The bridge got completely destroyed. The whole city's gone. There's only like a couple hotels standing.
Puerto Rico was gone.
I must be in a sheltered zone, bro. I've been in it my whole life, man. A tree fell on my house, and it was a giant tree. My house is blocked there, so it held, but it fucking it engulfed my whole house and shit. But that tree was gonna fall. I should have cut it down. But I must be just be in a safe, protected zone for all these hurricanes, man. But yeah, there are damage, man. But man, it's just not like they show on the news. But I didn't know that whole fucking cities were wiped out. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, dude, the city we got married in this last year got destroyed. So, anyway, what I'm saying is you guys have to admit that the narrative I'm painting sounds kind of crazy, right? Imagine like an unprecedented frequency of tropical storms hitting all these different coastlines, right? Or where even California was getting hurricaned or something, which is like insane, right? And then they're like, dude, we have to do something now. We have to come together as a world because everyone's getting these crazy storms, these crazy droughts, these crazy lightning storms, these crazy tornadoes, crazy heat waves, right? And then they're like, we got to shut it down, bro. We got to shut it down.
Hey, when you say destroyed,
it's crazy because they've been running that type of like what would be needed, like the preloading, like the preamble for that narrative. I mean, of course, the globe is like the foundation of it, so the entire globe as well, but also, yeah, just climate change, global warming, all of the politics based around that. And then it even made me think, like, if they can actually create hurricanes and drive them, in a sense, like create them and then maneuver them. What if even a lot of these hurricanes over the last decades have been created by them as well, as kind of to put it in the news, the way Brian said, like to make it a thing, and to cause the destruction, so that if there then were more storms in the future, it's like it's been built up with like the globe, the limited resources, the global warming, already these storms that have been destructive, and then if they started upping that, it would. I mean, how many people would be duped by it? That's the question. Like, how many would?
I just wonder, like, when you say destroyed, though, you got me curious as fuck. Are you talking about like the RV parks and trailer parks?
Bro.
No, city.
Destroyed, bro.
No, like a building. I'm asking something specific. Did any buildings get knocked over?
Yes, dude. Yes.
A building.
Buildings, dude. Almost all of
Go
them.
look at Fort Myers. Go look at the information.
You
Don't
really
keep asking
spiked.
about it.
I'm just asking questions for
Well, why
fuck's
don't
sake.
you just? I mean, come on, man. Come on. What? You know how fast the wind can get.
Yeah, I know.
Just
And I
look
built
up the
a shed,
structural
bro.
integrity.
I heard the wind shaking shit, but bro, a shed I just built didn't even put hurricane clips on. 4 pieces of plywood didn't even fall. I'm just saying, I've been through a lot of hurricanes. I'm right here on the coast of Florida, and I just never seen that. I was just asking questions, man. That's all. Like,
Just
I
go
never.
type in Fort Myers.
Dude, the building code here, the building code, like even the clips can, withstand like 200-mile-per-hour winds, and no hurricanes get to that. But maybe I'm just trying to figure this shit out in my own head, like how
You sound like a
building.
Glober right now, bro.
Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I do. But do you think I'm lying? Do you think I've been in several hurricanes?
To the evidence right now, like you could just YouTube.
No, I'm not denying it, bro. I'm questioning it.
What's the range that you've been in? Like the over hunt.
I've been in about 8 hurricanes, bro. Hugo, fucking Dolores, or fucking Andrew. I mean, the last
I guess what I'm saying, Brian, that's cool. But what do you remember? Like, I'm sure you know a stat of what, like, 120 mile an hour. I've been in a house where 120 mile an hour winds went over my head. Do you know what's the strongest wind you felt?
Probably about 120. Yeah.
Oh shit, bro.
It shook that. I mean, it's fucking something, but it ain't. I mean, I just, I have to look into Fort Myers. I ain't denying this shit. It's just surprising me, bro. Y'all, I ain't trying to act like a Glober, like, no, Bill's got knocked over. I'm just questioning, bro. Like, fuck.
No, I'm just saying, like, there you go. There's a video. Anyway, yeah, it's crazy because I know about it for sure because like that we had got married there a few months before, and with the Sanibel Island has the bridge over to the island. The whole bridge got destroyed. You couldn't even go to the island. The island got destroyed. That whole beach, literally like where we got married on the beach, is destroyed. So anyway, all I'm saying is, yeah, to what Gio's saying, the government admits that they mess with hurricanes, right? Like, admittedly, they've been messing with hurricanes since Project Storm Fury, like decades ago. And then I did a whole stream on that with Hurricane Ian. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I think that this would be a pretty effective psychological operation if they can just tell you, if like the idiot box can just tell you bad things are happening. Like, what do you think they can do when like actual weather events are happening?
Right, like it's one thing to say there's like the last, like the scamdemic thing the last couple of years. It's one thing to say like, yeah, the air is gonna, that whole thing, the whole illnesses and all that. So and that was like a threat as well. But yeah, if there's like massive amounts of weather changes that are happening and there's floods and there's all kinds of components like that could, it could potentially be very convincing that people could think that it actually is the Earth doing that, even though it's really them. So it's like this whole thing about the truth and, people trying to like shut the, sort of like defend these people in a sense, or trying to like ridicule people that are thinking about it. It's like that resistance is ironically like causing potentially like there's just like so much more destruction that could be occurring as we're not aware of some of these factors, especially if they're going to be doing that.
Sorry. Think about like what all they accomplished with the conditioning of the last few years, right? So like, if the idiot box says this narrative, you must believe it, bow to the government, and if you question it, you get censored, kicked off. No opposing views are even allowed to be voiced or heard. Even experts are excommunicated, right? Trust the science and disavow anyone that questions the mainstream narrative. So if you start saying, look, I think this is BS, and they're using this agenda, look here, they manipulate weather. If you start talking about stuff like that, they'd say this is a danger to society, right? Like, we don't have time to play around with these conspiracy theorists. We have to act now. So we must, of course, censor them. Same thing. Like, everyone would be cool if we watched all the slaves turn their head while we scream from the sidelines about everything that they're now being forced to admit, and they just let us be censored. They didn't care at all. Half of them still condone the censorship, right? So check that box. Everyone knows lockdowns. They already know what that means. They're just going to instinctively lock down. They got everyone normalized to like a digitalized update, right? So like tons of people's job is just online now. So everyone will just be ready to stay in their house. So you got that checked. So it gives you this whole foundation of normalized conditions. And I think that if you have like real life weather, like dude, weather is kind of scary. Like sure, people were scared of the air, but like the weather actually can be scary.
Yeah, if you're on the coast, bro, you gotta evacuate. If you're on the coast, bro, for these hurricanes, I can't go be at Jack's Beach or something like that. Yeah, these coasts definitely get fucked up. They say the water, like the monetary damage, the fucking water, the storm surge is what destroys the most. And also tornadoes. Yeah, I've never been in a tornado, but I know they stem from these hurricanes. And I've never experienced one of them. Knock on wood. I don't even want to experience one of them, but them are the fucking destroyers. But yeah, the coastlines, they evacuate. If they know a hurricane's coming, they get the fuck out of Dodge, and they're risking their lives. Sure.
Well, there's also like the whole wildfires thing, because those are, they claim it's like intense winds, which is similar to hurricane in that sense. Like it's the winds that are part of what makes the wildfires spread, as they claim. But if those are being done by directed energy weapons, then that's another front, and they've been testing that. So it is a pretty intense thought to think like that they could run an event like this and everything that's built up around it. Like you said, like fires are scary. People lose their entire house, and or hurricanes and all of those factors. So and like we were talking about earlier, what's so wild about it too, like we were talking about earlier, is that it's like the Earth, so if they're claiming like, oh, the Earth is going through this, it's like we're talking about, this discussion of what the Earth really is. So it's even more like poignant if they were to try to, it's like the Earth is like attacking, it's like the globe is attacking itself, but really they're the ones that would be orchestrating it.
Yeah, and like the narrative is that the climate change, because it has heat waves, increased wind, and droughts, which would result in fires. So say like, and dude, think about it. Like when I went to make the observation in Chicago, I couldn't make the skyline of Chicago observation because of the fires on the West Coast. So we've kind of already seen the last few years, like these huge fires that the smoke carries all the way across the United States and affects us. Imagine like way more of those, where like everyday people go outside and there's like this apocalyptic feel where it's like this hazy orange, foggy color. You can't see like 3 miles in front of you, right? And at the same time, you're having crazy hurricanes that are really frequent, and you're having tornadoes, right? Then you'd be like, what? So I looked into this during Hurricane Ian. The government can artificially trigger lightning very effectively, right? And so you could have just like they weaponize lightning to attack enemies in the Middle East, right? So like,
how do they do that?
I've seen them do that.
I've seen them do that with rockets and stuff. I've never seen them.
At the University of Florida, they had a fucking thing that triggered lightning. This
They use
college.
electrostatic triggering, is what they call artificially triggering with electrostatic discharge. So basically, they just pump tons of electrostatics into the clouds and stuff like that, and then they discharge much quicker and more violently. And this is openly admitted information. I mean, it's declassified, so it wasn't admitted in the sense that it was on the news.
Creating lightning with it, and what do they gain from creating this lightning?
Well, if they can just take this crazy like environment of dangerous weather, then they can get a bunch of cuck slaves to live in fear and be like, "Yes, sir, daddy government, I'll stay in my house. Tell me what to do."
Creating lightning for people to
Yeah,
be
bro, I've seen it, bro. I swear I've seen it at UF, man. They have this thing. I mean, they can't do it on demand, but if they could do it at a university and they're just to study it, and if they can manipulate it enough to get it to strike in a certain spot, bro, imagine what they could fucking do. The people
lightning
actually
strike in a certain spot. That is genius.
No, wait. We don't even have to talk about that. The military said they did it. The military said that they use it to attack military enemies. But my point is, if you paint the picture. What is it? It's the day before, or the day before tomorrow, or whatever it's called. That movie about like crazy weather, and it showed that New York was underwater, and it showed all this crazy, like the day before, after tomorrow, or whatever it's called. Like, imagine that kind of environment, right? Where there's just a combination of things like thunder and lightning storms, crazy rain, crazy tropical storms and hurricanes, forest fires. If all this stuff started happening way more frequently, people would get freaked out. And then you would have the answer. You'd be like, we tried to warn you. We tried to warn you about climate change. So now it's too late to play games. We have to act now. It's an emergency. We have to come together as one world and shut down again. It's the only way. And this will be 100 times more effective than the air is going to kill you thing, right? Because it's going to be a real life thing that you can go outside and see yourself. And then there'll be like the people like us that are like, look at all these documents of how the government controls the weather. And